another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is MOBN. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, Emefiele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster. There's a freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekana is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is MOBN. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, Emefiele mazuche mefo.
And there it is. Holy, 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 Nandekano, the other Savior. Do you think I could get a slot on that band? Do you think I caught the mustard? So welcome, dear friends. We meet again. Have you missed me? I have missed you. So thank you for joining us again. We do it as we always have done it. Today is going to be a blockbuster session. Write it down. So let me repeat it again. Today is going to be a blockbuster session. And why do I say this? I've had a team of our eggheads permutating and computing the Nigerian election, the presidential space. And we have now produced a broadsheet, a spreadsheet that calls that election. We will talk you through, so as just as soon as the experts, hopefully they do turn up, we will talk you through how that election will run with facts and figures to land you on a winner. So this is not them say, this is not opinion-led. This is a condensed statistics, data-led rather narrative to arrive you at a winner or for you to draw your conclusion. So we'll be presenting the evidence that we have gathered, and then you, of course, can tell us what you're making of it. So a blockbuster session. So as you're coming in, just be copying the link and posting it in your WhatsApp groups and your Facebook groups, because this is the day that that election might end. So note that this is the date that that election sorry. Somebody's just picking me up on something. I promised a session this afternoon to discuss the Andrew Tate thing, but for reasons of logistics, difficult as it is to believe, I do actually have a life outside of interacting with you guys, my dear friends. So for reasons of logistics, we've had to move this afternoon's session to tomorrow's session. But rest assured, tomorrow we'll be discussing Andrew Tate. 1:45 p.m. UK time, so 2 sessions tomorrow. But today, a very important day, as I said, we might likely arrive at a winner of Nigerian elections today. So stay steady, just relax into the space wherever you are. Just stay comfortable in that state, in that seat, in that restive position that you're in, and put your hands up and surrender yourself to the space. There's nowhere else to go, just stay steady and just take it as it comes. Take it as it comes. So before I go into the headlines, the usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that. If you want to come join us on the screen, you know the protocol. All you have to do is to click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I've finished reading out the body of the talking points, and there's a video clip that we'll be interacting with as well, where Fashola also calls the result of the election. So it's a fully packed session this time around. So, but if you want to come join us on the screen, come early so that you don't then make up your mind to join when the studio is full. So just come early whilst I'm reading out the talking points. That's usually the thing to do. So if you want to come join, then of course, please click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. Brings you into a studio space, as I say. As soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage in the conversation. Nothing more complex than that. An open microphone session, the open microphone being the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform, there's different portals that you can use. The super chats, the super sticker, but the preferred option of the platform is this buy a coffee thing, which is used religiously by too few persons on this platform. So if you want to come and join the coffee gang, then click on that hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, and then follow through and go wild. Just, go liberal, go crazy with your wallet there. So that's the protocol. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the studio. And if you want to tip towards the platform, click on that link that says buy your host cups of coffee. So to the headlines. PDP financier dumps party for APC in Edo State. So I would not have brought you this ordinarily, because this is just cheek by jowl. This is just normal course in the course of politics. People crossing carpets for whichever reason. I am only bringing you this headline for reasons that it's happened in Edo State. And a lot of people somewhat neophytes to the political space, they're already surrendering the Edo State to the Labour Party. That is not what thinking people think, but people who are neophytes, newbies to the electoral space, they are subsumed by the noise and they are conceding Edo State to the Labour Party. Certainly not this chieftain of the PDP. PDP financier dumps party for APC in Edo State. So who that financier is and what impact he will have on what's to come, we discuss that in full detail. So we discussed that in full detail. And already it looks as though in some quarters, they've already taken the elections as a foregone conclusion. That is, in some quarters, they are already taking the elections as a foregone conclusion. They've forgone the conclusion to the point Yahaya Bello reveals those that will run Tinubu's government. So they are already sharing cabinet positions in the incoming APC government, according to them. So they are now even looking past the election. Is this confidence, though, or arrogance, or even ignorance? You make that decision. Yahaya Bello reveals those that will run Tinubu's government. So who those are and what underpins this level of arrogance, we'll find out shortly. This we'll find out shortly as well. Actually, let me leave this one because it might open up a space that we'll find difficult to cut. But let me go to this one instead. Buhari's powerful nephew, MAMMAN DAURA, Buhari's powerful nephew, MAMMAN DAURA-led cabal, El-Rufai, others, wage war against secret police DSS top officials over Emefiele. So that Emefiele narrative, you know, whatever happens to Emefiele, however this cameo that is playing out with Emefiele plays out, is going to go a long way in determining who is going to be the next president. Because all of these things that is Emefiele, that Emefiele is going through, it is categorically without equivocation, all linked to February. There it is. If we get past February the 25th, and if Emefiele is still not out of office, then they'll just leave him alone. You won't hear anything about him at all anymore. But any and everything that's going on around Emefiele is all wrapped around the elections to come. But who are the players and what are they playing for? That is what we are still finding difficult to unravel. But if you look at the proponents, the antagonists on either side, then you will start to somewhat unpick and guesstimate as to what is going on. But certainly the unraveling of that election is entirely very much linked to the travails of Godwin Emefiele. So that headline again, Buhari's powerful nephew, MAMMAN DAURA-led cabal, El-Rufai, others, wage war against secret police DSS top officials over Emefiele. So what are going in that space? What are going? We discussed that shortly. So a lot of people, they query and quibble and have somewhat apoplectic fit over the fact that Tinubu is not presenting himself for interrogation. Why has he not appeared in our television studios? Is the echo that you hear all the time. All right. Oh, sorry. I just saw a headline that flashed across. So why is it not traversing the studio spaces from one studio to the other? Is the echo you hear all over the place? But really, it doesn't necessarily have to go to some town hall meeting to be hijacked and embarrassed by somebody like Dino Melaye or even the presenters. We all know that they are trying to trip him up. But if you want to know if Tinubu is interacting with the public, he certainly is. He certainly is. He may not be interacting to the public at your level, but he interacts with the people who make the decisions that impacts on your life. And that is really where the interaction should be. That a lot of people will argue should be where the interaction should be. Tinubu presents economic plans to stakeholders at NESG Presidential Dialogue. So it's not a debate, it's not a seminar, it's not a symposium, it's not a speech, it's a dialogue. So implicit in that word, the dialogue, of course, is a conversation, a back and forth. So, and that space, of course, more equipped to interrogate and approve his plans than any other space. Tinubu presents economic plans to stakeholders at NESG Presidential Dialogue. So if you the counter argument, of course, is that it is the people that is intending to govern. So the counter argument, of course, is that it is the people that is intending to govern, and it is the people that he should interact with directly. But by osmosis, he is actually interacting with the people. You know, if I'm coming to speak on something that impacts you at work, and I speak directly to your manager to chart a course, that already, look at that. This is George Blue Shell emptying the shrapnels from his wallet. Thank you for that, George Blue Shell. But I think I think there are a couple of zeros missing from that, but thank you nevertheless. That's not how we do it around here. I'll follow the example of Alexander Gomez and add quite a few more zeros, but thank you nevertheless. So that's George Blue Shell kicking off the super chart with a small step, but thank you nevertheless. But so where I was, and back to there. So it's so you've let me lose my train of thought there, George. But thank you nevertheless, George. So that's George kicking off the soup. And by the way, follow the example of George. We want that space, that chat, that comment section. We want it illuminating in multicolors of super chats and super stickers. That is what we want, and it's entirely down to you to make that happen. But where I was, I'm back there. If I was coming to interact with something that will impact on you at work, the conversation is really with your manager, not with you, because you want 10 times more your salary, and you want to be able to stay in bed and collect it. So it's not really about you. If I interact with your manager and chart a course for your betterment, that's more impactful than just coming to you and drinking tea. So that essentially, but that may not be the perfect example, but you know where I am going. So TINUBU is interacting with the people that have oversight over the population, and that really is where that conversation is. So TINUBU doing his bit, and then we'll be watching a video clip of Fashola's interaction with a panel of women, where he speaks to where the direction of the elections will go. And then we'll learn finally, let me tease you a little bit. Watch this, let me tease you a little bit, because a lot of work has been done on your behalf. You think we just come here and make noise. In the shadows, in the backgrounds, we do a lot of work. And let me just tease you with this. There's a full spreadsheet on how that election will pan out. And at the end of that spreadsheet, you will know yourself who the winner of the elections will be. No equivocation, categorical. A lot of work went into this. I put a team of experts behind this. But let me tease you. This, what you're going to see on your screen now, this spreadsheet is how that election will go. So, ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 February the 25th election, it ends here. Watch this, see this. All right. So there it is. So that what you're seeing on your screen there, every single state represented, a full broadsheet that talks you through the entirety, all the permutations, all of the relevant figures. Let me just highlight a little bit just so you can see. Let me expand it. Let me expand it a little bit. All right. So if you look at this space here, let me just highlight this. If you look at this space here, this is Kano State right here at the top there. And if you look at it, on this column here, it tells you Kano State. And then on this column here, it tells you to the last person the number of registered voters. And then in this next column, the turnout, it tells you the anticipated turnout for that election. The anticipated turnout is based on historical data. So give or take margins here and there. So we've arrived as an anticipated number of turnout. And then in the next column here, it gives you the three main protagonists. So TINUBU, it gives you TINUBU, and it gives you a percentage on what he's likely to score. It gives you Atiku Abubakar a percentage on what is likely to score. Peter Obi, a percentage on what is likely to score. Kwakwanso, a percentage on what is likely to score. So those are the percentages. And then in this next column, we give you the actual figures of what those percentages represent. And then in this last column, to declare a winner of that state. And we've done that for every single state. So as I said, a blockbuster session. So there it is. So make sure you are copying the link and you're sharing it just as widely as you can. It's going to be an epic session. So there it is, and here it is. So we'll take a pit stop just to have a sip of water and to allow you to click on the like button and do a bit more super chatting and all of that. So a small little window to interact with a bit of music. And then when we come back, we get straight into the throes of it. But today, we call a winner. Today, we call it winner. But first, the guides. The guides.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Latif kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. That caught me on the hop somewhat. Ikuku Niriwa Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Ikuku Niriwa Agbeshe, and there's the hyperlink to the StreamYard there. So if you want to come join us, please, I implore you to click on it just as quickly as you can, so you're in early. So Ikuku Niriwa Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Here it is. I'm only bringing you this story, as I said, because of the Edo State factor. PDP financier dumps party for APC in Edo State. The financier, depending on your English, but mine is financier. The financier of the People's Democratic Party PDP in Ovaya Southwest local government area of Edo State, Goodluck Adenormo, has defected from the party to the All Progressive Congress APC, along with hundreds of his followers. The event took place on Thursday at Ogwabazuwa, the administrative headquarters of the local government area, during the inauguration of an APC campaign council in the local government area. Adenormo attributed to his decision to dump the ruling party in the state to his decision to work for the re-election bid of Honorable Dennis Idahosa, the lawmaker representing Ovaya Federal Constituency. He described as unprecedented the development the lawmaker has attracted to the federal constituency. He stressed that Idahosa, therefore, needed to be supported as well as encouraged to attract more developmental projects to Ovaya Federal constituency. It is for this reason that I and my teaming supporters have decided to pitch tent with the APC to support the re-election of Idahosa. He promised his performance in office within the space of 3 years remains an eye-opener to us in Ovaya because we have had a lawmaker before him who did not come close to what he had done. So this is this. You might well say this is just a satellite space, but this is another space really captured by the APC, and it counters that narrative, of course, of the of Edo State. They've even gone as far as to tell us that as far as 90% Edo State, and they will scream and shout about this in the usual empty head spaces. That Edo State, all this nonsensical Edo State that has Oshomole as the linchpin, and then who is that thug? I forgot his name. Tony Kabaka as the main henchman in that state, and all of the accoutrements that go with that. And with all of that, Ovie Omagege, I think is from there, from Delta, all of that. So they will overcome all of that in order to give then Edo State to the Labour Party. So another key functionary of the PDP, he has seen the writing on the wall, and he has packed his support now with the APC. So Edo State, and there is a bet, by the way, on this platform, Enigmatic Hundi versus Des, $1 million versus $1,000. Who takes Edo State? So this is serious business for big boys. Yahaya Bello reveals those that will run TINUBU'S government. So some have even now gone past the level of contesting election. They are already now picking cabinets, according to Yahaya Bello. The governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, has said youths will largely run the administration of Bola Tinubu if elected president next month. Bello, who is the National Youth Coordinator of the All Progressive Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council, made the assertion on Friday after a closed-door meeting with President Mohamed Buhari at the Asolo Rock Villa in Abuja. The governor described Tinubu as a builder, saying that he has built human beings and nations. And by the way, a lot of people will argue that those are factual statements. The human beings that he has built, of course, I don't think too many people arguing on that front. Aregbe Chris Ngige, Yemi Osheba, you all know the list. They're just too many. Ambode, Sonwolu, all of these people. So he has built men who are going to be shining lights within the Nigerian firmament. So we know he's a people builder, but he also argues that he's a nation builder as well. And a lot of people cite the example of Lagos as testament to that. The governor described Tinubu as a builder, saying that he built human beings and nations. Bello added that the APC flag bearer has touched the lives of Nigerians across the board. Speaking with State House correspondents, Bello said his administration is going to be more run by the younger generation. And there is very much, you may think that a lot of these political acolytes that surround the Tinubu campaign, they will be top functionaries of his governance. But that may not necessarily be the case. Yes, a handful of them will get some top jobs. But I anticipate that a Tinubu administration will be largely run by technocrats. If it's going by the templates that he used in Lagos, then that suggests that. So if you are thinking it's going to be packed with the usual old and tired politicians, that may not necessarily be the case. At least that is what Yahaya Bello is suggesting. So Tinubu's cabinet already been fleshed out. Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu has 21 APC governors. He has touched the lives of Nigerians across the board. He is a builder. He built human beings. He built nations. And he has started telling us exactly what he's going to do. And his administration, by the special grace of God, is going to be more run by the younger generation. And you know that the younger generation constitutes the quantum number of voters in this coming election. That is why you can see that President Buhari is already campaigning for him, that he will continue where he stopped. So there it is. But is this arrogance, though, is really the question. And will this come back and bite them? Because it looks as though now all the optics, they are already starting to pick cabinet members. But is this arrogance, and will this come back to bite them? So all of that are to come. So from that to this, we go to the pardon me. We go to the Emefiele storyline. Buhari's powerful nephew MAMMAN Daura-led cabal, El-Rufai, others, waged war against secret police DSS top officials over Emefiele. The president's associate, led by MAMMAN Daura, a nephew and close confidant of the president, and Nasser El-Rufai, governor of Kaduna State. Okay, no, let me take it from here. From associates of President Mohamed Buhari are leading the fight to stop Nigeria's secret police, the Department of State Services, from arresting Godwin Emefiele, governor of the Central Bank. Correspondence report. The president's associates, led by MAMMAN Daura, a nephew and close confidant of the president, and Nasser El-Rufai, governor of Kaduna State, may also be behind various protest rallies and news reports supporting the CBN governor against the DSS. Multiple groups and civil society organizations have raised the alarm that there is a plot to frame Emefiele for terrorism and remove him from office. And by the way, there was another storyline that I read somewhere. I've not brought it, but there was a headline that I saw that Emefiele is negotiating his resignation. And we saw this, by the way, with what was that CBN? Not the CBN. Who was that Chief Justice? Walter Onnoghen. We saw this with the Walter Onnoghen space when they wanted to rig the 2019 election. And they saw Walter Onnoghen as an obstacle to that, and they moved heaven and earth to remove him. So that's what we're seeing repeating now. But who is making this move this time around? Is it an anti-Tinubu movement or a pro-APC move or a pro-Tinubu movement? However, the DSS swiftly warned against being used to undermine its investigation, although it did not specifically name Emefiele. Peter Ofunaya, DSS spokesperson, said the service would not be distracted by those seeking to use propaganda to undermine its lawful investigation. However, sources close to correspondents reported that some monarch, obas, and emirs have been lobbied and deployed to beg on behalf of Emefiele and convince the president and director general of the DSS of the need to let Emefiele be. It was also learned that MAMMAN Daura and El-Rufai were working hard and doing everything within their power to wage war against the DG of the DSS, Yusuf Bichi. They have deployed obas and emirs to beg on behalf of Emefiele, and Governor Nasser El-Rufai leading the charge to fight for him, one of the sources said. Emefiele was said to have helped the Kaduna governor to secure a World Bank loan worth $350 million. Emefiele helped Governor El-Rufai to secure $350 million World Bank loan, out of which the governor made himself all right, so there it is. Emefiele helped Governor El-Rufai secure $350 million World Bank loan, out of which the governor made for himself 70 naira per dollar after the cash was sold to Aliko Dangote. Emefiele has serious stakes in 12 banks. He needs to explain how he got the money to be a major stakeholder in 12 banks. He has stakes in Tita, Globus, Provenance, Union Bank, big interest in First Bank, and others, a source said. But as we know, Otedola is the major shareholder in First Bank, virtually the owner of that bank. MAMMAN Daura is still working hard for him not to be arrested. He's still waging war against the Director General of the DSS and other top officials. A source had earlier told correspondents that Emefiele was not yet back in the country, as reported by some online newspapers. So the newspaper that reported he was back in the country is the one now reporting he's not back in the country, which is, of course, Sahara Reporters. The CBN governor had been away from the country for several weeks following the investigation of several allegations against him, including corruption. The DSS had said preliminary investigations reveal various acts of terrorism financing, fraudulent activities perpetrated by Emefiele, and his involvement in economic crimes of national security dimension. But a federal high court in Maitama, Federal Capital Territory FCT Abuja, recently issued an order restraining the DSS from arresting, detaining, or questioning Emefiele. On Thursday, there were reports online that the Apex Bank governor was back in Nigeria, but a source close to correspondents informed that he's still abroad. The source noted that the secret police is on alert and would arrest Emefiele regardless of his antics and the recent court ruling. So that is believable, of course, because no regard for rule of law in Nigeria. Emefiele was part of President Muhammad Buhari's entourage to the United States Africa Leaders Summit in Washington, D.C. between December the 13th and 15th, 2022. While Buhari returned to Abuja a day after the summit, the CBN governor deliberately decided to delay his return to Nigeria. Emefiele is not back in Nigeria as reported by some platforms. DSS is still looking for him. DSS operatives are on alert. All the CBN directors have abandoned him except Kingsley Obiara and Aisha Ahmed. The report that he was back in Nigeria is false. He has nowhere to hide, one source said. Obiara is the deputy governor in charge of economic policies at the CBN, whilst Aisha Ahmed was appointed deputy governor on March the 23rd, 2018. Prior to her appointment at the CBN, Aisha was executive director retail banking at Diamond Bank PLC. In December 2022, President Buhari asked the Senate to confirm the nomination of Aisha for reappointment as deputy governor of CBN along with Edward Adamu. Correspondents had reported how the CBN boss perfected plans to cover up his corruption records in the last 8 years. Emefiele, who has been governor since 2014, is the first person to serve 2 terms as the head of Nigeria's Apex Bank in nearly 20 years. He was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan in June 2014. You remember, of course, controversially getting rid of Lamido Sanusi and then piling this guy in. So there it is. He was appointed by the then President Goodluck Jonathan in June 2014. After Sarah Aladi served out the term of suspended Lamido Sanusi, multiple sources told correspondents how Emefiele secretly sent the name of Aisha and Adamu, deputy governor. It goes on and on. The move by Emefiele to nominate his stooges for reappointment was part of his plan to cover up his corruption records. Emefiele has secretly sent Aisha and Edward's name for renewal months before time to stop the next government from appointing their own candidates and allow them to cover his back, a source had said. He had paid the Villa cabals millions of dollars to get the renewal approved. Edward was the one on the audio Sahara Reporters exclusively leaked. Aisha Ahmed is the deputy governor that Samaila Issa Funtua and his son brought. In contravention of the CBN Act, Emefiele in 2021 joined the... So it gives us is there anything new to come out of here? It tells us then that in contravention of the CBN Act, Emefiele tried to become a candidate. Right. According to the chairman of Ward 6 in the Ika South local government area of Delta State, Unduka Irikume, the CBN governor had registered as an APC member. So it goes on to give us all of that background that we already know. But there it is right there. But the plot thickens. The real story is what is in play in that space. That's where the real story is. what is in play in that space? It's a very convoluted and a very complex place, and there are different stratas to what is going on. So at the topmost of it is political machinations to get rid of Emefiele. So at the topmost of it, political machinations to get rid of Emefiele. But directly under those machinations is all this plethora of allegations against Emefiele. So you are not quite sure where to place your sympathy, because for all that he has done in terms of looting the economy, brutalizing the Nigerian persons, just favoring an elite space and just, harvesting all they can that Nigeria has to offer, that guy, he should be arrested. But those are not the primary reasons that they're after him. So they're after him for political reasons. But whose political toes has he stepped on? That is what is unclear. But certainly that Emefiele space, all about politics, all about politics. So there is that. So this now the final readout, and then I'll play you just a short little video clip, and then we get into the conversation. By the way, I'm still in anticipation that the comment section should be lighting up in super chats. So I want to be encouraging you to be doing that, because I don't see that often enough. So light it up with super charts. So this now the last readout. Tinubu presents economic plans to stakeholders at NESJ presidential dialogue. So this just to document then that space that is not interacting. This is an interaction of importance. Presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, has reassured a private sector-driven economy if elected president. Tinubu gave this assurance whilst presenting his comprehensive economic plans. And by the way, people say, oh, the manifesto that they wrote for him, that sluggish talk that you hear from people that don't really have the brain functionings to be having political thought. The manifesto that they wrote for him, all these yam people that don't have any functioning thought. So they do all of that. But this manifesto that they allegedly wrote for him, this guy has been going to seniors in the whole country, from the Araba Consultative Council to the Lagos State Business School to a retinue of business personnel, now to this meeting, defending the content of this manifesto that allegedly he wasn't a participant in writing. So sometimes you wonder if we function in this at the same level of frequency when we have conversations around that space. Let me take it from the top again. Presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, has assured a private sector-driven economy if elected president. Tinubu gave this assurance whilst presenting his comprehensive economic plans to stakeholders at a presidential dialogue organized by the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. So which one would you rather, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group interrogating this guy, or the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Workers, or the meat sellers, or the students? Which one would you rather? Who do you want interrogating this guy? Tinubu gave this assurance whilst presenting his comprehensive economic plans to stakeholders at a presidential dialogue organized by the Nigerian Economic Summit Group in Lagos on Friday. The APC candidate has stressed the need to end the fuel subsidy regime, insisting that it has overstayed. He said, "My core belief is that the private sector must be a prime driver of economic progress." Let's stop there as a standalone statement. So if you're asking core values, that's a core value right there. So a core value is where somebody instinctually, innately gravitates to. And that is a core value right there, instinctually, innately, as a visceral reaction to a policy positioning. If you want to know a core value, that is if you are Tinubu's worst enemy, you will still, even at pains, admit that is his core value. My core belief is that the private sector must be the prime driver of economic progress. So we take that as a standalone. That is a Tinubu core value, but that is also an adopted value of Atiku Abubakar. I'm not quite sure how that value is central to his being. but that essentially is a core value right there. But then do you agree with that value is the question. Do you instinctually believe that the private sector must be the prime driver of economic progress? Because the private sector, you see, they are economic driven and they want to drive for best value. And in a competitive environment, what drives it more? The government space running business with no what's it called, with no profit driver. Yes, with the government space are driving an economic space with no profit driver, or the private sector driving an economic space with a profit driver. Let's narrow it to an industry. Let's use the rail service as an example. Would you rather the government was running the train service at a highly subsidized rate or at no subsidy at all, or the private sector running it at a premium? So if the government is running the train service, if the train breaks down tomorrow and it doesn't get to Ibadan, it doesn't matter. It may take them 2-3 days to fix it, but they'll fix it at some point. But if the train breaks down tomorrow with the private sector driving it and it doesn't get to Ibadan, for every minute that it doesn't get to Ibadan, that privateer is losing money. And if it's overpriced with the options of using the road, that privateer is losing money. If it doesn't fit with the experience that the user, the passenger is anticipating, that privateer is losing money. So who would you rather, you can use that example and transmute it to any other sector. Who would you rather drive business, the private sector or the government? And that is a core value right there. He said, my core belief is that the private sector must be the prime driver of economic progress. However, the government establishes the framework within which the private sector must operate. I think this guy must have been listening to me, because how many times have I said this? Our government has no business in business. So business has business in business, and government has business in regulation. That is the counterbalance for progress. So there is no magic formula for governance outside of what I've just said. Government has no business in business. The private sector runs business, but government are regulators. So they're there to protect the interest of the people, to guide for value for money, guide for exploitation, both of the consumer and the staff, and make sure that the country profits from that economic space as well. So the regulating of that space, that is where government comes in. But the driving it for profit and excellence, that can only be, this goes to my core values as well. That is why it excites me. It excites me when I hear it from Atiku Abubakar, and it excites me when I hear it from Tinubu or any other politician that says it, because there is nothing complex in it. If you want to know the pathway, the silver bullet that will propel Nigeria out of where it is these two statements right here. It said, my core belief is that private sector must be the prime driver of economic progress. So that's that. But then the counterbalance, however, the government establishes the framework within which the private sector operates. That is all you need to know. So that is governance right there. If that framework is sound, the private sector will flourish. If the framework is frail or incomplete, then the private sector will struggle. He, however, noted that before economic recovery could be achieved, the nation must be secured, stating first, to achieve the economy we seek, we must resolve the pressing security issues. No nation can flourish with terrorists and kidnappers in their midst. Tinubu also reiterated his resolve to urgently address the fiscal, monetary, and trading reforms to effectively increase domestic production immediately. So these are more pungent, more salient, and more digestible, more interrogatable pronouncements than just a bland, abstract cliches. So if you unpick the wordings of this is consumption to production, but in a workable formula. So listen to the wordings. Tinubu also reiterated his resolve to urgently address the fiscal, monetary, and trade reforms to effectively increase domestic productions immediately after he resumes office. And consumption to production, by the way, is not really about building factories in Kano, etc. They are just policy movements and liberalization. That's all it is. That is all it is. So there's nothing complex, no complexity to it. Tinubu also reiterated his resolve to urgently address the fiscal, monetary, and trade reforms to effectively increase domestic production immediately after he resumes office, thus serving to curb imported inflation and to ensure better macroeconomic stability by accelerating inclusive growth and job creation across Nigeria. He said, I do not hold the mainstream view that all forms of inflation are best tackled by interest rate hikes and shrinking the economy. Supply-induced inflation does not lend itself to this harsh medicine, just as one does not cure a headache by plucking one's eye out. I do not embrace the conventional wisdom that fiscal deficits by the national government are inherently bad. All governments, especially in this fiat currency era. So note that's what it's also anyway, let me not get too excited, but when it's saying especially in this fiat currency era, that if you extrapolate and choose to interpret, you could interpret then when it's saying in this fiat currency era, he is already by indication saying that the fiat currency, which is the naira note, the dollar note, etc., is already stayed and played out. And the currency now, the digitalized space, as you all know, the currency now, within the next 5 years, the currency of transaction will sharply transmute to the digital space. So you can choose to interpret that. All governments, especially in this fiat currency era, run a secular budget deficit, secular budget deficits. This is an inherent part of modern governance. The most powerful and wealthiest governments run deficits, as do the poorest nations. A budget deficit is not necessarily bad. Look at the Japanese example with high government borrowings and low inflation. The real issue is whether deficit spending is productive or not. Unproductive deficit spending is a compounded negative, especially if backed by excessive borrowing of foreign currency. So that's a criticism of the Buhari administration right there. And I hope that you have the function to understand that. That's a criticism of the Buhari administration right there. A budget deficit is not necessarily bad. Look at the Japanese example with high government borrowings and low inflation. The real issue is whether deficit spending is productive or not. Unproductive deficit spending is a compounded negative, especially if backed by excessive borrowing of foreign currency. This is not classroom economics, but it is the lesson of real economic history of nations. It is based on this idea that I believe we must remove the PMS subsidy immediately. It has outlived its shelf life as a public good. We will neither subsidize neighboring countries' fuel consumption nor allow a select few to reap windfall profits and hoard products. And the subsidy money will not be saved, because that means elimination from the economy. Instead, we will redirect the funds into public infrastructure, transportation, affordable housing, education, and health, and strengthen the social safety net for the poorest of the poor, thus averting increased security challenges. On paper, it sounds good, but then, of course, everything sounds good on paper. Fiscal policy will be the main driver. Monetary policy is weaker and a less effective instrument. Bad monetary policy is, of course, destructive, but even good monetary policies cannot carry the load the fiscal arm can. This guy is presenting a strong argument. I think we can say that he's presenting a strong argument. First, we must steadily remove ourselves from the fiction of tying our budget to dollar-denominated or revenue. This is effectively pegging our budget to a dollar standard. It is outdated as the fuel subsidy itself. It is also restrictive and ties the economy to slow growth. My God, man. I think it presents not to get carried away, but I think it presents a good argument. It presents, in terms of policy positioning, he presents a readiness and a good argument. Certainly a pathway, innovative, that's the word that comes to mind, innovative. So a few more paragraphs and then we'll round it off and come into the room. On what he would do within his first 100 days if elected, Tinubu said he would hit the ground running by selecting a team of technocrats that will help him run the country as he did when he was governor. The APC candidate was accompanied to the NESG session by governors Atiku Bagudu Kebbi, Nasir El-Rufai Kaduna, Babajide Sanwo-Olu Lagos, and Dave Umahi Ebonyi, as well as former governors Adams Oshiomhole, Kayode Fayemi, and Babatunde Fashola, who is also Minister of Works, amongst others. Speaking on the rationale of the presidential dialogue, the chairman of the summit group, Niyi Yusuf, said the dialogue will give effect to common and shared ideas on the economy between the group and critical stakeholders. So there it is right there. So to the money end, a money speech by the Jagaban of GBT. To the money end, a money speech by the Jagaban. Don't think I get carried away. If that was coming from when I was reading articles policy positioning, I got carried away too. Because it may surprise you. My candidate for the upcoming election is Nigeria. I want Nigeria to win, and if for Nigeria to win, is the person with the best plan that will effect that victory. So here they are, the panelists: Adale Koko, the father of the bride; Thomas, the groom to the bride; man of prestige, that uncle that you want to keep the bride away from. The progressive, that uncle that likes a bit of a gin too much. Kulata, the one that will bore you with statistics at a wedding, you don't want to sit next to him. And DOG, the one that still wants to toast the bride, even at the 11th hour. And then, of course, Colin joins us, as does Patrick. So an A-star panel joins us, So let me just let me sweep up first and acknowledge. So kicked off by George Blueshell with the super sticker. Thank you, George. Followed on by Thomas with the super chat. This is the Blessed platform on YouTube. Welcome, folks. Thank you both for the kind words and the kind gesture. So thank you, Thomas. And then Alexander Gomez, of course, the owner of the super chat space. Informative, educative, engaging, quality dialogue. So hopefully we live up to that bidding. So thank you then, Alexander Gomez. So of course, that the super chat section is now formally open. So light up the space in multicolor. So light up the space in multicolor. Let's kick it off with Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, did I get too carried away when I was reading out that last piece? Or did you agree with some of the things that we had to say? Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. You're talking about the...
Yes, no, the TINUBU'S interaction with an economic space, fleshing out what is innovative, but in the reading of it, a very coherent and very pointed economic pathway out of the Nigerian malaise. He's talking about removing the subsidy immediately, his first 100 days plan. He's talking about the focus of his governance being more on the fiscal policies as opposed to the economic policy. And he's saying that the traditional way of pegging the economy to the value of the currency vis-a-vis the dollar is somewhat played out. So it's just a very controversial but very innovative economic positioning. And that interaction that they said he has not been having, he's having it with the people that matter. Is what's been suggested.
Well, it's a good thing that at least is engaging in interactive session with a particular group of people, fleshing out his economic, what his economic policy going to look like, and the direction is going to take Nigeria economy out of this massive economic problem that the country is going through. But the number one, what do you call it? The fuel subsidy that he said is going to take out immediately. He assumed office. I don't think that really makes sense. That does not make sense to me. That will definitely it's like it's somebody that people is trying to create problem for himself for taking that thing out immediately. Immediately when he assumed office. So, because what is it that you have to replace it?
He did speak to that. He said he was going to take it out, but he's not going to take the subsidy out of the economic space. He will repoint it to infrastructure, education, health. So those areas, that money will be moved to attack those areas instead.
Well, it is, you know, it is easy to say.
As a plan, do you agree with that plan? As a plan?
I don't believe that is achievable immediately. What he should explain to Nigeria on how to solve the problem, as you know, being called or being described as a man that transformed Lagos, even though I don't agree with that. He transformed Lagos in the areas of revenue generation. How we give that to him. So he should be able to tell us specifically how he will turn Nigeria to a country that will start generating revenue from the first day of his office. What is his plan on how to generate revenue? Because revenue shortage is the problem to Nigerian economy right now. We are not generating enough revenue. So how does he want to generate revenue to fund the useless budget that they have in place now? So that is what I want to hear from him, that will tell me that, yes, this man have a good plan to take us out of this economic problem. If he doesn't know how to generate revenue, he's telling me that, okay, I want to stop, petroleum subsidy. Yes. And that money, how we use that money, to fund, some other areas of economy like education and this. I don't want to believe in that. Politician.
I don't know economic stimulants. I don't know stimulants.
Can I jump in? It's not an interjection, it's just a support. Good evening, woman, and good evening, Ajale Coco. Ajale Coco is a socialist at heart.
Yes,
clearly.
This is it.
Yeah, so anything that speaks to taking anything from anyone, especially the poor ones, kind of pain him. I wish I'm related to Angelica. I would know how to finesse him.
Yes.
So
Just go and plead poverty, and Ajale Koko will empty his wallet into your.
yeah, I would know exactly how
Yeah.
to press his buttons and
Yeah.
everything. So
Yeah.
he's just one of those ones. Angelica, I obviously I am not a supporter of Tinubu, but any one of them that takes on that leadership, I think what he said is the best thing that should happen. 100 days is for me is even too much. I just think that it should be struck out immediately because the earlier is done, the better the people will start adjusting to. They will adjust with it together with the regime that is coming on, and the question whether it will be put to good use will remain, obviously, but until it's removed, um we will not be able to know whether it will be properly utilized or not. But as it is now, it's just a waste, really. It's just a big waste that it's just a means of people taking money off the system without accountability. And I also heard, I don't know how sure, I don't know how the extent how sure I am about that. I heard that Dangote refinery could be coming on stream by towards the end of this month or thereabout. So if that be the case, I could see where he could be coming from, really, even though they will be buying the oil, the petrol from him, but at least there will no longer be a landing cost and all those costs attached to it and stuff like that. So I think it's the right thing to do. There's no two ways about it. Nigeria cannot afford that we cannot afford those freebies. So let's take them
No,
out.
not if we are looking to develop. We cannot afford the. It has to go.
There's no two ways about it. It's harsh. It sounds harsh, but I suppose what it means is that for those that still have job, because at a point we will get to a point where Nigeria will become expensive, will develop, and people will eventually, the company that remains and the people that are working there will start demanding the right wages to be able to carry on with what they're doing. Because if the country start developing, that people are coming in, that you have companies and stuff like that, I don't think we will be talking about 30,000, 50,000, 100,000. People will start demanding the right wages because
The thing is, they can even have 30 to 50,000 if they put value to that. So if that 30 to 50,000 actually has the value of that sum, if it's actually worth something, so if they give value to the naira, people can still continue to earn 30 to 50,000, but then that 30 to 50,000 will be the 150,000 that was previous. So I think that's where he's trying to point.
Sorry, to add on to the adding value to naira. If we stop the subsidy now, that means the balance of trade in dollars, it will change. We won't require so much dollars to buy imported petrol. And I've read that we're going to be buying Dangote. We're going to buy from Dangote in naira. So that means we're going to sell our crude to Dangote in naira. We're going to buy petrol from Dangote in naira. So that means stronger demand for naira internally. So stronger demand for naira, less demand for dollars. Naira will get stronger. And NMPC's Port Harcourt refinery is starting in March, 60,000 barrels. In the next year or so, and a year after that or so, it's going to go to 200,000 barrels. So Warri 2 will come on stream in two years or so, perhaps another 100.
Is it in one?
I can't hear you.
Your connection is bad, Thomas, but carry on, Kolata.
So I mean, the point being, if we stop the subsidy, our demand for dollars drops almost overnight, and then our demand for naira increases. So our currency is going to get more. It will strengthen our currency, and perhaps it will get more stable. And also, it reduces externally dependent inflation, because a lot of dollar demand we have compounded with the higher interest rate for dollars that the US set. So it's just going to relieve our currency. It will give us it will put us in a better monetary situation. I hope I didn't say too much gibberish, but the bottom line.
No.
I
I
think
align with
I
your
think
thoughts. I
you
align with your thought. Yeah.
I think you put it in the wrong way, the other way around, because what you say was that if we stop the subsidies, that our demand for dollar will reduce.
It will
But the
reduce.
subsidies is not the reason why we demand dollar. It's because of the importation of the refined petroleum that makes us demand for
No.
it.
Kulata is right.
No,
You were not
Professor,
listening.
you're not listening.
Hold on. Maybe reward it. Reward
We
it,
pay
Kulata.
we pay for the petrol,
Hmm.
the subsidized petrol. We pay for the importation, and to subsidize it is all in dollars. It's not in naira. So once you stop that, the dollar demand goes down. We won't need more dollars to pay for petrol. We will be paying for petrol in naira. So that means more demand for naira. So naira strengthens. We don't demand more dollars. Dollars weaken relative to the
Whole lot
naira.
of subsidies is not paid in dollar; it's paid in
It
naira.
is
It's the
no,
No, it
importation
is.
that.
it is. The landing cost and everything is in dollars. That's why it's in dollars. It's not naira. If it was naira, it won't be that much of a bad problem. It's in dollars. Go and find out.
And
No,
also
because
refining petroleum abroad and importing it.
And
That's
it's all in dollars.
that is all in dollars. And they are saying that's a
yeah, that
good.
one is
That's
in
a
dollars.
yeah.
That one is in
That's
dollars.
a good 35% of our revenue. So if that goes back, if that is no longer, and that's a demand on the dollar, so that's you. So you are taking about 35% just immediately
Just
from the
immediately.
dollar earnings. So if that is no longer the case, then that goes back into the economy for other use and it strengthens the naira. I think that's where
Yeah,
collateral was.
Can I enter one man?
Yeah, come in on us proceed. Yeah.
Yeah, this fuel subsidy is something, I mean, it's a lot of stuff not subsidized in Nigeria. I mean, education, healthcare, electricity, water supply, and all that are they not subsidized in Nigeria? Why so much emphasis on just on that gas area?
Yeah, because that's capital
flight.
flight. No, because that's capital flight. All those subsidies, the education, the health, etc. Right. So that's subsidized within domestic use. But the oil subsidy, it's essentially it hemorrhages money abroad to all these countries that claim they are refining oil from us. So that's dead money. But the one that goes into education, you can see it regenerates to produce people like you and I. So there's an end product locally. And of course, the subsidy is fraud as well. So
one man, let me.
I see that point. One man, thank you.
Yeah. Let me even join that with what Man of Prestige just said. Even those subsidies that you mentioned as well, they really shouldn't even be there, because that's why those sectors are not even functioning. Because I think we are used to free things, or we like.
You don't think education and health should be subsidized?
No, maybe health.
What
Really.
about education?
But education, really, no. If you want it, pay for it.
What would have happened to Goodluck Jonathan if education was not subsidized?
Well, tough luck.
Look at that.
One man, if I may interject to that, it's not just
no, one man. I think,
can
I come in, please?
I mean, electricity, water, and everything. Some of these in private sector, should take care of those, things. And not everything is not government. I mean, we're not a socialist country. I mean, it seems like every commodity in Nigeria, milk, everything is being subsidized. I mean, that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, but you have to. What you have to understand is that we come from a country where overwhelming majority of the people are extremely poor. So you can't just say it has to be fully private sector driven economy without any form of subsidies. People cannot look. If you was to give people electricity in Nigeria today, some people will cut their own lights themselves because they won't be able to pay for it. So a lot of these things, government has to subsidize it.
But guess what? Yeah, those who can pay for it can actually create jobs that people can actually go and do, because the reason we're suffering what we're suffering today is because we do not have the electricity for those that actually need to create job with it so that people can get job. The thing is that about Nigeria is how do I say it? The free thing sounds good, we want it and every other thing, but I think it's a poor mindset kind of mentality. Really, it's not taking us anywhere because we get electricity for almost free to nothing, cheap or whatever, but we don't have electricity. So people, those that really want to go into manufacturing, can do so. So education, we get it almost for free, and they look at what we have: 8 months, 9 months strike. So is it worth it? Why don't we make it for those that can actually?
That is not the reason why they strike. Corruption is the reason why they strike.
I don't know what you people are talking about subsidy. Which subsidy do you see in Nigeria? Where is the subsidy?
Almost
education.
Everything is subsidized in Nigeria.
Hold on, gentlemen. You guys are saying something is subsidy. So they give people subsidy. What you enjoy, what you get, easy, without any interruption from the government, is what you can regard as being subsidized. What you don't get
is education paid for? Is education paid for at the market rate in Nigeria? Education.
What do you mean by market rate?
You know how much it costs for an education.
What is market rate?
Where you are and where I am.
Do you know how many Nigerians? Do you know how many Nigerians living below poverty line? 2/3 of your population are living below poverty line. So you mean those people should not be given education? And this subsidy you are talking about,
it's subsidized.
It is not subsidized. Education is not subsidized.
It is subsidized.
What do you mean by subsidy? Okay, do you know how many people are paid for in their state colleges? Do you know how much you are paid?
No, subsidized is
what do you mean by subsidy? Which subsidy are they giving them?
Subsidized is different from free.
It's not. Look. Education is not subsidized in Nigeria.
All right, okay.
I don't know what you people are talking about. Health is not subsidized in Nigeria.
How can you do a medical course? How can you do medicine? How can you do medicine? By the time you finish school, maybe you attend a federal university, and then you spend less than 500,000 for the whole course duration.
Who told you
and
that?
Then you said that
Who told you that somebody paid? Hello. Who told you that somebody paid less than 500,000?
Yeah, how much do you pay for tuition fee in federal universities?
Hold on. Who told you that?
How much do you think they pay for tuition fee in federal universities in Nigeria?
Hold on. What I'm saying, how much you are just you are making mention of medical school that they pay less than 500,000. Where and when?
I said somebody will will do a medical course, say like a medicine. And
where?
For the duration of the course,
let me answer you. I have a little
in every federal universities, every single federal university.
Let me give him a direct answer. I have a friend. Well, I don't know, a friend I could say that needed money for school. He's in Unizik. He's studying statistics or something like that. I asked him how much it was. It was a little above 100,000, about 102,000 or thereabout. That is, like a little bit above £100. What you should look at is that our people going to Ghana to study in these universities and everything.
Those are people of rich people. Those one are rich people. Those are children of rich
Ghana
people in Nigeria.
Ghana University is at market rate, and that's
hold on. I don't know. Look,
if you look, I've got something on the screen. If you want to look at it, I'll highlight it and then read it out. Have I lost it? Hold on, I'll bring it back up. But in Unilag for the academic year 2022 to 2023, the freshers between 20 to 50,000 naira.
Exactly.
Hold on, 20 to 50,000 naira.
Here it is on the screen. So I'm highlighting it now. It says Unilag. It says Unilag accepts fee for 2023-2024. It says the University of Lagos, Unilag, acceptance fee for 2023-2024 academic session is estimated from 20,000 naira to 50,000 naira. This fee is mandatory and non-refundable for every newly admitted 100 level student.
That is fee. What is that tuition fee? Did they mention tuition fee?
Hold on.
Hold on now.
I can
what
find
kind
it,
of fee is that?
I can find it if you want it.
So
but,
it's not tuition fee. It's not other fee. That what kind of fee is that?
Okay.
And if you go to state university, they are more than that.
Every course is paid differently, but it's not a lot of money. These federal universities are highly subsidized.
What I'm telling you, I don't know what you guys saying. Something is highly subsidized. When you have 2/3 of your citizens living under poverty line, and these people, you expect them to go to school. You don't want them to be criminal, and you are saying that, oh, they are subsidizing this thing. Do you think that 100,000 is just is that cheap to get in Nigeria easily when you have your minimum wage at 30,000 naira per month, and you're going to have children in college to come and pay 100,000? Where are you going to pay?
Okay.
Let me just say something, please.
Sorry, before you say it, let me just give you the table. So that's the table right there. Unilag fee, Unilag school fee schedule for fresh students 2023. Acceptance at 20,000, registration 5,000, identity card 1,000, result verification 5,000, examination 2,500, sport 1,000, medical services 2,500, lab services not non-refundable 2,000, so that's for science students, library services 2,500, students handbook 1,000, information tech IT 2,000, endowment fund 5,000, hire of gown 1,000, and then this T-ship, I'm not quite sure what they say, is 5,000. So the culmination of it, the totality of it, for the science students, 55,500, and for non-science students, 53,500. So there it is, right there.
That's the cost.
Let me react.
Wait, that's the cost of a dinner.
You won't fill your petrol tank with that. You won't fill your petrol tank with that.
Mama, what you are reading, what you are reading is different. Unilag school fees for the dependent department, it starts from 113,000 to.
Well, I don't know how it's different or not, but this is from
what you are reading. That is just
don't worry about all that. Can you hold on? I'm reading from schoolings.org, which gives us a chart of it. So I'm not sure. Even if it's a million naira, it's still highly it's not competitive international rates.
Let me. Can I add something, please?
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Man. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and good evening. An interesting topic here. I agree about education in Nigeria. At the surface, if you look at it, it looks like it is subsidized. But if you look at it in the real sense of it, education in Nigeria is not subsidized. The only time you can think education is subsidized is when you leave Nigeria. You know, Nigeria is an atypical state whereby people, after you read, you go to another country and now start earning high. But if you look at it as a graduate working in Nigeria and earning in Nigeria and looking at the average earning of Nigerians as a whole, their minimum wage, you will now understand that the fees of education is tailored to what you are earning. So you won't say it is really subsidized. The only time you can say it's subsidized that if I
disagree. The education equips you to earn to your capacity. To earn to your capacity. If you're not capacitated, then that's entirely down to you. It's not down to the education or even the economic space.
No,
Fashola was educated in Nigeria. Oshibanjo was educated in Nigeria. They made premium. Even Gani Fayemi He came
After
out
how
with a
many
pass.
years?
He came out with a pass and made a premium of his education.
After
So
how many? After how many years of practice? And how many people are like Fashola? How many people are like Ganifa with me? Now,
no, there are countless examples. Those are just the famous ones.
What percentage of the society do they make? That's what you will look at.
But to be honest with you guys, even private university, most of them are even not more than £1,000. And here, to go to university, you must have about £12,000 in the UK.
Yes, a minimum 10K.
I get what Ajaleko is trying to say, but we can't
it's
just
more than what do you mean by £1,000? How much do they pay per? I mean, the minimum you will get by private university in Nigeria, maybe you'll be paying like 5 million.
No
or
way.
3.5. It depends.
No way. I'm looking at the list now, sir, of all these American university.
Why you just arguing no way? My niece to a medical study in Guinea, they pay a million naira a month.
It's not 5 million. That's what I'm saying. It's less,
million
little above
in
£1,000.
a year is hold on. We are paying for 2 daughters in my family here. $1 million a semester, not even the books and other things you add.
It's not other things. I mean, what do you mean by
about
how much is that in hard currency?
It's not in hard currency, it's of the economy.
You got to look at the
how much is that? Is dollar not the benchmark? How much is that in dollars?
No, you can't use that benchmark for our own economy. I mean, we run our own things in our country.
All right.
Let me say this, then I'll leave
yes, say that, and then we get back to Ajanleko because I want us to get quickly to the elections, which we have done a lot of work on.
This is how I look at this here. When it comes to university, it shouldn't be free. You know, when it comes to primary and secondary school, yes, every government should make it free for their citizens, because at that point, people should be able to identify which area that they need to go to earn a living. But when you want to go to university, it's either there is a student loan that you will go and collect and pay for it after you started working, or you have the money to pay for it. All this getting everything for free that we are doing in Nigeria is what is holding us back, whether we want to accept it or not. With the corruption, obviously, that is eating deep into everything, but it's not helping that we want everything for free. People that shouldn't go to university, we've turned our university to glorify secondary school for crying out loud. We can't even attract people from other countries to come and spend their money, pay money into our institution and go to school. Because this is how the institutions and every other thing will grow. But they cannot come and be paying us 100,000, 200,000 naira, because, I mean, and go on strike for 3 months and 1 year and thereabouts. So I just don't buy this subsidy thing. It's not working for us, at least, so I'm not buying it.
One man, please. Please, can I say something, please?
Let's hear from Thomas. I did want to move away from that space. So two more comments, and then we move on.
Let me just read this to everyone. So the current school fees of University of Ibadan range from 34,300 naira to 36,800 naira for the old and new students. Is this money? And you say it's not subsidized, 34 to 36,000 naira school fees. Let's continue. I just want you to document that. So this is too cheap. This will not buy me. This will not buy me a dinner for 4 persons.
I think let's hear from Mike and then we move on.
Okay. I think we mix up some things. When we say you privatize, you bring private sector, it doesn't really mean or remove free stuff to your citizens. That does not mean that it increases efficiency. There are also countries and states that the government gives things free and also control the market forces. And those states are doing very well. Like, look at Saudi Aramco. Saudi Aramco is worth over $2 trillion as we speak today. And it's the second largest company in the whole world after Apple. So sometimes it doesn't mean that privatization is the best way.
it's about the people managing it. If the government is serious about managing something, I believe we will go a long way. It depends on the person managing it. I think if our government becomes serious, we can do something great.
Sorry to butt in, but what's the population of Saudi Arabia?
Saudi Arabia is around, let me Google it. I don't know, but I know that there are more than.
I'll do that just quickly.
Just two questions. What's the population of Saudi Arabia? How many crude? What's the millions of barrels?
Roughly 36 million as of 2021.
How many millions of barrels do they produce in a day?
I don't know, but I know that they are doing far better than Nigeria.
No, I just want to advise you to know these things before we start referencing some countries as examples. We have no business comparing ourselves with Saudi Arabia.
Why? Don't they produce what we produce?
The quantity they produce it and the populations that consume the money that they produce it is far different.
Saudi Arabia produces. Hold on. Saudi Arabia produces 12.5 million, approximately 10.4 million barrels per day, and Nigeria's quota is just about 2 million.
Because they factored in when they tell you that you can't tell me that Nigeria. If you've been to the Niger Delta, you will understand that Nigeria exports at least 3 million barrels per day. It's just that
undocumented, you mean?
Yes, it's just corruption.
We're not.
They just factored in.
We're part of.
I'm sure Saudi exports undocumented oil as well. Who is not exporting?
It's just that they factored all those corrupt forces in Nigeria and still pegged you at 2 million barrels per day.
It's not even up to 2. It's 1.8, and right
1.8.
And right now,
for a 230 million population,
it still boils down to what we are saying about corruption. If our government is serious, if they become serious in this, I think we will export more barrels per day.
No. Nigeria is part of OPEC. You can't just export to your capacity. You export to your quota. And Nigeria's quota is 1.8 million as per and Saudi is what 12.4 million for a 36 million population. So it's a lot of there's an.
But how do they determine the quota you get?
I think it's I'm not quite sure, but I think the Saudis, they straddle that space. Maybe it's by the quantity of fuel that you have available. But really, if that's the criteria, then it should be really for the population that resource is servicing. That's how it should be, But there's a lot of arguments that Nigeria should not be part of OPEC, and we're only there for reasons of religion more than anything else, because the Russians are not there, and they're the largest exporters of oil. If we come out of OPEC, they won't pump they won't pump the market, because they will be the financial losers ultimately. There is no reason why we should be part of OPEC. We should pump as much as we can to rescue ourselves. That's just my view. But
One more, can I come in, please?
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, sorry. I think I'm just going to quickly say on that area where you just spoke now. I think you see where I blame all those Nigerian leaders, that they do not use the leverage that they have. Because you see, Nigeria as a country should be targeting more of the African market. I don't see any reason why we should be joining OPEC when we are the 1 or 2 or 3 countries in the whole of Africa that produce crude oil. Why do we have to even sell to anybody else apart from the look? If we can, we should be using our influence to create a market within the African sphere that will give us
but you can't do that because you are locked in by what OPEC allows you to export.
No, what I'm saying is that we should not be member of OPEC. We don't have any business being
but we're there for reasons of religion, not anything economic.
The progressive. Let me answer the progressive quickly. The progressive, we don't have refineries, and African countries like us don't have refineries. So we can't sell crude to African countries because selling crude to them, they don't have the capacity to do anything with the crude. Now, the only way we'll be able to sell to African countries is Dangote coming on stream now. We'll be exporting to African countries because we'll be exporting refined petrol. And we will be earning dollars from African countries. So you see why we can't just go on our own, because what will an African countries do with crude? There's
it's just that we need to really create this African market and make it strong, because look, for me, I don't see the reason
that's what
why
Dangote refinery is going to do.
Yeah, I don't see the reason.
Sorry, let me interject. Sorry, please, I want to quickly answer to Patrick. Patrick, I said 1 million a semester, or you can say a term. That's what we are paying for a medical student in Benin. I didn't say University of Lagos or University of Benin. Benin University. Then this of OPEC, it was political. We were put in OPEC to cap us by the influence of Shell and Chevron or Aliburton. They did it for a political move to cap us, just to, like, how you call it in the newspaper world. They will buy your story to kill the story, to put in a safe box and keep it for a long time. They kept us as a reserve to control us. That's why I put on OPEC. If we would have been on our own, we would have been like Russia and we're selling our oil to African countries where they have the means to refine or not refine. There are countries that buy crude oil that don't have means to refine. They know how to go refine.
I'm not sure that Shell would. I'm not sure it advantages Shell for us to be in OPEC. Because it restricts the amount of oil that they can lift from Nigeria.
You know, America rely heavily on Nigerian oil, and Nigerian oil.
It's the best crude.
Yeah, the best. If you drill like 1 million barrels for Nigerian oil, you are getting like 850 million barrels. I'm sorry, 850,000 million barrels of crude oil. But in Saudi Arabia, they drill 1 million. You are getting like 120,000 out of it. They have too many H2O in their crude water.
All right, we're getting too technical. But
sorry, before we get too technical, I think Saudi Arabia and Americans, we know the deal: dollar, petrol, dollar, whatever. So probably they made them to control that so that they can control that things. And when it comes to West Africa or Africa, even we can't even control West Africa because of the influence of the French government on those because those countries they're really not independent, really. So who are you going to supply to aside from Ghana? Every other person is still French colony. So
part of our final solution will still be to rescue Togo, Benin Republic, and Niger Republic from the French.
Yeah, we have to do what China is doing.
We have to rescue those countries. They have
One
to be
man
under
this guy that
our
just spoke right. I think Africa have a lot of problem, which it's also between France and England and maybe America. So it's the politics that is going on. That's why Africa cannot really progress, because this side is protecting its own interest. This side is trying to siphon its own interest. One man, I support your session right now. Thanks.
All right, brilliant. But back to Ajanle Koko. But on my way to Ajanle Koko, let me sweep up the super chats that have been coming in. A man of prestige, as ever, he uses that space whenever the mood takes. The mood takes today, only for him to say, great opening, codifying with some caveats. So those are cryptic words from a man of prestige, saying, yes, the opening was all right, but I'm not 100% on your interpretation. But we have you here to give your own interpretation. Thank you for the super chat, man of prestige. Great opening, codifying with some caveats. Bucci Okafor joins. He says, Tinubu is not mentally or physically fit. He is out. Well, the first half may be, but the second half definitely not. He may not be mentally or physically fit by your interpretation, but he's not out, unfortunately, for some. SRB comes in. It says, Dr. Bucci Okafor, the telepathic power. So diagnosing remotely, I think, is the inference there. So a jibe in Bucci's direction via super chat from RB. So thank you. And then I think a couple more. Where are they? There was one from Sam O that I saw just, and there it is. So Sam O. Well done, host. Very engaging platform. So thank you, Sam. So that sort of super chat, those sort of color super chats is what we especially welcome. So a double well done to Sam for that. So this color super chat welcome as well. Alexander Gomez, who super chats just routinely to the conversation. Nigeria sells in excess of 2 million barrels per day. In my days, we could call it. We could call it off. OPEC undeclared. I traded in crude in the early 80s. So we now know where the money is from the super chat is coming from. Look at that. Is Alexander Gomez making an admission there? So there it is. Thank you, gentlemen, for the super chat. Keep them coming in. And then, of course, whilst I still have the floor, let me document as ever. You know where we're going, and you know which name we're going to read out. He never really gets any company, so he feels often lonely, but nevertheless, he continues to straddle that space. It continues to straddle that space as ever. Just as soon as the session starts, Ayo does, as he always does, with the buy the coffee thing. So thank you, Ayo. So anybody that wants to join Ayo in that space, join him. So thank you, gentlemen. Let the place continue to light up in supercharts. That's really what we see in all live streaming platforms. So why not here? So back to you, Ajanle Koko. So you were rounding off then at TINUBU'S economic interaction with an economic summit. So back to that space.
Yeah, before I go to Tinubu, let me tell you, Nigeria does not subsidize any education. Nigeria does not subsidize healthcare.
Even after all the figures everybody read out.
Yeah, they don't subsidize nothing. Go and look at your budget this year. You will know that it's a sham. You don't invest on education. You don't invest on healthcare. And a country that does not invest on those two key areas will not have a better future. Investment on education, according to United Nations, every dollar that you invest on education will give you $20 in return. There's no business you want to conduct in this world that will give you such huge return. That is what education does. So Nigeria does not invest on education, and that is why you see criminality at a high rate in that country. During the time of Awolowo, he invested 45% of the budget all year long, between 45 to 85% of the budget on education. And we see what he has done, what he turned Yoruba people, and the generation after that generation, what it turned out to be. So what you are seeing in Nigeria today, you don't see, and there's no subsidy on education. There's no subsidy on healthcare. So, gentlemen, don't be deceived. Don't say because people are paying 100,000 or 50,000 and you see that is heavily subsidized. It's not subsidized at all. We should have free education at all levels in Nigeria. Do we have the resources? We have the resources. Do we have the capacity?
University level as well.
But you have people.
Come on.
We have people that are not interested in, and development of their people in any way you can look at it. So let me leave that like that. So going to Tinubu saying that on his first day in office, he will take off, what do you call it? Petroleum subsidy. He's just lying. He cannot do it. He knows the repercussion of it. He knows the blowback that he will get from doing that. He knows that he will put Nigeria in serious turmoil because the economic hardship that will bring on the economy will be so enormous, and you are going to see high inflation that we never seen in the history of that country. Except you have your refinery working, refinery running efficiently, if you don't have your refinery running efficiently, so all this talk by politicians that they're going to stop subsidy, it's not possible. Why would I believe him when people in the past, in their party, even their president that is governing Nigeria, the president of Nigeria, he called it a scam before he was elected? Why does he not have the guts to take it out?
Ajali
You
can I come
think
in,
they
please?
don't know what they are doing? They know what they are doing. Why they couldn't take it out? So what I will have expected him to say is that, yes, I will investigate that space. I will root out the corruption going there, and I will block all the loophole where the all the excesses have been, the excesses in that space. I will block it, and I will make that what do you call it? Subsidy work well for Nigerian people. But saying he's going to stop it, what else? What is it that Nigerian people will enjoy when Nigeria cannot enjoy anything? On education, you don't fund education well. Healthcare, you don't fund it well. The petroleum subsidy that you are saying that you are giving to us, you want to take it. What will remain for Nigerian people to enjoy? How will Nigerian people enjoy their
What are we
resources?
enjoying now?
No, Ajali Koko. How would removing subsidies lead to hyperinflation?
Okay, let me tell you how that will happen. Because when you remove subsidy, the prices of that gas, of petroleum will go up. And when prices of petroleum go up, that will affect transportation. Cost of transportation will go up. And the cost of foodstuff will go up. And that will spread across all sectors of the economy.
Yeah, but you see, this is where you get it wrong, Ajali Koko.
Huh?
All right, I want to move away from that space quickly.
Just one more,
have that conversation. Then
let me mention something to Ajali
Koko. This is where you get it wrong. This is where you get it wrong. As we speak now, diesel is currently not subsidized in Nigeria. Kerosene is currently not subsidized, and most of those heavy-duty vehicles run on diesel. So all of the inflation that you are talking about had already been factored in anyway.
It will double.
No,
it is going
diesel
to double.
is not currently subsidized. It is only PMS petrol that is subsidized in Nigeria as we speak now.
You look, when you don't produce a particular product that have high demand for it, what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, but I'm saying diesel is not currently. Look, the government is not subsidizing diesel.
Look, how many people use this diesel in Nigeria?
All the heavy-duty vehicles, all heavy-duty vehicles.
How many
use
compare?
Diesel.
What is the amount? What is the Can you compare the number of heavy-duty vehicles you have compared to cars?
Yeah, but those are the vehicles you use to carry goods from one place to another.
Angelica, we want to move on, but since you're holding the space, you're right, and the other man is right. All the transporters that bring you the goods and everything, they use diesel, but you're right, because in a way, Nigeria is just basically waiting for that. Even a fish seller in the market that get their fish from Lagoon will tell you that few have, suddenly add money. I get what you're saying. It will add money, but what I'm saying is that even with all the things being subsidized or not, it's not helping anybody. We are still suffering, So maybe when it's all taken out, maybe when everything is taken out, people with real money, maybe people like MAMMAN, can actually bring their money back and maybe invest in transportation, good transport system and stuff like that, and be making money from it. And people
colleagues, understand what I'm saying. This petroleum, we don't produce it in Nigeria. until when you produce it in large quantity that will satisfy your demand. That will bring down the price. But when you don't produce in Nigeria, you have to use your hard currency to import it. And then somebody is coming in, our president said, I'm stopping it. What you don't produce in Nigeria. What do you think is going to happen? The price will triple. The price
like the other
of
man
that thing
said,
will triple.
Hold on, Ajali Koka. Do you know how much we wasted in the last 15 years on this, what I consider to be a pyramid scheme? Over 30 billion in the last 15 or 16 years.
Without
imagine
anything, that could have built
30
the
billion.
best hospitals in the world.
Look, let me tell you, you don't elect lazy people to be your leader. Whatever problem that you have, you must, once they are elected to lead you, they should solve the problem, and not solving the problem to bring another hardship on the people. That is what TINUBU is telling you that it's going to do. I want to stop this problem, and I will replace it with the hardship on you. So they should just stop talking all this political nonsense just to win election. I don't believe in all these people. Look, how long will Nigerian people will continue to suffer? How long will we continue to suffer? We have these resources there. We have the crude. Why can't we refine it in Nigeria? That is the permanent solution to that problem. It is not Dangote. It is not Dangote refinery that will solve our problem. We have our own.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Kulaka just described to you that a lot of the refineries, at least 2 of them, and we know that there are about 3 other modular refineries as well that are already at the completion stage. But a lot of the, at least 2 or so of the refineries, they are already being revamped, ready for production. And he's even giving us a timeline. So all these things here.
They have not finished it, so it is when they are leaving office, everything will be all right for us. You want me to believe them? You want me to believe APC? What has APC promised
Dangote
you?
is a private businessman. It's not APC. It's Dangote.
No, forget about Dangote. I'm not relying on Dangote refinery.
Why?
What I'm not relying on Dangote refinery should have been open since 2000.
All right, I must move on. Let me play this clip. I think we've started too much there. So let me play this clip. This is Babatunde Fashola speaking to they say he has been missing all the way through the TINUBU campaign, but here he is now, nailing his colors to a mast. Oh no, that's not Babatunde Fashola. That's us. That's us. Where is it? Bear with me 1 second. Yeah, this one. All right. So let me bring that up. Let me bring that up. I want us to get quickly to the spreadsheets that a lot of labor has gone into prepare. But let's watch this first.
This last lap of this conversation, we're talking to you now as Lagosians, as our former governor. You're not discussing with you just as regular people, but we're as Lagosians, asking you to tell us the truth and speak to us as your constituents. You're a former governor of this state. You led this state. And many have alluded your success to your forebearer, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, who was before you. And many have also said that he started the projects and many of the concepts, the ideas and the blueprints and idea of what Lagos should be, which you worked on, and even what Babajide Sanwo-Olu is working on now. But many still feel that Asiwaju shouldn't be running for president today, in your view, because they feel, what, he has already led Lagos, and we've seen the success of Lagos. Why is he running for presidency? Does he need to say that he's a Milokon? He's a party leader. He should remain a Afobaje, not a leader. What are your thoughts? Do you think Asiwaju indeed has the capacity to lead this country?
Without a doubt in my mind, I've worked with him, and I was his chief of staff for 4.5 years. So I worked with him on a minimum basis of about 14 hours a day. So I saw him at close quarters. you underestimate his resilience and you underestimate his intelligence at your own peril. And go and read the tribute I wrote when he turned 60. So, yes, but he's a much older man. And one side of the question is okay because he's older. The other side is that what is on offer on the other side? Is there not something inherently or altruistically patriotic about this move that in spite of this, I want to do this for my country? And what does he want to do for his country? You know, when people talk about what he did in Lagos, and I think you localize it when you even focus it on Lagos, but let us remember that the first state bond for infrastructure and development in this country was raised during his term as governor. And it was raised in spite of a federal PDP opposition saying that it couldn't be done. But that is the model, that is the pathway that all states now follow to raise funding. So there was a funding problem. We still have a funding problem, a revenue problem. IGR expansion, his model is the model that all the states have now followed. So why are you hiding behind a finger? So Nigeria has similar problems. We need to expand our revenue base. And so this is what is offering. When people were struggling with access to justice, Office of the Public Defender was created here. The last time I checked, 10 other states, including opposition, have created their own version of the Office of Public Defender. So even those who oppose him adopt his policies. The Lagos State Advertising and Signage Agency, LASA, was not just to reform and strengthen and reposition advertising business, it was to increase local government revenues, who have the constitutional responsibility for outdoor signage and advertising. The last time I checked, if you check, 15 states in Nigeria have passed their own version of LASA. And 16 states have passed their own version of LASMA. All of his policies have gained resonance nationwide, even by his most virulent critics. And he's saying now, I want to do this on a national scale. And you're asking me whether I should run. I will vote for him. And I'm campaigning for him. And let the opponents come and show us what they have done. Because we are now saying from local to national. What have you done? And you know the interesting thing? All of them held public office. All of them, at least the front runners.
The records are there.
So what have you done that has had national appeal, national acceptance, and national sustainability as to qualify you for this job? So it's not about how old the man is. Even his older version is better than any of their younger versions as I speak today. Because I've seen all of them at work, and I've taken time to objectively analyze what they have done. So you would hear that one of the candidates says, oh, yes, I'm going to privatize. We did privatization. Privatization of what? The privatization process started during Ibrahim Babangida, 1986. That was when the law was passed. And then you say you privatize, and that's why we have a telephone. Lie. What was privatized was NITEL. I don't know how many Nigerians use a NITEL line.
No wonder.
The lines we use today are licenses that were sold. And there's a very fine distinction between privatizing an asset and selling a license under a law that you did not enact.
Okay, that's fair. Question.
Okay, let's just quickly follow up since, just on Monday, the 2nd of January, the governor of Lagos State was on set here. And we had asked whether what he felt about Asiwaju's candidacy. Also, he talked laudably about it. And I would like to know, since he is also running, you've governed the state where he's governing now. What do you think about his performance so far? And would you also vote for him? Not because he's from the party that you belong to anyway, but what do you think?
Again, it's always what is on the other side. And this morning, I would vote for him without a doubt. I'm going to campaign for him. I'm coming back home to campaign.
All right. So he goes on to speak about Babajide Sanwo-Olu and all of that, which we can listen to at some point. But it is just that first phase where a lot of people have been asking that where is Fashola in this campaign, and they are saying the body language of Fashola is indicating that it does not consent to the candidature of Tinubu. So now, has that been dispelled by that appearance? One, excuse me, and then in the course of his narration, does he present a convincing argument as to the candidature of Tinubu? So Babatunde Fashola's appearance, what did they make of that, Ajale Koko?
Well, Tinubu is his boss forever. Maybe tomorrow things can change. We don't know. But as at the moment, everybody in Nigeria sees him as what do you call it, Fashola as Tinubu's boy. So he's just doing what he has to do to market his boss, his former boss, very well. And for people that have been saying that maybe because he has not been campaigning for him to take it as if maybe it's a kind of problem between them. Those are people that doesn't know what is really how deep and how strong the relationship between them, how strong it is. So, but Fashola, alongside others in the cabinet, Oshibajo and others, I believe at the last stage of the campaign, they will get involved to campaign with their boss. So it's just reiterating that he is still committed and still committed to Tinubu's ambition, and he will support him. So it doesn't mean anything to me. It's just a way of showing his solidarity to his former boss, which is normal. Every politician will do that when they are still when the going is still good between them. Until things changes, then maybe we'll be hearing different things. Like somebody like what's his name of that Oshunga? Aregbesola will not be talking like this because he fell out with Tinubu already. So you never see him coming out to campaign with him or to do anything, except maybe some elderly people in Yoruba land try and settle whatever that is between them. Maybe you will see him appearing in campaign stage with Tinubu. So it doesn't. It's just what should be expected from people. It's Tinubu boy. So it doesn't mean any. It doesn't show anything. It's just normal. It's a normal thing. Every politician will show their strong commitment to their boss, and that is what he's just doing. Yeah,
but does it dispel the language that there's a distancing of because everybody have been asking where he is in the campaign. I don't know. Did you want to come in, D? Because of course now we are playing it down, but when he didn't make an appearance, everybody was singing and dancing that he had abandoned Tinubu.
Yeah, quick one. It's just to Ajanle Koko. I understand what you are trying to say, that he's trying to support his boss, but don't you think he has a good point to back his boss? Like he even rightly said, let everybody come out with what they've done and let us table what we've done and let's compare. And truly, he said most of what Tinubu has done now resonates with almost everybody. Almost every state now is trying to copy the same thing, which is true. and we can all see it. So are you telling me we should throw all that aside and just believe it's just because he wants to support? Because are you telling us he's not making a good point with what he has referred to, the things that he has pinpointed to compare and contrast him, Tinubu, and the other front runners?
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that he doesn't have a point. He have a good point for what he's saying. In a country that, in a system that is a failure. So Lagos State, according to him, being regarded as a state of excellence among states, within the federation that is not performing up to expectation. So they have been governing Lagos State for 23 years now, and they've done little. Yeah, it's little that they have done. They are not, perform as expected. If they have done well, or if we have to say they have done well, I would have seen an improvement in healthcare sector. I would have seen an improvement in education, where most private schools in Lagos State will have reduced drastically. But what we see in Lagos State, we see private school opening up. And what signal to me is that the public school does not function well. We will have seen pipe-borne water running in every nook and cranny of Lagos State. We don't see that in Lagos State. So we're in a country where
Thank you, Ajale Koko. That is how to measure development
hold on. That pipe bomb water. Maybe we should just tackle that for a micro moment. Was it Tinubu's phase that pipe bomb water should have been facilitated in Lagos, or should it have been from the onstart? Because Lagos was already fully developed, at least very crowded when Tinubu came in. No. For them to pipe-borne water through Lagos as congested as it is, that would have been an engineering feat, and never mind Mansa Musa level of spend.
No, one man. It was running well in Lagos.
And it was running in some satellite spaces in Yaba and just a couple of places.
I believe pipe-borne water was running. Was it not running in Oregon when you were?
No. We have our own borehole. Like I think everybody, okay. And we've been living there for God knows how long.
Ajani Koko, sorry.
Please.
Sorry, man of prestige.
Let D land and then you come in.
Yeah, sorry, okay. Man of prestige. Yeah. Ajani Koko, I'm not satisfied with your answer to my question. I must say, I get all the points you are trying to make, but my simple question is, now, with what Tinubu has done and what he has said about Tinubu and the things he has done that has resonated with other states and all that, compared to other candidates, is he lying?
Oh, compared to other candidates,
because he made mention like they've all. The good thing is the three front runners have actually run office before. So if you compare what they did when they were running in office, is it lying about they can't beat Tinubu if you compare what they did, and most of it are still in existence, still manifesting. Even people are now, different states are now trying to copy that blueprint of what he has done before. And some things are still even bringing income and all that into Lagos State, compared to like Anambra State, or compared to what Atiku has done when it comes to privatization.
I will need to react to this.
Can I make my last intervention? I need to go off. I'm going somewhere.
All right. Let man of prestige come. Okay, actually, you come in since you may have to. Why are you leaving us so soon, Collins?
I got to go somewhere.
All right. She can't wait any longer. Okay, carry on.
So, well, to be honest with you, that was a really good defense of Tinubu from a man who knew him best. That was a very good presentation from him. He did well. It's just that that throwaway figure of how many states. I think it would have been best if he had gone into like mention at least those states, especially if it's the states that have kind of contestants in this very presidential election as well. It would have made sense because he just did a throwaway words and somebody just rightly picked it up and said Anambra now. So without me, I don't know about any other person, without me knowing if Anambra is been copying everything that
no, it's not copying, don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is he mentioned the Tinubu achievement in Lagos and some other states have copied it. He didn't say Anambra copied it.
No.
So I'm now saying compared to what Tinubu has done, when he said 3 of them has been in government. For the good thing is 3 of them have been in government before. And looking at what Tinubu did in his time when he was in government, compared to what others did, they can't beat it. And what Tinubu has done before resonate now that even most other states, 16 or 15 other states are copying last man, which is true. Or your state is copying some things. I didn't make specifically Anambra. I didn't mean Anambra.
Like I said, it was a really good presentation. It would have made sense if he would have mentioned at least 2 or 3 states, especially if any of them is also contesting for this present election, because unfortunately.
But Collins, let me tell you something about Fashola. Collins, Fashola is not the person that played Gora politics. You know, he's very, very diplomatic. If I'm not familiar with any governor in Nigeria, I'm very familiar with him. He doesn't play Gora politics. I mean, he's very diplomatic, but he can read analysis. He can read from what he said, the people that he's referring to. So he's a very good, probably my best, governor in Lagos State. So, but I'll speak after you speak. Go ahead.
Yeah. So he did a very good job for him, and about him coming around and a lot of us being skeptical if he's going to come around and everything. It's politics by the end of the day. Once they've been in politics for this long, they don't know how to do any other thing. That's all they know. And where would he remain relevant other than to be in APC and to be within Tinubu? So it's not surprising. It's not so surprising, like Ajale Gogo said.
But he went on to say, though, because it's about a 20-minute long interaction. He went on to say that this will be his last appearance in politics, that it's had enough. And I think he's been saying that for a while.
Yeah, but they always say that, though. You know why they say that? They say that's just in case they didn't call them back. You'll be surprised if Tinubu wins tomorrow and need him as a very. It depends on the position that they call. They call them back on or wherever that makes them to decide. Oh, do I want to come back as this or as that? Because that is just basically saving face. That's how I say it. Because he probably knows that he might not be. So he might as well live with a bank. So there's nowhere Fashola, after all the heights he's had in politics, is going to come below any certain, whatever ministry and stuff like that. So if he gets the right portfolio, trust me, he is a politician. He's still very young. He will come back. But without not being sure if he's going to get that or not, this will be the best thing for him to say. Because if he doesn't say it, people will be like, where is Fashola by the end of the day? So he defended him very well. And he was also doing that in TINUBU'S television station. He probably didn't even prepare for that. So they threw away that question. There's no way. How is he going to avoid those questions? But like I said, he went into details to give very good reasons. For somebody like me, even as you were reading them out, and I was like,
Collins, I know you will go there. That he said that in TINUBU'S television. It was in channels. Let me finish. Calm down, please. It was in channels on Arise. He will say the same thing. It doesn't mean anything, isn't it?
No, if it was in channels, I probably would. Okay, he said that, but he did say it in TINUBU'S station. So let's.
I think the wider point Collins is making is that it was a soft sell space. They are unlikely to push him. They will give him soft sell questions for him to eulogize about Tinubu.
Yeah,
so it was a committee of friends.
Yeah, because basically they probably feel the same thing that some of us skeptic feels, and they just wanted to, like, got you. Let me use one mass word, like, got you kind of question. What was he going to say? He's still an APC man by the end of the day, you know. So that was, maybe if he was in any other station, maybe he wouldn't be. Nobody would have asked him that kind of question. So they asked him, and he has to defend. He has to defend his boss because he's still his boss. Because every fight that we heard about has not been in public. Fashola has never come out to say that he had a fallout with Tinubu or anything. So why wouldn't he defend him? But like I said, he didn't just defend him like with a throwaway like Robbie or some gibberish. Well, he went into details, like talk about policies, and I like those kind of things. Because what Nigeria actually needs is policy that will outlive whoever there is imposed when that was implemented. You know, so hearing him say that he implemented some policies that has outlived him, that even other states are beginning to copy, that tells me, okay, this is a man who has intelligence. So I can disagree with Tinubu, but I'm not disagreeable. I mean, so we all want Nigeria to move forward by the end of the day. So regardless of who we, so yeah, that was a good defense of his boss. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right, round of that space, Ajanle Koko, and then I want to take us to the. You will miss out if you leave early. Oh yeah, come in, man of prestige. But Collins, you will miss out if you leave early, or make sure you are listening still. Because we are about to unravel the elections.
I would have loved to react to this, but it's okay.
Okay. We'll take your reaction. We take man of prestige's reaction. Ajande Koko will round up that space, and then I want to get very quickly to the spreadsheet that has been painfully put together, painstakingly put together. But yeah, man of prestige, to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I was speaking about Fashola. I mean, I like his delivery. I mean, this is why when I did my super chat, I was talking about opening analysis, but I used the word codifying. With some caveat. So that's where I was coming from. But anyway, can you hear me?
Yeah. No, sorry. Let me mute
okay.
Ike.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Carry on, man of prestige. Yeah.
Anyway, Fashola, in my opinion, is my best performing governor in Lagos State. So I may be biased because I'm very familiar with him. Of course, he's a Tinubu protege. So there's not that he's going to come here and support him. But anyway, coming out to speak on behalf of Tinubu, that has dispelled all rumor that he wasn't going to show up. I mean, I never doubt that. I mean, that's his protege. Like you said, he made Fashola, but I don't buy all that. Maybe he's implementing some of Tinubu what he set up. So, but anyway, I wanted to interject on that. That Fashola is a visionary. Everybody should know about that. And one more thing I need to tell you, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, or something like that. He has proposed for Nigeria to bid for the next World, not the next World Cup, the World Cup after that. So that shows you his visionary. Yeah, he has proposed for Nigeria to bid for, I think, the next 8 years World Cup. So everybody know. I don't know if you all know that, but this is coming from Fashola.
That's an excellent idea. It's long overdue. We should have hosted it a long time ago. If it wasn't for the insecurity, the argument would have been stronger. But Ike, you wanted to come in? Ike.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Now we've lost you. And there
I'm here. Sorry.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. Being someone that lived in Lagos for a while, I will. Fashola is the best governor I've seen from Lagos, and it's a good thing that he came out to defend his boss, and that's fine. But we have to commend Tinubu for. I think we have to commend him for trying to create autonomy, state autonomy, states trying to have control their own territory, like power. That's part of having an independent power station, LASMA, and all the rest of it. those things are fine. But I just want to say something here. I think this issue of trying to assess TINUBU'S government from 1999 till date, I think is a bit dangerous. Why do I say so? I say so because when Fashola, Ambode, and Sanwo-Olu, assuming they are going to contest, because these guys are young and they are going to contest for presidents, assuming, what will they now use to campaign if this guy has already taken from 1999 to 2022? And also, another thing I want to react to is that we should remember that what we are running is a democracy. So I don't like the fact that, yes, we have to encourage mentorship, but we also have to look at it like, if you finish governing, you should allow people select who they want to lead, who they want to lead them. So I don't really see that as determining who continues, determining who wins and continues government after him. I don't really see it as a big achievement if you want to entrench democracy in Nigeria. And thirdly, if you look at TINUBU'S government from 1999 to 2007, what we used to judge development that time was Millennium Development Goals that is made up of human capital index, healthcare, education, drinking, potable water, drinking water. So if we assess him in those areas, that's where we will know whether he did well or not. That's when we will have an objective assessment.
So sorry, who uses Millennium Development Goals? So how?
Millennium Development Goals is it has phased out. Now it started in 2000. It was used to the development, as in the developing countries of the world. That was an objective assessment to know how they were moving away from poverty, how they were developing. And it was an independent body that's not biased. So when we want
who came up with it?
I think is what I don't know.
I think it's probably the United Nations.
The United Nations.
And those are recommendations. But the way governance is, you govern to what is specific to your locality, not some random paper presented.
No, one man. No, these are the things that you used to gauge. And if you look at it,
who's we? What do you mean we used to gauge? Who is the we that's using to gauge
human beings. We human beings. Even it has.
What do you mean we human beings? I've never heard anyone say that.
It is what is used to check the quality of life of people.
No, who said that?
Bro, sorry, I didn't even get your name. But Fashola spoke to specific though. I think you're going back to the things that we've talked about before.
No, it's going back to an old argument coming from a particular space. That's what they're saying.
Didn't actually credit all the people that he mentioned. Policies that Tinubu implemented. If he was like Tinubu did this, Tinubu did that, all of us would have gotten to where you are right now before you even get there. But he mentioned like policies that he actually implemented. Woman, am I wrong to think that?
You are right. But the wider point that I think Ike is trying to make is that there was a standard for that time, which is this Millennium Development Goal. There was a policy paper presented either by the United Nations or the WHO as a pathway to growth. And he's saying that is the standard that governance is judged by. And what I'm inviting him to say is that those are just loose prescriptions, because a lot of those are things that you get from the United Nations. Hold on. They are usually catch-all policy positions that does not identify. That policy, Millennium Development Goal, it applies to developing Asian countries, developing Middle Eastern countries, developing African countries, etc. So it's a catch-all policy position that does not apply to the specificity of a particular space. But it is down to you then to identify what is specific to your immediate need. So the Lagos State is not a satellite of the United Nations of WHO
No. You can't tell me you take your specific need. Who doesn't know that healthcare is important to everybody? Who doesn't know that drinking water?
Yeah, but healthcare was part of the things covered by the TINUBU administration.
To what extent? But let's not go into that.
To the extent that the economics facilitated for.
Healthcare is still a fail in every state in Nigeria. So let's leave that out. I don't think any state can claim. Even if during any person's time that it was functional. Today in every state in Nigeria is not functioning. So I think what Fashola spoke to was specific, like there was policy. I think it was more like going into his thinking capacity. That he was able to pull some ideas that were not there, and he kind of made it work that other states saw it and felt like it was worthy of emulation. But I could be wrong, but that's how I interpreted what Woman was trying to say. But yeah.
You're actually correct. And I don't know what the name of the last speaker is. I can't tell.
My name is Ikena.
Ikena. Somebody, I don't know whether it was Kulata was going to tell you something. You see, you always want to make a point, but at the end of the day, you don't have some fact at hand, which puts you on the spot. But I think you didn't listen when he was trying to tell you about when they were talking about crude oil and Saudi Arabia and all that. This is happened to you again. Carry on.
Okay, no. Let me react to the crude oil. Let me react to the crude oil thing and Saudi Arabia. Why I said that? You people misunderstood. No. Let me say one word.
Okay, very briefly, and then we get back.
Yeah, why I called Saudi Arabia is people have this notion that it is only when you privatize that things start working, and I'm trying to say that the government can also be involved in things, and those things will work and work efficiently. It's not about comparing GDP. That's not why I said that. Why I said that a government can be involved in a sector, control it, and it brings good results. That's just what I wanted.
But Aramco is privatized now. It's on the market, isn't it?
Aramco.
That's the biggest IPO, Saudi Aramco. Or didn't they do it?
They did it, but it is a government. It's a government-centered partnership that government controls and monitors.
It's no longer listed.
It floated, though. There was a time they were trying to sell in the international space, actually, for investors to come. Yeah, it's a floated company, Aramco.
They're setting the IPO, and once they set that, then it's no longer government. Anyway, no problem.
Me, I don't have issue with Aramco.
You need some updates.
I don't have issue with Aramco or what Fashola said. What issue I'm having, people don't notice how Fashola grew a gray hair in more of 60 years.
There it is now. The weight of our 3 portfolios,
Oh, and again, it's not just Fashola. We should check it. The health issues in Nigeria is really alarming. I've seen some of my mates that is barely 50. They grow gray hair on their beards, mustache hair, like that's
I don't think Fashola's gray hair is health related. I think it's stress related from the.
It's still the same health. Stress related is health, But anyway, I'm not saying, but I'm just using an example.
Well, please, you did drink Japanese ginseng and everything.
Gray hair from so I don't know what you guys are talking about. I asked myself, what are you talking about?
The way they grow gray hair in Nigeria.
One man, have you opened your champagne?
Oh no! I'm still waiting for the right occasion. It's too.
Come on, one man, open this thing now.
I'm not that much of a drinker, is the thing. So I have to have an event to open it for. But when I open
Thomas,
it,
now you get. It's not even champagne. It's whiskey now.
It's whiskey. Yes, Japanese whiskey. Yeah. It's a collector's piece. I might even treat it like art and just keep it
One man,
let me give you my address. Send it to me, please.
There are 2 bottles. I probably want to sell. I probably want to send one to Sally B, who requested for one.
Sally B requested for one. Yeah. But if I collect one man, you should keep it, because my friends I'm sending to in Nigeria.
Why do you want to sell alcohol to female? The Nigerian woman.
No. Sally B is she.
Why you want to send the?
No,
But one man,
red wine. Celibates, we are slacking you off, by the way. Red wine runs in our veins, celibates.
But one man, those two whiskey are different. One is single malt, one is grain. You need to try them. You know what to call about Japanese whiskey. It's good.
Yes.
It's good. But my friend in Lagos, I sent to they are golfers. Like if I open my account now, you see I already have like 20 something bottles stocked down that I want to put in my corner. Now I'm sending this February. I always send them every year. They always ask me for it. Not that they cannot buy it, but they don't get it in Nigeria. All this Japanese whiskey is rare.
How many did you send to Oba?
Please, we sending this whiskey. I would need some. I would pay for it actually.
No worry. It's not about pay. I do it from my heart. When I do it to my friends.
We get plenty chayo for this platform.
They are rare vintage whiskey, not just Glenfiddich or all that. They are rare vintage whiskey.
All right. If I meet up with Collins, who is in the UK as well, maybe we'll open it together and then do a clip of it.
If you like it, I'll send it to you. I want you to try it. Then if you like it, I'll send it to you.
Okay, cool. Sweet. All right then.
They're rare. They're expensive. Some bottles go up to like 20,000 pounds. Some bottles that depend on the year.
One man.
The next time I want to send to one man. I want you to try this. If you like it, I have one special one I have here. It's 16 years. Yamazaki. Look it up.
Yeah. Yamazaki.
15,000 pounds, 20,000.
One man. Maybe we all that we are in the UK should meet up and drink this.
Well, there it is. We have to have a meet and greet. If we are sufficient enough of a number, then we just find a nice restaurant and have a meet and greet. Yes. Back to Ajanle Koko.
Let me answer this question. Yeah. I think it's right comparing his boss with regard to what he did that other states are copying now. I think it's right. Recently, what do you call it? Kaduna State government just launched their own BRT, that bus system.
The version, yeah.
Yes. So, and it is true that, and that is not peculiar to Tinubu. That has been the practice. That has been the practice when you compare Lagos with other states. Even during Jakonde time, there are a lot of things that Jakonde did that other states across the federation copy. And that is what Lagos represents within that state they call Nigeria. Lagos is the leader of all states. Whatever happened in Lagos is what other states will copy and use that to govern their own space well. So that is not peculiar to Tinubu. It's not the first time that other states will copy whatever anybody that govern Lagos State does. It's not the first time. So, but he is right, comparing the way he governed Lagos, particularly in the areas of revenue generation, comparing that with Obi, I think it beat Obi. What do you call it? It beat him
hands down.
So,
and Ajanle Koko, the man is smart. He didn't mention anybody's name, but everybody know who he's talking to.
So it beat him hands down, and but Obi can come up too, that he gave laptop to students in I think in maybe elementary or secondary school all over the state. Lagos did not do that. So people can argue, people can state their own strength in different ways. So, but what Obi did in that area of laptop to free laptop to students, you can as well see that.
Are they still giving free laptop? Is it sustainable or is it one-time thing, or it's a transient thing?
I don't know whether they are still giving
it. was a one-time thing.
One time.
So you can't even compare things like that.
So it's a gimmick.
No, but that is what we were talking to the last time when we were talking about enduring legacy. So that's what we were talking to.
Exactly why I asked that question.
Yeah, that outlives your tenure as an ongoing concern.
Yeah. Let me add one more thing to Lagos State. What I like about Lagos State, regardless of who come in, the continuity, from one governor to another governor. It's not like other states, Rivers State, like my state, where you come in, you try to demarcate your predecessor, I mean, everything they have done, you tarnish it and start again all over from beginning. But in Lagos State, there's a guideline, it seems like they're following the implementation that what was set up already.
Hold on. Sorry, Collins. Would that have been possible? What you just described, man of prestige. Would that have been possible? Would that have been possible without Godfatherism?
But that happened before TINUBU. Now, I mean, the person that was there before TINUBU. I mean,
that continuity in policy. Would that have been possible without Godfatherism?
Probably not, to be honest. Probably not.
No, I disagree with one time. With one man. It is not Godfather that make that happen. It is just bad.
I'm just saying it plays some role to an extent,
No, it doesn't play any role. It's just
it
bad.
Doesn't? Okay.
Just corruption. Look, if Obiano had continued on what Obi legacy that Obi did, of what Obi left behind, Anambra State will have been different. It will have continued.
But that's what I'm saying. But he didn't.
Hold on, Adan Lekoko. If Obi had been able to handpick his successor, would his legacy have continued?
No, handpicking is not good. It's not good for democracy. It's never good. It can only work for some period of time. It can never last. So if anything happened to TINUBU now, so what's going to happen?
Angelica, thank you.
It's not a good thing.
No, but there's a plus and a minus to that.
Look, the people themselves doesn't stand up to fight for democracy. If what Obi did in terms of that good educational policy.
Wait before you go to
Obi. Let me finish. After Obi, if as he worked well during the Obi, and Obiano is trying to, change that policy at the detriment of the people should have stood up against him and said, no, we are not accepting this.
Oh God.
But you see, Nigerians doesn't fight for good governance. Nigerians have problems themselves. They don't stand up for good governance.
Angelica, our democracy is not mature to that level. No, Obiano is busy with his bleaching cream, and nobody.
Yes, he's a very smart man, by the way. Very smart.
You guys stop abusing Obiano. Obiano expanded some space way better than Obi.
I'll forget the revenue generation, please. Yeah. What did he do with
Why would you forget
but I wanted to say this thing about Lagos.
In terms of roads, infrastructure, Obiano built 1,000 kilometers. Obi over 1,000 kilometers. Obi only did 800. And Obiano expanded the revenue, built the airport. Like, come on, man. You can't condemn Obiano.
What of the money?
Don't tell me. Don't give me this pedestrian argument that is savings that was left behind. Savings that we know was encumbered. They borrowed.
Don't be bending the truth.
Which truth am I bending?
Don't rubbish your beat.
Also, who put Obiano there? It wasn't it Obi that put him there, but they had a falling out. So why are we talking like, oh no?
It's quite strange though. Ajande Koko from Showore is not an obedient.
No.
No, Ajanleko is for fair play. For fair play.
No, Ajanleko is fair play. He's not.
I'm just pulling Baba's leg. I'm pulling Baba's leg.
He will speak for everyone, and he will sound like he's speaking for him. Yeah. I mean, Obiano, when I speak to people in Anambra State and what they say about him and Obi, they are two different things. But I wanted to say that Lagos was a country even before the country Nigeria was formed.
What has Obi done? What has Obi done that other states have copied? I saw that from Patrick. What has Obi done that's worthy of emulation?
But I never said that though. I said about people about Anambra. I'm not from Anambra. I'm not gonna lie for Obi's sake. Trust me, I won't. I don't know anything to be like Obi did this and that. No, I wouldn't do that. I mean, like I always say, I don't even know that man that much. It's just that I prefer him. So it's just a preference, you know. But I just wanted to say that Lagos, yes, is a state of excellence. And I think they've had good luck, you know, because let's even forget Anambra, because sometimes we make Anambra look like it's that of very important states in the eastern region. But the state that should have really taken that spot should be Abia State. But because of bad governance, nobody's
they've got oil. Are they on 13%? Are they on 13%?
Collins, what are you talking about? Abia State? I thought he was going to talk about Imo State. If not,
no,
Abia. What are you talking about?
I mean, in terms of decay and everything. I mean, look at Area and everything. They have everything to.
But it should have been Enugu. Enugu was the capital before now.
No, forget Enugu. There's nothing in Enugu. Enugu is a civil servant state.
And everybody here. Remember what Mbakwe did to Imo, original Imo, and that's why Imo State is supposed to have been number one. I mean, I'm not talking about people having millionaire and everything in terms of development and everything until the recent people like Uzodema and everything come and destroy that state. Gulata, you used to live in Owerri, so you know how
No, I never lived in Owerri. No,
oh, I thought you said you went to school.
No, not me.
No, that was enigmatic. That was enigmatic.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I never left the Southwest.
But I haven't said all these things. I haven't said all these things. Everybody has said now. Shouldn't we now even see Tinubu being a godfather as a plus and a good thing, because it left a blueprint, and it is a blueprint and a policy that people can continue, and all of them tend to continue because it's more like a discipleship. They follow him and they follow that blueprint, and everything is looking good. Shouldn't we even give him kudos for this other than discrediting being Godfatherism?
Yeah, but it's anti-democracy is what people are saying. It's anti-democracy.
Well, that's anti-democracy, you know.
It's never good. All the mistakes that you need to make them to grow from them. There will never be anything that you tell me that is good about Godfatherism. Never. Nothing at all.
All right, back to Ajanleko. Round of that Fashola space. I'm very keen for us to get to the spreadsheet that has been excellently put together by Kulata, but back to Ajanleko.
Overall, I think Fashola has done good. He has done well. He has said what he expected of him to market his former boss, and I believe he's still his boss, to market him well, and to promote him to for coming election. So he's just telling Nigerians that I work with him. He's a hard-working man. He transformed Lagos. He did a lot of things, and people should come and vote for him. So for people that doesn't know how close they are, those are the ones that are saying, oh, maybe he fell out with him, nothing is going good. But for people like us and some others that know nothing is wrong, I mean, they having the good relationship. We know that at one point, Fashola will come out and campaign for him. So close to the election, maybe 2 weeks to the election, you will see him and all of them in cabinet will come out fully, and campaign that last round of campaign, to show to Nigerians that all power that be in APC with Tinubu, including the Al-Shibajo, all of them will come out and campaign with him. But they are busy with government job now. There's no way that they can be going around with him. It's so hectic, traveling from one state to the other. It's not easy at all. If we are to be the current president that is trying to return to office, be to get re-elected, will be a different thing. That they can move with their boss, but it's not their boss right now. They have job to do. They are rounding up. I mean, all the SSCs and whatsoever they have done. I believe by now, all of them are preparing their handing over note. They are trying to cover up uh, uh, the books, prepare the books well, so that by the time they want to hand over, it will be easier. So they can't be traveling around with him now. But last year they will go out with him. But Fashola did good. We'll be expecting what's going to happen. Next 2 weeks, I believe all of them will be happy to campaign with him. Yeah.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Coco. Heavy music coming from the background. The discotheque open, the Ajale Coco.
Weekend special.
Weekend special, look at that. Pass me the vodka. Let me acknowledge the super chats from RB, and then we go on to that spreadsheet that a lot of you hopefully waiting in anticipation of. It says Baba Ajale Coco wants everything free and done overnight. So that's Ajale Coco. It's people describe him as a socialist, and you can hear that in his wordings as well. So thank you for that. Keep the comment section should keep the super chats coming, and the coffee buyers, anybody that wants to join Ayo, who still remains alone in the buy the coffee space, keep him company by doing as Ayo did. So I want to go straight away now to this spreadsheet, which is the highlight, hopefully, of this session. And I invite Kulata to take the lead on this. So Kulata, here it is on the screen. So talk us through it, and then to the culmination on what happens then. So let's bring it up.
Where's Playtown? And I want some obedience to be here.
Playtown is in the comment section. I can see him making comments, but there it is. So if this
one is here.
The Baba Koreans
is a
fake. Fake. That is fake.
An obedience of
one man. If Playtown wants to come in, I can stay in the background to make it flow. So at least.
All right. If he indicates,
don't worry. I'm here. I'm going to represent.
All right, brilliant. So there it is on the screen. Hopefully you can make it out sufficiently. But
can you see it? Okay. So yes, this is, I got the raw numbers of registered voters from the newspaper, like everybody. So we have roughly 93.4 million registered voters. So I just went ahead to see like what are the likely scenarios in my head, my opinion. So nobody bite me. So first of all, I was thinking we will have like a 40% voter turnout as opposed to the last time that was like 30-something%. I think the voter turnout will bump up. I don't think it will get to like 50% like in 2015 when we wanted to remove Jonathan. So I just put a midway voter turnout of 40%. So starting with the Northwest, I just started like projecting, putting different percentages to the ones where I was comfortable on. So the biggest, I think some assumption here is, first of all, Tinubu is not inheriting Buhari's 12 million votes. That's never going to happen. And I also factor that APC voters will be pissed off at APC and Tinubu. So I started with the North. That, okay, in the Northwest, we start with Kano. I'm predicting that Kwakwanso will take Kano, and Kwakwanso will take 40% in Kano. Tinubu will come second with 30% because of the governor and money. And Atiku will be second there, make his required 25%. Obi will barely have any showing in Kano. So Obi will get 5%. So that's how I'm reading Kano. So Kwakwanso takes Kano. In Kaduna, I'm predicting that APC will lose a lot of support. So Tinubu and Atiku will tie roughly 30%. Obi will get his best showing in the Northwest there at 15%, mostly maybe Southern Kaduna Christians that are not PDP voters or are tired of PDP. And Kwakwanso will have a very decent showing, will make his 25%. So this state, I predict Tinubu and Atiku will tie. Then in Katsina, I predict that APC will have a terrible showing in Katsina. So Atiku will take Katsina. Atiku will get 40% in Katsina. Obi will not have any showing in Katsina, like 2%. And Tinubu will come third in Katsina, 28%. Kwakwanso will come second with 30%. So Atiku takes...
You remember, I was disagreeing with you somewhat on that Katsina space. So the highlights again. So there are 3.5 million approximate voters in Katsina by the parameters that Kulata used. That it'll be more than the 35% in the last round, but under 45%. So he went the middle ground and 40% voter turnout. So that's 1.4 million approximate voters. But where the disagreement comes in, Tinubu gets 28%, Atiku gets 40%, Peter Obi gets 2%, and Kwakwanso gets 30%. So Peter Obi getting 2% in Katsina, I cannot quibble that. But I'm somewhat reticent to accept. And Tinubu getting 28%, I may quibble that, but I'm somewhat reticent to accept that Atiku will get 40% of Buhari's own home state ahead of Kwakwanso, who gets 30%. So that I disagree with.
There's a reason behind giving Atiku. Atiku has made a lot of headway in Katsina. And a lot of people in Katsina are pissed off at APC because of the insecurity situation. And the governor, I don't think the governor is in full control of that situation. So the governor will not have the machinations to buy voters or rig. That's why I'm tilting Katsina towards Atiku. So,
but why not towards Kwakwanso though? Who is a more puritanical?
But Kwakwanso comes a close second at 30% because Kwakwanso will not have the structures that Atiku has. Kwakwanso will just have the raw votes and the voters, like how the voters feel. So I think there's a ceiling to that because we're talking about a three-way race. So there's still going to be some loyal APC voters, but those Buhari numbers are far gone away from Tinubu. So that's why I predict an Atiku showing in Katsina. So
Kolata, one sec. One man, do you want us to be responding as he's reading, or you want him to finish? Then we respond later.
You can interject, but don't have a long label because I want us to go through the list to come to a conclusion, and then Kolata takes the hot seat to field questions. But you can interject if he's mentioning something that doesn't quite ring true to you.
If you don't like it, just say you don't like it.
Yes,
yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I think I want to interject here. I think in Katsina, I don't want to totally agree with Kolata there that Tinubu will fail woefully because giving Tinubu 28 is a total failure of a state that is totally controlled by APC. So I will say that, for reason of tribal vote for Atiku and Kwakwanso, I would say maybe we should just leave it on, maybe 30, 35, 35, and, it can go either way. But I still want to put Tinubu above for that Tinubu will win that state because they control the entire structure. Their party control the entire structure of governance at all levels in that state. So for them to totally fail and go down to that ridiculous number of 28%, I don't want to go with that. I don't think it works like that in politics. I don't really think so.
Yeah, but I'm saying this projection is based on. I'm undermining Tinubu on purpose because of backlash to APC based on insecurity, economy, and all that, and the fact that Tinubu is not a northerner.
So, and moreover, we have the president there The president would like to deliver his state. He wants to do everything to deliver his, to show to the party and the presidential candidate that is fully behind him. He cannot fail in that state.
But
he cannot
it's going to come. It's going to get his 25%,
because we have the president, and we have the governor, and they have the entire what do you call it?
I get it.
But Angelico, I think you're making this you're making this assumption based on if APC had performed, because Buhari really doesn't have anything to go to his people, or to go meet with his people with, really, because what is he going to tell them exactly?
In fact, they've been heckling him in Katsina State, which was previously unheard of. But they've been heckling him in Katsina State.
Because if he couldn't do it for 8 years, is he now telling them? Is he going to be telling them, "Oh, I could. Oh, by the way, I couldn't do it for 8 years, but I have this Superman, a city boy from Lagos, who is going to do everything that I should have done for you people." I actually think that I wasn't thinking that I would be agreeing with Coletta at this point, but so far I am, which is very unsettling a little bit. But yeah.
All right. Unsettling him some more.
One man, can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, this is my own opinion. Okay, I mean, you're not the platform. I'm thinking about this way because of the way Kulata is flowing. He may be a little bit discongested in his analysis. Why not we allow Kulata to finish everything? Then you can go turn by turn to pick each state you want to disagree with. I mean, that's my opinion.
All right, brilliant.
Okay.
So people make note of where you are disagreeing with Kulata, and then when it reaches the end, because depending on how this goes, we may adopt this as the position of the platform. So Kulata, take us to Jigawa.
Okay, now Jigawa is similar to Kano with a difference. So because in Kano, Tinubu came second, but Jigawa, I give it to Kwakwanso 40%. Obi doesn't have any showing there, 0%. Meaning it's not going to get literal zero, but the numbers will not matter. And I'm giving Tinubu and Atiku 30%. So Kwakwanso comes on top. Tinubu and Atiku second with tie, 30%. Now, Zamfara, on the other hand, this is the only Western state that I give to Tinubu. The reason I gave this to Tinubu is because APC controls the entire structure. Not just that, because there are a lot of similar to IDP camps. So if you want to influence the election result, it's easy to influence in Zamfara. So APC can leverage their structure more to win Zamfara than any other state. But I give Atiku a close second at 33% and Kwakwanso third at 26% for Zamfara. So Kwakwanso makes it 25%. Atiku comes second. This is the only state that Tinubu wins in the Northwest. Now, Sokoto State, I give that to Atiku again. Atiku coming first at 40%. Kwakwanso coming second at 30%. Tinubu coming a close third at 29%. Sokoto is a PDP state. I expect Tambuwal to be able to give this to Atiku. And also the fact that he's a northerner. So Atiku takes that one again. Kebbi State. Kebbi State, I took the roll of the dice here. I gave this to Kwakwanso and Atiku. They tie. They lead it 35% each to Kebbi's 30% that Tinubu came third with 30%. Peter Obi not registering in the Northwest at all.
Yes. So yeah, I was just going to say that. So you zeroed out Peter Obi in the Northwest.
I've zeroed out Peter Obi in the Northwest effectively. The only place he has some showing is Kaduna State that he has 15%.
Is that for reasons of enlightenment in that space?
Yeah, because of people are enlightened there. There's a fair amount of Christians there, but those Christians also have their traditional parties. But I feel the bottom ones or the very enlightened ones that want to jump ship will jump to Labour Party. So we'll be able to get 15% there. So at the end of the day in the Northwest, Kwakwanso wins 2 states. Atiku wins 2 states. Atiku and Kwakwanso tie at the lead in 1 state. Tinubu and Atiku tie in one state. So Tinubu is only able to win one state and tie in another state. The rest is shared by Kwakwanso and Atiku. There are 7 states in the northwest. Now, coming to southwest, Lagos and Yoruba people. So I give Tinubu 50% in Lagos. I gave Atiku 15%. And I gave Obi 30%. And I gave Kwakwanso 5% in Lagos. So Tinubu wins. Very predictable. But it's not going above that 50% margin. In Oyo, I gave Tinubu 50%. I gave Atiku 40% in Oyo. And I gave Obi 5% and Kwakwanso 5% in Oyo. In Ogun, I gave Tinubu 55%. I gave Atiku 30%. I gave Obi 10% because it's closer to Lagos. And I gave Kwakwanso 5%.
Can I pause you for a moment? Why are you giving Kwakwanso 5% in Oyo or Ogun?
Because there are many Hausa Fulani Muslims in those states. And there are also many Yoruba Muslims that are hardcore in those states. That's why Kwakwanso can register in the Southwest. But you know, this is not accurate. Like there's plus or minus something, but it's just a guesstimate. Now,
please drink water. Drink water,
yeah,
please.
I need to drink water. I'm coughing. All right. One might continue from Oshun. Let me just get some water.
Go and drink your wine.
Your
red wine.
I don't know who drinks more wine, Kulata or Celibis, you know. But you know, but in Osun State, so just under 2 million registered voters, 781,000 approximate going by the 40% that Kulata set as a criteria. 50% to Tinubu, 40% to Atiku Abubakar, 5% to B, and 5% to Kwakwanso. So I was going to query the percentages going to Kwakwanso, but the suya sellers and the meat sellers, I think, is what Kulata used to make the attribution. And then we go on to Ondo, very similar to Osun State in terms of registered voters, just slightly short, under 2 million, just under 800,000 by the permutations of 40% are coming out to vote. 60%, which is the highest so far that Akulata has given to anyone. 60% to you guessed it, Tinubu. 25% to Atiku Abubakar. 10% to Peter Obi, and 5% to Kwakwanso. So very, you can quibble those, but not heavily, because all of the readings will indicate with given a margins here and there that you can hold that as somewhat degree of accuracy. So number 15 is Ekiti State. So Peter Tinubu even outdoes himself in Ondo State. 65% to Tinubu, 30% to Atiku Abubakar, 4% to Peter Obi, and 1% to Kwakwanso. So if you look at the numbers so far, the percentages, there's a lot to be read in terms of structures into these readings, because of course the juggernaut parties, they've already tested in those spaces before. So there's a lot to use as a data, the antecedents of that space. We go on to Kwara State. Just under 1.7 million registered voters, 678,000 by the permutations of 40%, 45% of them to the Jagaban of DBT, the Luta of Lagos, 45% to Tinubu. Atiku Abubakar, Kulata estimates 35%, 5% to Peter Obi, and 15% to Kwakwanso. So that 15%, of course, entirely wrapped around religion, as I'm sure you've already concluded. So just hopping across the borders to the neighboring states, this is where Yahaya Bello straddles. Just under 2 million again, 773,000 approximate by the 40%, 42% of them to Tinubu, 38% to Atiku Abubakar, 5% to Peter Obi, and 15% to Kwakwanso. The same logic applies as in Kwara State. So we move further and we go to Niger State. 2.7 million approximate voters, 1,079,000 approximate by the 40%. So there's a tie here. Tinubu scores 39%, but then equally does Atiku Abubakar with 39%. Peter Obi registered a pitiable 2% by Akulata's estimation, 20% to Kwakwanso. Akulata, when you're back, just take it up from there. Nasarawa State, 1.9.
Continue. Let me use my voice. Let me keep my voice for analysis. You continue.
Yes. So Nasarawa State, 1.9 approximate registered voters, criteria 40%, 759,000 we're expecting to turn out. Of those 759,000, a tie again by Kulata's estimation. Nasarawa State we're in now, 35% to Tinubu, 35% again to Atiku Abubakar, 15%. I'm not quite sure if that goes to the religious devotees, the Christians, 15% to Peter Obi, but then equally 15% to Kwakwanso. So you may note that to credit Kulata when we get to the analysis. So we go to Benue State, and in Benue State, 2.8 approximate voters, 1.1 approximate turnout by the 40%, a tie all the way through, apart from Kwakwanso, 30% to the three names, Kwakwanso coming in with the 10%. So Benue State, of course, I suspect that the Governor Samuel Otom factor has been factored into this permutation. So let me scroll it. So that's Benue State. So from Benue State, we go to Abuja. In Abuja, 1.6 approximate voters, 628,000 expected by the 40%, 20% of them to the Luta of Lagos, 30% to Port Bellied from Adamawa. Peter Obi gets 30%. So 20% to Tinubu, 30% to Atiku Abubakar. Peter Obi takes Abuja 40%, 10% to Kwakwanso. So we go from Abuja to Plateau. Plateau, just short of 2.8 billion voters, 1.1 approximate by the criteria 40%, 27% of them to Tinubu, 30% to Atiku and Peter Obi equally, 13% to Kwakwanso. So we go on from Plateau State to River State. 3.5 million approximate voters, 1.4 by the 40% criteria, 25%, and that's Yemsin Wike's state, by the way, 25% of them to the Luta of Lagos, 35% to Port Bellied from Adamawa, 40% to Squeaky Voice from Anambra, and 0% to Kwakwanso. So it doesn't even register a presence there according to the permutations. Akwa Ibom up next, 2.3 million approximate voters, 942 approximate turnout by 40%, 22% of them to Tinubu, 40%. So by the estimation, Atiku takes Akwa Ibom. So you may note that to query Kulata on as well, but only squeaking past Peter Obi, who gets 38%, and the man from Kano, 0%. River State up next. But what happens in River State? Well, the registered voters, 1.7 million approximate, 706,000 by the 40% bracket, 30% to Tinubu, 35% to Atiku Abubakar. Peter Obi matches him with the 35%, and Kwakwanso's scores is a traditional score in the South-South, 0%. So we go on from Cross River to Bayelsa. 1 million approximate voters, 442,000 by the 40% criteria, 35% to Tinubu, 40% to Atiku, 25% to Peter Obi, and 0% to Kwakwanso. So far in the South-South, I'm not quite sure. I think Akwa Ibom has been gifted to yes. Yeah, I think Akwa Ibom so far. No, actually, let me just read them. We'll go back to them again if we need to. Edo State, so this is the one that they fight tooth and nail on Edo Watch every single day. 2.5 million voters, 1 million approximate by the 30. By the and there's a lot riding on this, by the way. There's ₦1 million and $1,000 riding on this result. So 2.5 million, 1 million approximate to turn out, 30% of them to Tinubu, 35% to Atiku Abubakar, 30% equally to Peter Obi, who matches Tinubu, and 5% to Kwakwan. So that's the Muslim complement in Edo State, no doubt. But that, yeah.
Sorry, I don't know whether Kulata has done this before the people from the PDP crossed over to APC.
In Edo State.
In Edo State, yeah.
Yeah, but the people that crossed over, I think they are just satellite figures. But how this impacts on the bets, though, if neither Peter Obi nor Kwakwanso get the votes, who wins the bet? Whatever happens, the House gets is 10%. So that's all I care about. So you'll be short of money even if you get your money back. But there it is. Interesting. So that speaks to the bet then between Des and Enigmatic Hyundai. So we go on to Delta State, 3.2 million approximate, 1.3 million approximately by the 40%, 25% of them to Tinubu, 45% to Atiku Abubakar. I think that's the home state of the vice, 30% to Peter Obi and 0% to Atiku Abubakar. So now we go to Borno State, which is the home turf of the vice in APC. 2.5 million approximate registered voters, 1 million of them by the 40% we're using, 60% of them to Tinubu, 20% of them to Atiku Abubakar, 5% to Peter Obi, and 15% to Kwakwanso. So even that 5%, though, because we're talking about hardened, northerners and devotees of religion, but Yobe State, 1.1.
There are more Muslims in the Northeast. Everybody should know there are more Muslims in the Northeast.
Yeah, so how is Peter Obi getting...
more Christians. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
More Christians.
There are more Christians in the Northeast, yeah.
All right, so on to Yobe State, 1.5 million registered voters. We're using 600,000 approximate by 40%. 50% goes to Tinubu, 30% to Atiku, 5% to Peter Obi, and 15% to Kwakwanso. So we go on then to Bauchi, which is Bala Mohammed's turf. Approximate registered voters, 2.7 million, 1 million of them to turn out by the 40%, 30% of them to go to Tinubu, 45% to Atiku Abubakar, 5% to Peter Obi, and Kwakwanso gets 20%. So we go on from Bauchi to Gombe State. 1.5 million, 1.6 approximate registered voters, 630,000 by the criteria we're using, 35% of them to Tinubu, who takes that space. Chasing him hard, Atiku Abubakar with 30%. Peter Obi gets 30%, and equaling the chase, Kwakwanso with 30% as well. So Adamawa State, 2.2 million registered, approximately 878,000 by the 40% criteria, 30% of them to Tinubu, 50% of them to Atiku, 10% to Peter Obi, and 10% to Kwakwanso. We go on to Taraba State, 2 million approximate registered voters, 808,000 by the criteria we're using, 30% of them to Tinubu, 40% to Atiku Abubakar, 20% to Peter Obi, and 10% to Kwakwanso. So I think that's a religious space. Okay. So now we get to the heavy heat. Anambra State, 2.7 million approximate voters. 1 million of them by the criteria we are using, only 5% of them to Tinubu, 25% to Atiku Abubakar for reasons of it being traditionally a PDP space, a whopping 70% to Peter Obi, and 0% to Kwakwanso because they will think it's just the Suya seller. Imo State, 2.4 million, 967,000, the 40%, 20% to 25% to Tinubu, 25% to Atiku Abubakar, 50% to Peter Obi, and 0% to to Kwakwanso. Abia State, 2.1,848,000 criteria, 15% to Tinubu, 25% to Atiku, 60% to Peter Obi, 0% to Kwakwanso. Ebonyi, 1.6 million approximate, 639,000 by the criteria, 30% of them to Tinubu, 20% to Atiku, 50% to Kwakwanso, and 50% to Atiku and 0% to Kwakwanso. And then we come to what is now the last of them. Enugu State, 2.1 million approximate voters, 845,000 by the 40%. 10% of them are to Tinubu, 30% to Atiku, 60% to Peter Obi rather, and 0% to Kwakwanso. So Kolata, you take it on board from here and talk.
Okay.
Talk.
I'm losing my voice. So first of all, I think you miscalled one of them. Ebonyi State is 30% to Tinubu, 20% to Atiku, 50% to Obi. So I think before we go to the final result, which one of these guesses, because they're my guesses, which one
educated guesses, which one of these educated guesses
okay, let me react first, since I want to dash off really. Okay, for starters, that's really I want to first of all commend you, because I know that it takes a lot of work to even get to that guesses, because you weren't just pulling it out of wherever it saw. You put in a lot of thought in there. You did well. You did well. Any political watcher any good political watcher would do. I just kind of maybe it's just the this thing in me that I just believe that maybe Peter Obi might do slightly better in Kaduna than 15%. I don't know, but I just feel like he could. He just might. But it might as well be 15%. But I just feel like he might do slightly better.
What justifies that? What led to the thought that he could do better?
I just feel like the Christian community that he's appealing to, I just feel like they will come out heavily for him there, and I feel like he will get a lot of those votes, even though that we don't want to be sounding like we wanting to divide Nigeria by religion and all that, but I just feel like that is what is going to play out. I feel like he will get a little bit more. And I doubt if APC, let me not use Tinubu because that is a bit personal. I doubt if APC will be able to get the percentage you allocated to them in Imo State. Ebonyi, maybe. But Imo State, Uzodinma is, if this vote is to be done based on if the beavers and every other thing works like the way they said that it will work, Uzodinma will not be able to put 10% to anybody, regardless. It doesn't matter if it's Tinubu or any person. He's very unpopular, because the people there don't even believe that he's supposed to be there. But Ebonyi State, I believe that the man is powerful enough, even though that I might not like him. Some people might not like him. He worked for his people. He has some things that he can campaign on, and he's also very powerful. I think that he would do everything to get his 25% for Tinubu there. Yeah,
okay, so in Imo State, I gave him 25%. What do you think he will get?
I doubt if he will get up to 15, to be honest.
Okay, that's fine. I can always adjust it later. So
okay, can somebody from Imo give you the right figure there?
Yeah.
Tinubu is going to get 15% in Imo. From an Imorian, okay?
I can change it. It will disperse.
No, just put it aside or you change it, but it's 15%. It has nothing to do with
no. I don't want to be personal. Hold on, we're debating it because we're depending on how it goes. We're going to adopt it as
but Kulata asked for it. Kulata asked for it.
Yeah. I've locked it down. We'll adjust it. We'll see.
Right. I'm talking about APC. I don't want to personalize it like.
Well, if we take, okay, so
I'm going to base APC. I'm going to be calling parties.
Wait. So we're going to take 10% from Tinubu. so he gets 15% in Imo. Who do we give that 10% to?
PDP is gonna get 25 to 30% in Imo.
Okay, so I share the 5-5. I give Obi 5%. I give PDP. Okay, fine.
Please let me speak on that Kanu and Edo. In Kanu, PDP is gonna get maybe 30%.
Hold on a second. World Peace, I'm writing a note.
I think
PDP... all right, hold on. Before you come in now, World Peace, before you make any adjustment, we must be agreed on it, or not just somebody saying I'm from that state and this is what I think. So do you concede to the point that Man of Prestige is making?
Me?
Kolata, yeah.
It's reasonable because this is like plus or minus 5. I mean, I'm going to say this is plus or minus 5% in most cases. So it's fair enough, but it doesn't change the result, though.
All right,
it doesn't change the election result.
Okay,
but
okay.
I can concede that. That's fine.
Okay.
In Kano, the Conquest Party is the NPP is going to go 30%.
No, 40.
40%.
It comes first.
Yeah. For it's called. Then PDP is going to come second, maybe 25% or thereabout. Then APC and Labour, I should between that two party, I'm looking at 15 to 10 or 15 to APC, then 10 to Labour.
With Ganduje being a key functionary
I don't agree.
No, that doesn't rhyme.
Shakao, he was the main Ganduje force, and he has moved to PDP. And Kwankwaso party is powerful. PDP, so APC is going to get like 15%.
No, that's not. That's not
But it's okay. Then Edo State.
That doesn't rhyme.
Okay, in Edo State, PDP is not going to have a win in Edo State. Depend where they're going to go. Except Atiku, Dan Obi Fashion, which is a wicked party, Fashion is going for Atiku. If they don't go for Atiku, I don't see PDP winning Edo State. They are very strong in Edo State, yes. But if this infighting continue, is the vote between APC and Labour Party is my state. It's between APC and Labour Party. I'm going to give them 40-40 in that place. Except if APC, if they PDP in Edo State, that wicked part faction lead to APC, then APC will defeat Labour in Edo State.
Okay. Let me ask you a question right there.
Let me address.
Hold on. Let's because we're making
let's register whether we agree with it though. So World Peace, FYI, Tinubu 30%, Atiku 35%.
No, Atiku will not get 35% in Edo State.
Hold on. Let me present it. Hold on. Hold on. Let's do it step by step. Yeah.
Tinubu 30, Atiku 35, Obi 30, Kwankwaso 5. So
okay.
So what are you disagreeing with?
I'm disagreeing with the PDP Atiku 35%. The wicked fraction is very strong in Edo State. That the Gbede Yama, Danobi, they are very strong. The governor is nobody. He has nobody apart from his cabinet people in the house government house. He has nobody in Edo State. So it's between APC and Labour in Edo State.
Okay, so what do you want to register? Because
where do you make the adjustments? Where do you make the adjustments?
Yeah, adjustments.
Hold on. Can you hold on? Let me give you the numbers again. Edo State. So Tinubu gets 30%, Atiku 35%, Obi 30%, and Kwankwaso 5%. So where are you making the adjustment?
Make adjustment from PDP. Remove from PDP and add it between APC and Labour.
Yeah, what are you removing?
Remove good 15% from PDP right now in Edo State. Good 15%.
So PDP will only get 15% in Edo State.
No, remove 15% of that 35%. They will have 20%. They are only short 20% right now in Edo State because of the infighting.
Okay, so if you think,
okay. Now split that 15% up. Who gets what in that 15%?
But the thing is, what I'm realizing is someone just pushed by hard in the comment section that my Imo State projection is close to the truth. That I shouldn't even mess around with it. Now, Edo, Ajankiliko, do you want to comment on Edo?
Yeah. Let me comment on Edo. So, What peace? By your
I'm hearing you.
by your own analysis now, you are giving it is like 50-50 to I mean you are giving 20%, I mean 40% to what do you call it, to Obi, and 40% to Tinubu, and
Yes.
20% to, so if the PDP, that are weakest people, if Wike declare for Obi tomorrow, and his people in Edo, as you just explained, they will follow Wike, and they now have to go and vote for Obi, that means that Obi will win that state. Is that right?
Yeah, they might have a chance of winning because of the structure that that support them at the time minute. But right now, their 40% is not that short because that structure. They have protest vote, which is no doubt. They have that proprietary vote, no doubt. But the structure vote belongs to PDP and APC, and PDP have serious infighting in those states right now.
So we should agree that if Wike declare for Obi,
but Ajaliko, you don't know who Wike is going to be declaring for.
No. We are just permutating. So if by tomorrow Wike declare for Obi, so we should all take it that Obi will win Edo State due to those what do you call it, PDP that are very strong, as you claim, that are very strong on the ground, that will now put their structure behind Obi. That might take Obi to the higher ground above APC. So is that your position? Or
no, my position is that if they declare for Obi, that will give Peter Obi chances, give Peter a chance to add among the winners in Edo State. If PDP, Wicked Fashion declare for PDP, Wicked Fashion declare for Labour, that will put Peter Obi in a winning position with APC. You understand me now?
APC will be in a very tight corner.
Yes, there will be a very tight corner. If Fashion, if Wicked Fashion declare for Obi, but APC in Edo State is more organized than PDP in Edo State. Very, very organized. Whatever they are infighting, they are very organized. They are sure of the north, and they are sure of half of succession in the south. So that's the good part of APC in Benin. But if the PDP get their ass together, then the game will be different.
As it stands now, though, because we don't know what Wike is in, as it stands now, so let's do it as it stands now. So as it stands now, do you stand by Kulata's permutation, or you want to make
as it stands now? I don't stand by it, but as it stands now, I see Tinubu winning it because the older Edo people are all voting for Tinubu. All the old Edo people, it's only the young youth that is protesting Obi. And at the end of the day, my son might still change at the end of the day before election. But the older Edo people are Tinubu. They are voting Tinubu.
And they are still on internet in abroad.
And they are abroad. If you go to abroad, you see half of presenters in Edo State, half are for the money. I want to see Naija Watch for Peter Obi. Go look, they are half two for Tinubu, half and half. Crazy. So it's like that. So the older people is going for Tinubu. The younger people is going for.
All right. I will suggest that we hold steady on our Kulata's permutations unless you are insistent that you should make the adjustment. So are you insistent that you should make?
Yes, I'm insisting. That article, PDP is not taking a State as it stands right now. It's not.
And is Kulata willing to make the adjustment?
Okay, let me ask one more question. Is Atiku going to get his 25% in Edo?
No, at the way stand right now, they will not get it.
Okay, then I won't buy your. I won't buy.
At they'll get 20. See, at they'll get 20. They will not get 25 because North Oshoma is winning North. Central is Danobi, and there is serious problem. and South, hold on, this boy.
Even your son disagrees with you.
Yeah, so Central is PDP, the Ishan. They are strong PDP and Neni. But Aneni faction is beheaded by Dan Obi. That's the powerhouse of
Who is Dan Obi supporting? Who is Dan Obi supporting?
He's like wicked boy now. He's not the one is chairman South PDP. Dan Obi is wicked. He's the one leading this problem now in Edo State.
What piece? Sorry guys. With all this point, what piece I make, I will still suggest we leave it the way Kulata has drawn it out, because if you are saying 5%, it won't even make any much difference. If we can now come tomorrow and say, "Oh, I support to be," then we can now put all this in play into it.
Did you know why?
Yeah.
Obaseki is not in play in Edo State. I was progressive here and I can respond. You that what I'm saying. Obaseki is not in play in Edo State right now. Obaseki, have you heard of any PDP functioning meeting in Edo State since Obaseki take over? No,
okay,
well, cannot.
Will I adjust it? I'll drop article down.
No. Before you adjust it, if you are considering to adjust it, are you adjusting it to the level that
No, I don't agree.
No, what I would suggest is this: one man, Kulata, don't adjust it, but you can take note.
Yeah, I'm taking note. I'm not touching this now. I'm just putting it by the side.
Just take it so that at the end of the day, between the adjustments that we are going to do and what you have already done, we can compare and contrast and know, okay, with the adjustment, this is the way, this is who we eventually win, and to compare with what you already done. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand, but I just don't see a world where Atiku will not get minimum requirement 25%.
But Kulata, Kulata, can you make an adjustment? Maybe if you a week before election, don't you?
I'll adjust it now. It has formulas.
No. That will be after knowing the results. Guys, if we can, I would either have us adopt this as a position today, or pretty much no more than in 7 days. So
one man. Yeah, let us see this as Kulata's.
My first take. My first take.
Yes, this is.
No. He's saying not the platform, but you. We will take it as Kulata's position.
Yeah, let's take this as Kulata's position, and whatever adjustment that we are doing collectively today, let us adopt that as the position of the platform. Then let's see who is going to win at the end of the day. Whether Kulata's position will be better than our collective position.
So Kulata versus the platform.
Well,
if Kulata is wrong, he's going to buy all of us wine.
If we are wrong,
yeah, this is Kulata's position. Let everybody put their own input. Let us make our input. Let us do the adjustment and keep it by the side that, okay, this is our own position here. And then both position we take it to the election time. So, and we will see who is going to win at the end of the day.
Yeah, because we on election day we'll bring this sheet up again,
and we'll bring it up again.
We'll try and mirror it against the results as they are coming in.
One man, guys. One man, let me say something, please. I stepped away from my phone a little bit. So, what is who is the final winner
in Edo State?
No. Overall.
We
the final winner. No problem.
So, is the platform now agreeing with what Peace is putting out to us to take 5% off Atiku's vote? Because Kulata have to jot it down now.
I will support World Peace for what you said. I will support.
But it's Kulata's decision to make.
No.
It's a collective decision.
Okay.
This is. I've taken a copy of this. One man, do as you please with this version. I have a copy of it.
Okay.
So journal the changes. World Peace, what do you want again? Because I think it's ridiculous not to give Atiku at least 25% in Edo.
No, not that PDP is not strong, but the fact of fighting against Atiku in Edo State is so obvious.
Oh, okay. This spreadsheet is G5 neutral. This is G5 neutral because they've not taken a stance.
Yes.
Okay. So let's if G5 comes out and say something, we'll come back to it.
Yeah.
How about that?
All
right.
Okay. One man before you go, can I make a suggestion?
No, hold on now, Man of Prestige. Just out of 100%, you give your allocations. War Peace. Give your allocations, and then I'll note it down.
Okay, for me right now in Edo State, it's gonna be 40 for Tinubu, 40 for Obi, then 20 for PDP. No NPP in Edo State. No NPP now. It's zero. They're not getting in 5%. It's zero. Those are three parties that are in Edo State right now.
So 40 for Tinubu, 40 for B, and 20 for Atiku.
That's my own destiny. How do you have seen it?
Okay, I've noted that. Yes, Man of Prestige, you wanted to come in. So come in, and then
I was going to say, I think I know what Kulata final analysis is going to be, but when we get there, we talk about it. But my suggestion is that if Kulata is right, let's all of us, whatever, it doesn't matter, $1 or $2, let's give Kulata some cash up. He can
Kulata is a very well. You don't know how rich Kulata. It's a very wealthy man. No,
you can give it to any of your charity you want, or we can buy you some wine. That's my suggestion. Cash up for any of your charity. You're a rich man. You don't need the money. We buy you wine. Okay. That's my suggestion. If you are right.
All right. No problem. All right. Okay. Anybody else quibbling any space from Kulata's submission?
I think the number.
Can I say something?
Hold on. Let Ajaleko go first. Okay, it's considered to you. Carry on.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. I was going to say that the way you apportion the percentage in the Southwest, I think would be more for Tinubu, but it doesn't really matter. At least he put him ahead of others. He gave him all the Southwestern states. So
did you agree with did you agree with the 50% in Lagos State to Tinubu?
No, I think Tinubu is going to have more. Tinubu will have 70% in Lagos, between 65 and 70.
So when I did Lagos, when I looked at Peter Obi numbers, it scared me. Like, is it possible for Peter Obi to almost get 1 million? Because he's getting 847,000 votes in Lagos. So Peter Obi's votes they're a bit inflated in my analysis.
Where is the number coming from, Kulata? Where is it coming from?
You cannot dream in now.
I said no, I said Obi is going to get his 25% in Lagos, but I also said he's going to outperform 25%. He's going to get 30%. So he's going to get a lot of the liberal Yoruba voters and all the Igbos and most South voters in Lagos.
Okay, let me tell you why he's not going to have 25%. You see, Obi's vote is coming out from PDP, original PDP in Lagos. So now PDP are still in play in Lagos, and we have Labour Party. So they already shared what would have been a solid vote, or how do I describe it? Yes, a solid vote for in one party, and they have shared it into two between Labour and PDP. The guy in PDP is a strong guy too. He has a structure.
But I gave Atiku 15%. I said Obi is going to rob all Atiku's votes apart from 15% dedicated Atiku voters. Otherwise,
you want to bet? Let's do the first betting. Cash up 1,000 right now.
What are you betting?
You say Obi is not going to get 25% in Lagos. Let's do cash up betting right now.
He's not going to get 25%.
I said let's cash up. Let's catch up. 1,000.
I don't bet.
Come on now. Let's do it.
It doesn't bet.
I don't bet. Elderly man don't bet.
I don't
just
bet.
do for ceremonial purpose. Just close your eye.
I don't bet, but he will not get 25%.
Anybody want to bet me? Anybody want to bet me?
So no bet.
Enigmatic, you are lucky. Enigmatic is not here.
Oh no, he can come back. I put up my one man.
Okay,
whenever
we will
anybody
raise
come out, just said only one man of Presi said Obi's gonna get at least 25 to 30%.
We will raise it next
I'm gonna put my 1,000. I'm gonna put my 1,000 down.
Possibly, maybe it's listening to somewhere.
I think you may well be winning that bet because there's a strong complement of Southeasterners in Lagos. I'm not quite sure that I don't agree with Akulata's liberal voters because the liberal voters, the Yoruba liberal voters, they will make an educated, informed choice, and that might not necessarily land them with Peter Obi because they'll look at antecedents, they'll look at history, they look at all of that.
Can I come in now, one man?
Yeah, come in.
Can I come in now? Yes.
Yeah, come in.
So I'll first of all talk about Lagos State. Those people that said they want to vote against APC, have they getting their PVC to make that change that they claim? We saw video of many people saying they haven't get their PVC. So 25% in Lagos, I doubt it. It may prove a little bit fight, maybe 15%.
I give him 30% in Lagos, Obi.
No, I disagree with that. You'll get like 15%.
Me too. Me too. Kulata, yes. If you look back in the previous gubernatorial election, like last two gubernatorial election, when PDP was so hot, like they almost took it from APC. I'm talking about Jimmy Agbaje the first time, right? The election was close. But not this close. So if PDP that is so strong in Lagos, the closest they can do to APC back then was about 700 to like 500, somewhere around there. I don't even think Peter Obi has anything close to that in terms of that number or to even get half of that in Lagos. This is when PDP was almost like taking it from APC. So just put that in consideration.
Okay. Put your money where your mouth belong now.
All right. If you notice,
let me finish. Let me continue. Let me take the second one.
If you notice, I was very, very conservative with Tinubu votes in the Northwest and the Southwest. I kept a lead that let me tamper down Tinubu votes. I don't want wild numbers. I want more conservative estimates just to see where I land. But this is what I'm standing by. So
then Kulata, second, why do you give Obi 40% in Abuja?
Because I think Obi is going to win Abuja.
Why?
Abuja voters are mostly PDP. The PDP takes it landslide. And
a majority of them are Igbo.
Majority of them are Igbo. Majority of them are very, very young. So that's why if Obi is going to do well at all, Obi should take Abuja. That's just.
Are you not putting the incumbent? The APC to contest in Abuja.
ABC.
They still hold the territory.
In 2019, ABC, I don't even know. Did they even get 20% in Abuja? It was
they lost now. They lost.
They always lose badly in Abuja.
They always will lose in Abuja.
That's fine. Let's continue.
Can I react?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Thank you, Kulata. Good study.
Hold on. Before you carry on, and thank you for saying that. Let's acknowledge the effort that Kulata has made. This is taking him hours to come together with it. So let's acknowledge that. Somebody was suggesting to me that Kulata now elevates to Ajanle Koko status. Maybe not that far, but it's elevated, but not to Ajanle Koko status. Nobody, no. Even I am aspiring to Ajanle Koko status. So, let's acknowledge the effort.
Look, for what Kulata has done, he has really confirmed to us here that is a statistician general.
You see, so I was right to give him the
Babati
the man with the data.
But Kulata is a data, statistician, So Ajalu Koka is not. But Ajadekoko is good in other area. We're
all
gonna
right.
give good to Kulata.
But let me tell you, I believe this took him a whole day, if not days. You know,
Ajadekoko, honestly,
Happy Mokurani.
Iran, it took me like 1 hour.
More than 1
Honestly,
hour. Well,
I swear
that
to
is
God,
good.
like 1 hour.
Yeah, that's
all right.
you are confirming that he is a statistician general. So good job.
Ajadekoko, let me confirm. Kulata said it yesterday on a different space that he's gonna bring it out. He's gonna do it. So maybe
Yeah,
this
I did
1
it.
hour
Yes,
is
I
right,
did
but
it
he just
yesterday.
mentioned it yesterday.
I did it yesterday.
All right.
And I think before we move on, I think people should stop looking at the percentage rather than the numbers of voters. If you have 500 people to vote in a state and they say 40%, that number is not alarming. So when they say 40%, stop looking at it like, oh, a whole 40% you get.
All right. Let's carry on. Anyone else querying any?
Okay. Yes, I'm the one. Thank you, Kulata. You tried in analyzing this information, but I have one or two observations. You know, this election, it's after the election that we know the true picture of things. So whatever we are saying here is not cast in stone. They are just projections.
They're just
Yeah.
projections.
And we are just assuming all things being equal, no insecurity, no voter apathy, and all the rest of it, right?
Right, yes.
Okay, good. Now, let me start from what you said. You gave Kogi State, you gave P2B 5%.
Let me see.
I think
yes, I gave him 5%. Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking at my screen. I think that is a bit low. I can explain why. You know, Kogi is divided into three: Kogi West, Central, and Kogi East. Kogi East has the highest voting population, and it shares a lot of similarities, culture with Benue people, and that is Obi's stronghold in Kogi. I think giving Obi 5% there is low. Obi should get, like, if those Kogi East people come out to vote and it's free and fair, no violence, I think Obi should get at least 25 or 30%.
I don't think it's possible.
Yes.
Kulata,
let me
I have a
explain
query
why.
with you about Kaduna State.
Hold on. Hold on. No, hold on.
We'll log it now. Let's discuss it and we'll see if one man will capture it. Let's just talk about it back and forth a bit. The reason I gave Kogi low is because Kogi is one of those states that structure matters a lot. It's not one state where you feel the love of Obi will just get people out. So Kogi is perhaps 60% Muslim, 40% Christian. It's close. Or 40% Muslim, 40% Christian. It's pretty close. The western part is Yoruba people. Ebira people are close to Igala and they're close to Yoruba people. The biggest group there is Igala. The part that's closer to Benue is mostly Igala people. So Kogi
that's what I'm saying.
I know. So Kogi shares borders with Eno. Kogi shares borders with like 7 states. Let me not even bother to states.
8.
So, but I don't think Obi has the structure to get out the votes. People that will stay in the sun and with their PVC and vote, because it's not the Southeast. It's not like young people population. Yaya Bello is going to pull out shenanigans. I just don't see it possible for Obi to register in that state.
Okay.
Can I target on Kaduna?
Can I continue?
Kaduna.
Yeah. Carry on, Ike.
Okay. Let's go to Lagos.
Okay.
You gave Obi 30%. That's fair actually, but I just want to add something to the analysis, because as you are looking, if you're analyzing votes, you also have to check history, how they've been voting. I don't think APC has won, even when they were Action Congress. I don't think they have won Lagos with up to 60%.
And I acknowledge
I'm coming. I'm driving somewhere. Now the remaining 40, it used to be 40 something to 50 something, and the bulk of the voters of PDP are basically enlightened ones and people from the east, Igbos that are in Lagos, right? And PDP is divided. you have the Bode George faction, and you have the Jando faction. I feel PDP will not get up to 15%, all things being equal. I think Labour Party should be getting around 35%, 35 to 40%. I don't know. I'm just postulating.
Okay, let me answer you. the historical numbers is what I used. It's normally 55 to 40 something percent. But that 40 something percent is split. Is PDP and is Labour Party. That used to be the old PDP. That's why this election is like this. Most PDP votes is split into 2 or 3. It depends. Sometimes it's Kwakwan, so too. So if you add my 30% plus for Obi, 15% for Atiku, combine that together, that's the normal 45% PDP gets.
Okay,
then,
because if I'm being generous, I'm going to give PDP 5 to 10% in that state. With the problem happening in PDP.
No, that's too ridiculous. I don't think they can get
Then Kaduna State.
I'm from Kaduna now. Let me talk about Kaduna.
Can you hold on? Can you hold on? Let him have the floor, and then you come after him.
Okay.
Because we have to document these things. Carry on.
Now you gave Peter Obi. Please, people should not misunderstand me that I'm coming here for Obi. I'm just trying to be empirical.
No, you can come for Obi now. We want somebody coming for Obi because we have to really interrogate this data. So yeah, carry on.
Okay, now in Kaduna, you gave Peter Obi 15%, and from your analogy, you were deducing it from the southern Kaduna base, right?
Correct. Yes.
Now, Kaduna is divided into 2. You have the northern part and you have the southern part. And they are almost equally shared in number, if I'm right. Abi?
No, perhaps maybe 60-40 or so.
No, it's 30-70. Southern Kaduna is 30.
I don't agree. I'm
talking about Southern Kaduna specific. I'm not talking about Christian. I just came from there. I had information. Southern Kaduna is only 30%. I'm not talking about Muslim Christian because there's Muslim. Northern Kaduna is divided, and I'm gonna tell you one when it comes to my turn.
Okay. Now, Kulata, we all know that Southern Kaduna, with a lot of factors they've had within the past 8 years, should be tilting towards Peter Obi. Let's just agree. Let's postulate. Now, you know Ahmed Dati is from Kaduna North, right? And he's from a prominent family in Kaduna North. Don't you think he can pull some figures in Kaduna North?
I think Dati Ahmed is useless. I'm sorry for the
language. He's a lightweight.
It doesn't add anything to the Obi campaign.
I'm sorry for the
zero.
Okay. All right. No problem. We will see. Now, how many percent did you give Kwankwaso in Kaduna State?
25.
I think he should score more than that.
It's possible. I gave him 25. I gave Atiku 30. I gave Tinubu 30. If the governor, I drastically dropped APC votes. Those Buhari 20 million, I made them disappear. There's no longer Buhari 12 million votes anymore for Tinubu. None.
Yeah, that is. I also want to add something. There is a new, I think something we will observe in this election. Anyone banking on the northern governors to deliver APC is likely to be disappointed. So we just have to, everyone has to. Because most of, except El Rufai, though El Rufai has not managed security well in Kaduna State, but infrastructure and other things, El Rufai has done comparatively well. But if you remove El Rufai and Ganduje, look at all the Northwest governors.
What about Zulum? Are you?
No, Zulum is from Northeast. I'm talking about Northwest.
Okay.
But
now if you look at them, I'm coming, please.
I just want to see, are you Ike? I'm not looking at my screen right now. Is that Ike I'm talking to?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, if you look at those governors, they have not really performed in their states. And with the endemic insecurity there, I think those people in that area are angry with those governors. I don't think they are going to go do their bidding in this election. But I stand to be corrected. Only time will tell.
Tinubu, in my analysis, only won just one Northwest state, one, and that's Zamfara. And he tied in Kaduna. He tied with Atiku in Kaduna. So Tinubu is not doing well in the Northwest. On my analysis, is not doing well. Atiku is, I think Kwakwanso has the highest number of votes, followed by Atiku. And Atiku and Kwakwanso win 2 states each, and they tie 2 states each. Tinubu only wins 1 state in the Northwest. So I'm not bumping Tinubu in the Northwest.
Yeah, there is one state you analyze that I think I agree very much with you. Kano State, I think your analysis about Kano was spot on. I must commend that.
I hope so. I said I hope so. I don't know. It's a guess. So let's see.
Okay.
So. Yeah.
Which other state? You on those states, you gave PDP 25%. Do you think they can make up to that? Why do you think so?
Because they still have some structures, but they're going to get overwhelmed by APC. Because
who are the structures in Ondo?
In Ondo, I mean, Fayose has abandoned them, but they still have remnant of something.
Mimiko is in Wike's camp.
I know, but I'm not, like I said, I'm neutral on G5. If G5 comes out, we have to come and reanalyze this. But as of today, let's forget G5 as of today.
All right. Now we move downwards. You gave in Nasarawa State, you gave P2B 15%. I think you were being stingy there, if you ask me.
Why?
Why did you give him 15%?
It's doing well in Nasarawa with 15%. It's doing well there with 15% because we're giving him the Christian votes in Nasarawa. Is an APC governor state, APC chairman state, and I didn't even give it to APC. I gave it a tie between APC and PDP. Kwakwanso too is there, is a northern state. Kwakwanso, I'm giving Obi and Kwakwanso the same votes in Nasarawa. Do you think Obi will be able to overperform in Nasarawa?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Obi should get at least, from what I'm getting, from the feelers I'm getting, maybe 20%, 20 to 25.
It's not going to make a difference, but we can register that if everybody agrees. But who do we take the vote?
But Kolata, I have a fight with you. Why are you giving all the Christian votes to Obi?
Because
in those regions.
Because Muslim.
Forget about Muslim tickets. Why? No. And also, are you factoring structureless party of Peter Obi, Labour Party, into all this your Labour Party? You did?
I am positive on Obi in this election. And I'm pessimistic on Tinubu in this election. So that's why I'm registering more Christian votes for Obi. But even when I register the Christian votes for Obi in the north, it doesn't make any difference.
Okay. Now let's go to Benue State. Okay. How many percent did you give? Let's disregard this is a federal election. It's not state election. I know that the governorship candidates
will win the governorship.
Excuse me. Yes, APC is likely to win governorship. But this is a federal election. What we are talking about is presidential, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at federal level, an average Benue man is really angry with the APC government because of how they've managed insecurity in the state. Do you feel with that APC is still going to get up to 30% with a state that has up to 2 million people in IDP that was never there before?
Yes, and I'm going to explain it to you. It's the same phenomenon. Assuming there was one PDP will have gotten 60%. APC will have gotten 30%. Kwakwanso will have gotten 10%. But because you have Labour Party faction, you have PDP faction, Iyorchia is from there. Even as a PDP is a PDP governor, the governor supports Labour Party. So PDP that should have been 60% is now split into two. That's why APC can get 30%, Article 30%, OB 30%.
I think I disagree with you. I don't see APC getting up to 30% in Benue.
Do you guys want to register that?
Tell us why.
Are you considering it? Are you considering it?
Why I'm saying that they cannot get my reasons. I just have one reason. I know from what I know that people of Benue State are not happy with APC governments. I know that, and I believe that the governor has a special love for P2B in that state, and we shouldn't also throw away the influence of a governor when he's siding a candidate. So
he didn't endorse him. And I think we can speak to that issue. Like if Peter Obi comes to him, he will tell you, "Oh, Peter Obi is a good candidate." That doesn't mean he has endorsed the person. He said Benue State Governor didn't endorse Peter Obi, but he won't write Peter Obi off if Peter Obi goes there, which is simple. He has not said, "Oh, I've come out to say, oh, we are with Peter Obi." Just like the same thing with Wike. Wike has called APC people to come and do stuff in his state. He has called Peter Obi to come and do stuff. He said that doesn't mean we've endorsed these people. I was watching one of his interviews recently, maybe yesterday. He was saying that. So you can't say because he's not supporting Obi yet. So that's why I like the way Kulata has dropped out this shit. Like he's not factoring in the G5 yet in this Oma. So we can't put all that in this now.
Okay. Now the next state I want to go to, we as of today, we are just removing G5 from the analysis. We are just removing.
We're neutral.
Yes, they are neutral. Then I want to ask you, in Rivers State, if G5 are neutral, why did you give APC 25% in the Rivers?
Because APC has a possibility of, I mean, in the last election, with all the aggression Wike gave them, they pulled 23% or so with all the aggression. Now, Wike is not aggressive and Wike is not endorsing. So I said, if Wike is neutral, is not aggressive, APC can get 2%. They can outperform 2019 by 2% because this is a southern candidate too. It's not Buhari, it's a Tinubu.
I think I disagree.
I think I want to disagree too.
I disagree because APC in Rivers State does not have one from the body language of Rotimi Amechi. He's not really interested in this campaign. The only person that may work for APC that has grassroots appeal in Rivers is Magnus Abe.
Magnus
Abe cannot give APC 25% in Rivers. I know what I'm talking about. Magnus Abe cannot. So when you give them 25%, as I was just wondering how you arrive at that.
You know what 25% means? 75% of the entire Rivers are anti-APC.
Yes.
75% of Rivers.
More than 75%. The only way APC can get 25% in that state is only when G5 has tilted towards APC. Then we can now use his influence and give them 25%. But if we are not considering G5, I don't think APC can get 25% in Rivers.
Yes, I think I will agree with. Is it Ike?
Yes.
Yes, I think.
So what would APC get then?
APC should be getting between 5 to 10%. If they get 10%, they've done very well in Rivers.
No,
but one man.
They will get like.
Can you shorten this intervention? Because if everybody keep on talking as long as this guy is talking, everybody should be able to contribute. Maybe pick 2 or 3
states
to analyze.
I'll round up within a minute. But then your analysis, the last analysis, though I have so many objections, but let's just move on. Imo State, please. APC cannot get 25 in Imo State.
I think someone already said that.
All right, no problem.
I think whoever that is saying APC will not get 25, that person must be a joker. APC will get 25% in Imo State.
That's not possible. I'm saying it right now.
I am from Imo.
Hold on.
I'm from Imo too. That's not going to happen.
Hold on. You people don't live there.
It doesn't matter. We live there. I have parents that live there. My parents live there.
Forget that. You live in America
right now, but they keep going back to vote.
You live in America. You don't know what is going on.
I have the information.
Yeah. Okay, let me try APC will make 25%.
Okay, and I said not.
Okay, let me tell you this. You said
it doesn't matter what you say. It's not going to happen.
Okay, wait now. Let me make an analysis. Look, definitely, what is the name of this guy?
Who's that?
No, the former governor. What's his name? Okorocha. Yes, definitely is going to come out for Tinubu.
And, no, he's not making an impact. He's been trying to.
No, that's not true.
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. I'm from that state. Okorocha will not do that. Take it from me. If Okorocha is going to work for someone, it's even PDP.
Is it not?
Okorocha is from Imo.
He
knows. He knows the space very well.
Okorocha is from Imo.
He's not going to make. He's not going to talk. And
Is
moreover,
it not?
It is my state. If I can't talk about PDP, I can talk about Imo very well.
Is Okorocha not in P? I mean, is he not in APC?
Yeah, but he's kind of dummy right now.
Guys, hold on now.
Has he said anything? No, but the last thing he said that he may decamp. He didn't say he has already decamped.
When did he tell you that he's going to decamp?
It's debunked that. It's debunked that.
Oh, okay, he debunked that. Okay, but he's not going to have any impact. And moreover, he's not well, like, he's a looter.
Man of prestige. Man of prestige. Man of prestige. You see now, you are saying it's your state, but you didn't even know he has debunked that. So let him make his point. He's making his point.
Wait a minute. Don't tell me like I don't know something. But it was a statement that I read. You don't read everything.
You are making a point.
When he debunked that, I didn't read that.
Let him make your points. Let him make his point so we can move on. We can't be going around the circle now. I beg, please.
Look, let me tell you this. Opposite of Zima, whether you like it or not, is the governor of the state. You might not like him. I believe he has done one thing or the other to the delight of some people in that state that are ready to work to deliver that state. And then, what do you call this guy? Okorocha. Okorocha will come in as well because he's a leader in the state as well. In fact, he's the leader in that state. It's just that Opu Dozima uses the governmental structure and to destroy what do you call it?
Rotas.
But when we are talking of people in APC that strongly behind that party, Okorocha was the one that brought APC to that state, and it's still popular, whether you like it or not. It might not be 100% as you used to, but it's still popular. So don't say that in a state that is controlled by a particular party, if that governor is going to lose election, don't tell me that it's not going to get 25%.
I can
surely get 25%.
I can explain this thing further, break it down how Imo State is and how it's going to pan out. But that will take much time. I'll just leave it. Only time will tell. But mark what I said today. APC, as it stands now, I don't see APC getting 25% in Imo State. Even when you add the influence of Hope Uzodinma being there, I don't see them getting 25%. We will still come back to this after the election.
Okay. Give us the percentage, how it will go on each candidate. Tell us.
I see now Imo State will be a battleground between Labour Party and PDP.
Okay, now, tell us.
Now,
percentage.
Now, Labour Party is going to get around 60%, 50 to 60%. PDP will get about 25 to 30. The remaining will be APC.
You don't know politics. That's why you're talking.
I agree with that analysis.
My own state, where I come from.
Okay.
Only time will tell.
Let's leave it. Time will tell.
Oga, emotions.
No, hold
emotions
on.
are different from reality.
No.
Don't go there with emotion. It's not about emotion. It's just an academic exercise.
Everybody hold on.
For the past 10 years now, we know the party and the people that have been governing that state has been between Okorocha and Hopu Dozima for the past 10 or going to 12 years. And for you to say they are going to lose and they will lose badly, that they will not get 25%, then you are not fair in your analysis.
All right.
It's not a matter of fear. It's what we think. It's
okay, that's good. Just think.
We will still come back to this.
All right. Let's move it on. But Kulata, is that sufficient enough of an argument for you to consider?
I mean, what I'm considering is the most contentious states so far: Imo, Edo, and Kaduna. We'll revisit those. So let's move on.
Okay, can I go on one man? I'm only going to mention 3 states. I'm not going to stay long like that.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, my 3 states, we already debate Imo a lot, so I'm not going to get into that. My 3 states in contention that I'm going to debate is Rivers State, Kaduna, and Lagos State. And let me state why. When it comes to Kaduna, like I said, I was there for a few days. the Kaduna space, the northern Kaduna is about 50 to 60%. Southern Kaduna is about 30%, which is predominant Christian. I mean, maybe about 80% to 90% Christian. Then when it comes to Southern Kaduna, when it comes to Northern Kaduna, it's divided into two. That is what I noticed while I was there. There's a Muslim side, a bridge that divided. I forgot the name of that bridge. A bridge that divide. That Northern Kaduna, mainly non-religious people, which is non-religious people live in one part. The Muslim live in one part. And I'm gonna tell you why I'm basing my analysis that Obi is gonna get 25% in Kaduna. And I think he's going to win that. So I don't know how much Tinubu is going to get. 25. No, Kwankwaso. Tinubu is going to get about 25%, but Kwankwaso is not going to get 25% in Kaduna, and Obi is going to get 25%. So I'm giving Kwankwaso maybe about 10 to 15% in Kaduna. But your analysis on
all of this from the 2 days you spend in Kaduna.
Forget about that. Have person there. Okay, who's really heavily involved into politics, not necessarily contesting, but
I think Kulata is even fair to give Obi 15%.
Well, Ajale, this is my own analysis. It's up to Kulata to make.
Kulata is just too generous, not even fair. He's just too generous.
Okay, that's your opinion. That's your opinion, Ajale. But I'm trying to pick 3 states, and that's what I'm analyzing. I'm not going to go to the whole state.
Because when you are looking at,
can I land Ajale Coco, my brother? Let me land.
Hold on. Now let Ajale Coco interrogate.
When you look at who had the political shakers in the state.
Yeah, you know what? Basically analysis based on previous political dispensation,
Hold on. The political shakers. Number 1 political shaker in Southern Kaduna is Shehu Sani. And Shehu Sani is in PDP.
Well, I'm coming. You didn't let me finish what I'm going to give to PD.
Can you hold on?
And his people will surely line up behind him because he have that structure. He has worked well for the people. He's been fighting for the interests of the Southern Kaduna, and he's going to tell them this time around, this is where we are going, and people will listen, and they will not abandon him. Forget about all this sentiment about Christianity or Islam or this thing, but we are talking of who are the political shakers that are going to move people towards the candidate. So I think Kulata is just too generous.
Okay, let me
15%. He will not get more than 5% there. He doesn't have any structure, any political shaker in Labour Party in that state. I'm giving him. It's going to be between PDP and APC in that state.
Okay, thank you for that interjection. But anyway, I beg to disagree heavily, and this is my point I'm trying to make. In that political space, Obi is going to get his 25%. PDP is going to win that state, and the least person that's going to get vote in that area is going to be Kwankwaso. Maybe 10 or whatever. APC is going to get their 25%. APC is going to be more APC than Labour Party, but Obi is going to get 25% in Kaduna State. That I'm mark it today that I'm saying it. That's my political analysis in that area. Kwankwaso is going to come forth, but it's going to get 10 to 15%. Atiku is going to win that state by about 30%. So it's up to Kulata.
So Kwankwaso we come behind Obi. That what you're saying?
That's what I said. In Kaduna, yes.
Where is this sentiment coming from?
Oh my God! Ajale Boko, just leave obedience. Leave obedience.
Thomas, this is not about obedience. Okay, let me alone.
Just listen to yourself. So,
wait a minute. I'm listening to myself.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, Ajale Coca. I was born at night. I wasn't born yesterday.
Just hold on right there. So, Kwankwaso cannot outperform Obi in the east, but he will come and outperform Obi in the north. In Kaduna, this is Kaduna.
Okay. Next to Kano. That is very laughable. Very laughable.
I mean, don't be a joker, man. Don't be a joker, man.
Thomas, don't make my state laughable. Okay, don't interject, please. This is my statement. I didn't target when you are making your own analysis.
All right, carry on. But if you say something, some people might want to push you back. You don't.
Yeah, but you don't have to laugh about it like I'm ridiculous. That's the way I'm receiving it.
No. Don't. That is a Prestige is entitled to his opinion. You just have to present the counter argument. But carry on, Prestige. Carry on.
Please, can everybody make it quick so we can move on?
Yeah. That's why I'm saying I'm only going to interject on 3 states because we can't go around going for the whole state.
Carry on, my brother. Carry on.
Okay.
Carry on.
Going by what I said in Kaduna, Obi is going to get his 25%. PDP is going to win it. APC is going to come second. Obi is going to come third in that state. 1% is going to get his percentage. Okay, I'm done with that. Let's move to Lagos State. And I'm putting my money on Lagos State that Obi is going to get about 30%. I put my money down. Cash up.
Give us the permutations for Lagos State.
Lagos State is going to definitely 25 to 30% in, PDP. A lot of PDP people is going to vote for, unloyal PDP. Is going to vote for Obi. And plus,
Minus Prestige. Can I ask you a question?
No, hold on. Let him give us his permutation. Give us your permutation for Lagos State.
Okay. Ajali Koko is close that that TINUBU is not going to make more than 50%. 49 to 50. I'm putting in that range, or 48 to 50. He's going to win it. Then PDP is going to come third in that state. PDP is going to be like about 15%. Maybe because of some outside voters and everything, maybe Kwankwaso 10 or 5 in Lagos. They have a lot of outside community in Lagos. So that's my analysis in that way. So let me, the last one, but not the least, let me just run here so everybody can have time to talk. River State. Obi is going to win River State. Obi is going to carry River State by 40%. PDP is going to get their share 25 to 30%.
But I gave Obi 40. I gave him 40% in River State.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that, but let me put a caveat to that. Whomever Wicked, is going to align with, is going to take some Obi vote, because Obi will still get up to 30 to 40%. Because I had some people said wherever Wicked say you want to go, they're going to go. And that's not going to be a lot, but it's going to, that's the only, that if he does that with APC, that's the only time APC is going to get 25% in River State. But if he doesn't, or just stay neutral or whatever, APC has nothing to do with, the lead. APC is not going to get more than 20, it's not going to get up to 25% in River State. That's my analysis in that. So that's all I have.
One of spreadsheet. Can I ask you a question? Do you remember when Obi went to River State and he told on the podium?
Forget about
hold on. Can I finish? Can I finish? Even Obi himself would not think he has the ability to get 40% for him to say he threw the governor, the governorship candidate under the bus, and he said, we'll give you the rest. Vote for me for presidency. We'll give you the rest. Do you think he doesn't know what he was talking about? He's a politician, you not.
Can I say something? Let me tell you why. Because the candidate over there for Labour Party is not credible enough, So what Obi was doing is some political expediency, That's what's going to happen. It doesn't matter what you say about the crowd or what.
And where do you think? If the candidate they are using in the local government in governorship are not strong, where do you think 40% going to come out from? Who is going to mobilize each ward?
It's not on the same 40%. Day. It's not on the presidential election. It's before. It's going to come before other ones come a week after that. Mm-hmm. So you don't fit into that. So that's what I'm going to say. So other people can talk. I'm using my analysis on 3 states.
All right, thank you, man of Prestige. Does anyone else have any queries about the figures as presented? Because there's still another.
No, are the figures, are they wild? Are they moderate, or are they?
One man, we are not welcoming an intervention. Let's Kulata carry on.
No, that's Kulata. Yeah.
No,
let
me.
It's
me.
Yeah, I have a fight too.
Keep your fight for now.
I have a fight too.
Hold on.
So I want to ask. These numbers. Do they feel realistic, or am I favoring one candidate over the other? Because I was pretty moderate, especially Tinubu.
I thought you were too conservative in Lagos State for Tinubu.
Exactly.
I thought you were. And I also thought that you were too conservative in Katsina State, I have to say. And even in Kaduna State. I can see, I thought you were conservative for APC in Katsina, and I thought you were overly generous to Atiku in Katsina as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I agree with one man. It's too generous to Atiku in Katsina. And yes.
Sir.
Kolata, I thought okay, I kind of like agree partly with one man with Katsina. There is no way APC will not win Katsina with Buhari. Buhari's retirement is for him to continue to be a powerful godfather. He will deliver Katsina to APC. The Jigawa, Baduru, Kebbi, Bagudu, these were people that won the state over 70%. It's going to take tsunami for APC not to do well in those states. Rivers State is going to be it's weakest coin essentially. Liquid has 200,000.
Let's not bring G5. When G5 does something.
No, not G5. Wike. I don't say G5 because Wike has 200,000 special assistants that is going to use. Whoever Wike endorses is going to win River State. Lagos State. I think there is too much. I think the fear of obedience. This poll is basically based on the fear of backlash of obedience. There's no way Tinubu will win less than 60% in Lagos State. Buhari is not from Lagos. He won more than 50% in Lagos, 53%. Tinubu will not win less than 60% in Lagos State.
Okay. All right. Anyway, I held myself. I mean, I'm not an emotional guy. I'm saying Tinubu gets a bit betrayed in the Northwest. I factor that in. So there's no Buhari numbers in the North. Forget about that. I factored rationality in terms of Borno, Kanuri states. I gave, some advantage. Yoruba states, as predictable, the Tinubu wins, but with a normal 50%. Yoruba votes are not wild. And article structures are still there.
Kwarata, that is why I'm disagreeing with you.
Yeah, hold on. Let him land and then come in and disagree.
But Yoruba states are not wild voters. We just don't vote like that. So I moderated, I tempered it down and said, well, Atiku has some structures in Osun State, and he also has some structures in Oyo State. So I gave Atiku some realistic chance. Peter Obi really has no chance, apart from Lagos and the Southwest. And the North Central is kind of even between APC and PDP in the North Central. I try to make it as even as possible. I think people are just, what this experience taught me is this is the reality of a four-way race. You will hardly find wild numbers. So in a four-way race, a 60%, 70%, they are wild numbers in my opinion, because there are four people involved, not two people. So
Kulata, can I just say one thing? I think Ekiti State, you underestimate Peter Obi. The DG.
What does that mean? Over underestimated? You underestimated is
you underestimated too much.
That 4% I gave him is because of the DG pay, at least representation.
But then you give him, then you give him Ondo State and somewhere he doesn't even have anybody, 10% or whatever. I don't remember.
Yeah, 10% in Ondo State.
Okay, then he's gonna get 4% where the DG comes from.
You know what happened? Ondo State was looking more like 65% for Tinubu. I'm like, no, Ondo had Ekiti.
Osun has no influence in Ekiti though. He has no influence. It's more an academic and an elite than anything else.
Confession, I was liberal. I was liberal with Obi. I gave Obi more. I mean, I just felt people want change, so I gave Obi part of
I was gonna say there is influence of the obedient in your judgment, but which is fair enough, which I kind of agree with your position on it. And that's why I would say if anybody have a disagreement, don't let us fault what Kulata has put down. Kulata would note whatever you say on the side. so we can just progress, because I don't know.
What Kulata has done is he has factored in the obedient space to be conservative in this presentation. So this is a very and what that means is that he has created a buffer for all of those the wild, emotional, and even factual arguments that may not have been captured. So he has tried to be conservative as it can be with this presentation.
But he's not.
Can I put my fight now?
He's been liberal in some area over liberal. And
like where?
Yeah, no, that's always the case though. The ebb and flow of it. But yeah.
Yeah, let me come in one man. Kulata, my fight with you is the Southwest. If you are factoring, forget about PDP in the Southwest.
No, Thomas,
why did
I think PDP has structure in Oyo State and Osun State.
Let me finish. If I finish, you will know what I'm talking about. Forget about PDP in the Southwest. It will be between Obi and the Jagaban. Why did I say that? You will know Southwest wants the power to come to the South. Right-thinking person in the Southwest will not be voting for Atiku, in my opinion. They will be going for either TINUBU or Obi. I'm talking about Southwest now. So all these bogus number that you give PDP in the Southwest, I don't think it's going to work. The numbers should be, and even TINUBU, you really underrate TINUBU in the Southwest. The Southwest number here, you really underrate him. 50%. Oh no. It's going to be between Obi and TINUBU in the Southwest. Not Atiku. No. That is just my fight with you.
TINUBU is not exactly a beloved candidate in the Southwest.
I think I will.
But let me tell you. Let me say this. Let me say this. Is not their beloved son. I was in Nigeria when I convert. When I speak with people, we chat. They will say, "Oh, TINUBU is corrupt. Is this? Is that?" At the long run, they will hand it on Mawane Joshe. So that factor of is our son. It will be at the end of the day. Most Yorubas will still go for him. So at least I spoke with few of them. They will say, "Oh, it's corrupt. Yes, it's corrupt. We don't want him." But
Thomas, give a percentage to most. Give a percentage to most.
You mean I should give a percentage to the percentage?
You said most Yorubas will vote for him. So give a percentage to what you mean by most Yorubas.
Like
yes,
each state.
No. Everything together.
Just do Yoruba land. Yeah.
Yorubas. 70-80% of Yoruba will still vote for TINUBU. Go and write it down. When he did this, is corrupt, 80%, 70% will still vote for him.
Not 80. Not 80. Never.
My brother, this is Yoruba my own permutation. My brother, this is my own suggestion. This is my own opinion. You can have yours. I respect yours. This is mine.
Baba Amanjarawa lẹ́yìn. Yoruba ló sọ.
Would they vote for Peter Obi against TINUBU?
This is the first time I'm actually.
My brother, would they vote against TINUBU? Would any Yoruba man vote against TINUBU for Peter Obi? What are you saying?
Some might, you can't say.
They are minute. Their number is not even relevant.
Not really. You see, some people, it's not like TINUBU is.
Sorry, carry on, Thomas.
Yeah, so at least I have a family members that I spoke with. Who are you voting? Are you obedient? They will say, me obedient. Am I? Let me use the word they use. Am I Omale? Am I a vagabond? Why will I vote for? Sorry, I'm not being sectional here, but this is what I've been hearing from people. Why will I leave my Yoruba people and I will go and vote for stranger?
Okay, Thomas.
That is what I heard from many people. Yeah.
Thomas, will Obi get 80%
Yes.
in the Southeast?
80% in the Southeast.
If Tinubu gets 80% in a four-way race, not a two-way race, four-way race, will Obi get 80% in the Southeast?
No, he will never get 80%.
So why will Tinubu get 80% in the Southwest?
You know, if you put the factor of PDP as the stronghold in the Southeast into Obi region in the Southeast, he may not get 80% in the Southeast. But in the Southwest, we are talking of Yoruba land though. Forget about this. Tinubu is a thief, is a rogue. They will finally still vote for him.
Look at it. In the Southwest, PDP has 2 PDP governors. In the Southeast, PDP has 2 PDP governors. So if Obi cannot get 80% in the Southeast, I don't think Tinubu can get 80% in the Southwest.
But Kulata, Obi doesn't have any governor at all in the Southwest or Southeast either.
I know. I know.
So I think
Ajale Koko, remember I asked Okulata earlier on that did you put Labour Party in context of they are not so strong in all this what you say?
Yeah, but
it's not. Thomas, you didn't factor that at all.
Your beef in the Southwest should not be with Labour Party. Your beef should be what I gave Atiku. Because Labour Party is not doing well in my Southwest analysis. They're getting 5%, 5%, 10%. That although 10% is ridiculous now, but I have to be ridiculous too. So Labour Party is not exactly doing well.
All right. Does anybody else have any query on the figures before we go? Because there's still another phase of it. But
yeah, I have query. I want to be on the side of Thomas for what
80%. Coco.
Yeah, it's going to be between 70 and 80%, and I will tell you this. And the reason is this: look, if you closely watch Oshun last gubernatorial election, the people that voted for Adeleke on that very day, I mean, we saw the video. All of them are saying, yes, this time is for Adeleke. That when it comes, that we voted for Adeleke, but when it comes to presidential, we are voting for Tinubu. And that is what will really happen in all Yoruba states, Ogun, Oshun, Oyo, Ekiti. That is what will happen over there. Where this is our son. No matter the situation,
can I intervene in regard to that?
You want me to finish?
Okay, go ahead. I was just going to give you a little bit of caveat to that. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Let Adele Kokoland carry on.
So that is what will happen in those areas, in all those five states. Lagos is going to be different a little bit because we have people that with liberal opinion and stuff like that. We have some Yoruba that we still want to vote for Obi, and that it's only in Lagos that we will see Tinubu have between 65 and 70% of the vote. And when that happens, Obi will not get 25% in Lagos. But in other states, he will not get more than 5%. Other states in the West, go and mark it down. Tinubu will have between 17 and 80%. The person that will suffer a big loss, though he's going to be on top of Obi in the Southwest, is Atiku. Atiku will suffer a big... People have lost confidence in him completely. He will still get some votes, but majority of people that used to vote for him, this time, because of Tinubu in the race, we say, this is our son, let's give him the vote. particularly with what is happening. All the leaders in the Southwest who are the one in PDP that you see with Atiku, the one in Ondo State, what is his name? The only person that with him is the governor of Osun State. And he cannot deliver that state for Atiku. People already said it on the day of his election that they are voting for Tinubu in presidential. So I want to go with
when Seyi Makinde is declaring for Tinubu, Seyi Makinde is declaring for Tinubu, a PDP guy.
Kulata should adjust that figure upward to at least 70% for Tinubu.
It's too high. If you say a lot of 50% becomes 55 or 60, I'll say perhaps, because that's where it started from. Then I now said, well, there are many people that don't like Buhari's economy. There are many people that are just going to be anti-APC. And then what about I know Southwest, we're not that religious. We don't vote. We don't look ourselves as Christian Muslim. But assuming we have some born-again Christians, that decide to carry Muslim on their head. So I just said, okay, consistently conservative on Tinubu. I was conservative with him in Northwest and the Southwest, the two biggest voting areas. I purposefully just was conservative on Tinubu's numbers.
But Kolata, with regard to the Christian angle, I don't think that plays out at all in Southwest. And
yeah, it doesn't really matter that much in Southwest.
It will not, it doesn't matter that much. It will not even matter at all. Even if it's going to matter at all, Tinubu's wife is a major pastor in the Redeemed Christian, perhaps one of the biggest blogs. So I don't think that's going to be that much of a factor. I think in Lagos State, what could play a little bit against Tinubu is that even though Tinubu is powerful in Lagos State, it has a lot of. There are a lot of big boys. With the readjustment of these how the money is going in Lagos. It's not like 100% all the big boys. There are many big boys that are cut out of the loop. So along that line, you could see protest vote against Tinubu in Lagos. That's why I said, but there is nothing in the world that will make Tinubu get less than 60% in Lagos. Nothing. And that I'm saying imagine like a catastrophe for Tinubu. He will not get less than 60%. There's nobody now. The thing that will play out in this election, even though everybody is trying to think that ethnicity and tribal, ethnicity is going to play out, because you can't say on the one hand, the Yoruba space, they don't like their children, but then Anambra will go 70 pence for their own children. And in the north, they will go for their own children because it's Atiku and Kwankwa. So even though the big boys agree that it should go to the south, but only Yoruba people don't care about their own children. It doesn't work like that.
No, but wait. The Northwest is divided. Tinubu is not winning, though. Kwakwanso is still coming on top, followed by...
Kwakwanso is just Kano. Kwakwanso is not Northwest.
But I'm saying the Northwest...
Even the Kano, you have to take into consideration with Kano that they have 4 traditional rulers now. They used to have only one.
Now I know it's 4.
So there's no Kwankwaso taking control of Kano.
Okay, let me ask a question. So because I depressed Tinubu votes, I wasn't optimistic on Tinubu numbers. Why are Tinubu supporters worried? Or no, wrong choice of words. Wrong choice of words. So with Tinubu not doing exactly well in the Northwest, being tepid in the Southwest, and
on what is this assumption? Is tepid in Southwest, it doesn't do well in the Northwest. On what is the assumption?
Like I said, I was conservative with Tinubu numbers because of bad economic numbers. The candidate is frail, Muslim ticket. I just said all those things. Let me just project a bit conservative, and also BVN. Maybe I'm just putting all the speak everybody. I'm ramming it like, okay, this is the scenario people want to see. This is that scenario. A conservative Tinubu number, slightly boosted Obi numbers, reasonable Kwakwanso numbers, perhaps slightly boosted article numbers or reasonable article numbers. Where are we? So if no more questions on this, let's go look at the numbers, the final numbers.
All right. I'll take one very short question. If anybody has a short question before we phase into
I have a short question.
Oh, okay.
So before let me prelude Kulata. So in a final analysis from what I'm seeing here, is that you have arrived to your former assumption. So
we've not gotten to the
it's not a bad thing.
Hold on. We have not gotten to the final analysis yet.
Okay.
But from what is on the screen at the moment, and just not a long debate, but any final short questions before we scroll up to interrogate other figures.
Yeah, my opinion is that in the Southwest, Obi is gonna do better than what what Kulata project. That's what I'm gonna have to say in that area. Apart from Lagos, I'm talking about the other 5 states. That's it.
All right. Okay. So if there's no other questions, let's scroll up, and then so did you want to ask a question, Ajanle Koko?
Yes. Because Kulata keep on saying that. In a four-man race, this and that, we cannot give Tinubu 70% or 80%. This is not the first time that we're going to have 4-man race or even 5-man race in election in Nigeria. We had it
79,
and Awolowo was swept. Awolowo got about 90% of the vote with Azikiwe. That is even popular. I mean, popular, and the Shagari party that was very popular as well. He swept them away. So we have to put, history in context as well.
Is no Awolowo though. It's not as loved as Awolowo.
Look, we are talking about tribal votes this time. We cannot abandon tribal vote. Why you are giving the East to all of us have considered the East to Obi is for the reason of tribal vote. So it is going to play out at the highest. So particularly with a party that has structure.
But in the East, I wasn't that wild on Obi now. The highest he got was Anambra, 70%, followed by 60%, 60%, 50%, 50%. I wasn't wild.
No, I'm talking about the West.
I think even in the Southwest, I don't see somebody like Kwankwaso getting votes. I think major vote that will go to the North from the Southwest will rather go to Atiku rather than Kwankwaso because they don't have
because it doesn't have the structure. It doesn't have the structure. So the same level with Obi that does not have the structure, it's just the name. It's just the noise making. So and the most recognized candidate and party to the people, particularly people in the rural area, they are Egbe Oligbale and Egbe Olumbrella. That is PDP and APC. That is the party that is known. And Omowale Joshe, Tinubu in the race. We people will say, why not? It's our time. Let us give him the vote. They will abandon all the other things. So Kulata changed that figure to minimum of 70% in favor of Tinubu in every state in the Southwest.
Ajali Koka, stop calling us noisemaker, please.
Oh God.
It's a joke now. Come on now.
All right. Okay, no, that's fine. So let's go now. So now you talk us now through this next set of figures that come up. So these are where conclusions are being drawn. So if you take it from row 40 and then talk us through what we're looking at.
Okay, row 40 is the total tabulation of the numbers. So in my conservative estimate, Tinubu wins 12 million. I mean, this is assuming we have one assumption. I said 40% turnout, but I averaged it out. If I had more time, I would have said this state is this turnout, that state is this turnout. Then that means you guys have to pay me money because I'm not paid to do this. So I just said 40%. I average it across all states. So it's not exactly going to be like that, but it's just average anyway. So in the scenario where I said northern governors or northern voters will abandon Tinubu, Tinubu will not get wild numbers in the southwest. It's going to get moderate numbers in the southwest. It's going to get moderate numbers all over the place. Tinubu still comes out on top with 12,771,421. You're never going to get these exact numbers, like I said. It's just approximation. If we get average of 40% turnout, followed by Atiku, who is getting close to 12 million votes, and then Obi getting like 7.6 million votes, and coming number 4, Kwakwanso, 5 million votes. Now, you can see the difference between Tinubu and Atiku. There's a grid. I did a grid. If you want to see, okay, what's the difference between Tinubu and Obi? So Tinubu is going to best Obi by 5 million votes, best Kwakwanso by 7.7 million votes, best Atiku by 800,000 votes. So it's going to be a close election. It's not going to be an election that has wide margins. Then in terms of states where they're going to get 25% minus Abuja, Tinubu will get his required constitutional requirement, 31%. Atiku will get the required constitutional requirement. Obi will not get it. Kwakwanso will not get it. So for those that are complained about the numbers, if we put your suggestions in, Tinubu will still come on top. If we reduce his numbers in Imo, Tinubu will still come on top. If we boost his numbers in Southwest, Tinubu will still come on top. The only way you can stop this guy, and I've tried to stop him in the Northwest, I depressed the APC votes in the Northwest. He only won one state in the Northwest. Atiku and Kwakwanso bested him in the Northwest, and they shared it. He still won. So if I say APC structure and I say he's winning maybe 5 of the 7 Northwest states, or he's winning 4 of the Northwest states, then his margin will increase. So the only way you can really depress this guy's margin, if he's pathetic in the Northwest, if he's getting like 5%, 5%, 10%, 10% in the Northwest, is that realistic? Based on this analysis, which is a guess, it's not realistic that Tinubu will get those pathetic numbers in the Northwest. And if Atiku does poor than this, then his margin will go up. So the only places Tinubu can fail in this election is the Northwest. And he has to fail spectacularly based on what you can see. And I think he'll be able to meet his constitutional requirement. Atiku will be able to meet his constitutional requirement. After doing these numbers, I know in my head, I've known Obi is not going anywhere. This is very apparent to me that the best showing Obi will get, if we have a 40% average turnout, is like max 8 million votes. And even this 7.6 million votes, you see how you guys question me that I'm dashing Obi a lot of votes, which I did. But see, after being generous with Obi, look at his ceiling. It's not that much. So the analysis of this conclusion, of this election, if things stand as they are today, Tinubu will still win. Except some major accident happens, G5 turns one way or the other, or Northwest is terrible for him. So you have to bank on Northwest terrible for Tinubu for him to lose this election.
Just the margin of article, which is 806,000 approximately that you've given.
Yeah, let's just say less than a million. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that not legal territory? Is that not legal territory?
Legal by what? Recount?
No, that is so low that it'll be locked up in court. There'll be endless recounts, and a lot of people they will try to unpick that. If it's that low, if Tinubu is not winning by 1.5 to 2 million votes, there'll be a lot of they might even declare the election inconclusive.
If we get this kind of numbers, you're right. The legal fight between Tinubu and Atiku is going to be gangbusters. It's going to be. But 800,000 is still a lot of votes, though. That's close to 1 million. That's close to 1 million. But one thing,
forget about legal this thing. Whoever that is declared the winner in the election is the person that will govern. Forget what is going to go through legal. Forget about that one. Whoever that INEC declare the winner of presidential election, that is the person that will govern Nigeria. Any other person can take them to court. They just go and feed, create, provide menu and combo sandwich and everything for lawyers and sons to eat.
For the lawyers.
Yeah.
For the lawyers.
Yeah.
All right. Feedback on Kulata's conclusion. So we take the feedback.
Oh, I have one more caveat.
Yeah.
The other caveat is if Obi underperforms and Atiku overperforms, there's another scenario. Because if Obi underperforms, let's say Obi performs woefully, naturally those votes will go to Atiku. Atiku will win this election if Obi underperforms.
Where? Underperforms where?
Maybe in the southeast and the south-south. And then Tinubu doesn't do well in the northwest. If Obi underperforms in the southeast and the south-south and Atiku does well in the northwest, Tinubu doesn't do well in the northwest, Atiku has won this election.
All right. So Tinubu's victory are heavily dependent on Obi's performance. So let's take our feedbacks. We kick it off with DOG and then Fatai, and then we start to cascade it. DOG. So a lot of effort made by Kulata, a lot of arguments back and forth, but he reaches a conclusion, with a very conservative table, as he has said, giving Tinubu a victory by a narrow but respectable margin. So what are you making then of the journey through and where it concludes, Adi?
Thank you, MAMMAN. I kind of give kudos to Kulata for doing this. Even though it takes 1 hour, it takes somebody that is brainy to put up this Excel sheet and put this together. We can now see from where we stand now, even though Kulata was really so generous to Obi, and I think majority of the vote going to Obi is not even will be new voters and the new registered voters. And if you look at it, no matter how you look at it, if you are generous to Obi, if you are wicked to Obi, you still see Tinubu coming out as the winner of the election, which is why we keep saying, because even if the obedience will be realistic, they can tell Kulata was a bit generous in some states where he gave them some numbers. And I like the things he had factored in, because if any obedient come out and fault this, they need a knock on their head. Thank you, Kulata. This just shows to us, no matter how we look at it, whether we are generous to be, we minus this, deduct that, subtract this, all the arithmetic you want to do, it still goes in favor of Tinubu, whether it's by small margin or big margin. That now depends on what happens in the election. Thank you, Kulata, once again for this.
All right, brilliant, DOJ. Before I come to Fatai, actually, for counterbalance, let me go to Man of Prestige. So, Man of Prestige, we've debated almost every single vote, fought hard and long. Kulata concludes, but how do you assess Man of Prestige?
Thank you, MAMMAN. Man, I appreciate today's analysis, Kulata. Look, I need to hire you as a great statistician in my company. Okay, you're good at what you do when it comes to data analysis. That's what I call you. But anyway, having said that, like you said, you just mentioned this to me yesterday on a different platform. So it was quite a good analysis for you to do this in an hour. Man, you know.
Do you believe it took him an hour? I don't believe it took him an hour, but we let him get away with that.
Man, that's what the man said. I don't agree with Kulata most of the time. But
yes.
What he tell you, he doesn't have any reason why to exaggerate or whatever. Embellish. So I believe what he said. That is an hour. This is my own opinion.
All right.
But anyway, having said that, Kulata has. Every permutation that he did and his analysis, he has arrived back to his earlier permutation. So I don't see any different what he said, but it's just an analysis. He just analyzed here. So I quite deviated a little bit from what Kulata says. And my own opinion is going to be between Obi is going to come. Obi is going to be there. He's going to be one of the big players, but the election is going to go to the second round. That's what I think. Then we can go from there. Thank you, Wama.
All right, brilliant. So Fatai, so Kulata concludes, but do you concur?
Not necessarily. I think there is a lot of factors that were left unconsidered, or were not factored in. First is the governor's influence in the Northwest. This Northwest governor there, I mean, many of them, Baduru, Masari, all these guys, they won their elections over 70% of the vote in the last election. They have their own people they are pushing around. I mean, it will like be massive turning all the other way. And by the way, Atiku was in the election the last time, when APC. I understand the Buhari factor, but I think the Buhari's factor is being extremely underplayed. The Buhari's vote is not really a northern vote. Like even if you don't consider Buhari as a factor, it doesn't mean those votes will just be split up between Kwankwaso and Atiku, because Buhari's voters, there is an ideology to Buhari. I think it's really. I mean, even his presidency, you can almost find similarity between or parallelism between Buhari's presidency now and his first regime as head of state. Very conservative, austerity kind of nature of presidency. So I don't think the economy will. I think if you are a staunch supporter of Buhari, if you're always a staunch supporter of Buhari, I think you always knew it was an austerity kind of a person, kind of a government. So I don't think all those votes will totally just be split up between Kwankwaso and Atiku. I don't think Atiku is enjoying too much. I think where Atiku will fight very hard is against Peter Obi and Kwankwaso. I think Kwankwaso got too much favor in the Northwest. I think Kwankwaso will really do well to keep the Northeast. But I think at the end of the day, Kwankwaso will fold. I don't know, maybe I don't know how close it will fall. I think the only reason he's still in the race is because he's got candidates down the ballot. But I think it's going to fold. The only reason I think it will fold into APC is because there's too much enmity between him and Atiku. Otherwise, I would say I can't predict where will fold into APC or PDP. But I think the enemy is going to fall into APC. Rivers, I think the only person I've seen put down a system who realized the intricacy of Nigerian voting, in that people don't vote for people, they vote for party, is wicked. And with the hiring of those 20,000 people, and he's a very strong guy on the I think Rivers is weakest call. But I think also, personally, what's going to be interesting, what I'm looking forward to, I want to see what is Okupe's factor in Ogun State. It's from Peru. And I would like to see Oshuntoku's factor also in the State. But relatively, if you look at it relatively, if you're giving Labour Party, Peter Obi, 10% in Ondo State, I think then you have like my language, underestimated Peter Obi in Ekiti State. Because I don't see the connection in Ondo State. If he's able to get 10% in Ondo State, he's going to do a little better.
Sorry, quick one. That Ondo was just Jara. I confess. Ondo was Jara. I didn't want.
I know. I'm saying if you look at relative factor, I mean, it doesn't have a connection in Ondo and it's going to get 10. But where he has a connection, he's going to get 4. At least minimum 10-10. Like if it's going, whether it's Jara or it's not Jara, if it's going to do that much in Ondo State, it will do equally well in Ekiti State. I don't think Oshitokun it will be zero factor. It will not be a big factor, but I don't think it will be zero factor. He wants to also. He's a young guy. He wants to also. He's looking also at his future. He's going to minimum his family are going to vote for Peter. So it's going to bring in some votes there. So that's just my. I think Buhari's vote, Buhari's factor, wicked factor, and the governor's. And then the last one, I know this might be controversial, but I just would like to say, I think Soludo also, I mean, if everybody agrees that Soludo wants to contest, wants to have a future, if Soludo cannot put up I mean, not to defeat Peter Obi in Anambra State, but just at least to put up that if he put his name on the ballot,
a
he has
roadblock.
support. Yeah, no, even just for his personal, like people say, he's doing it. He's doing a lot of things for his selfish interest. He wants to contest whatever for the presidency in the future. But if you cannot deliver anything at all, nobody is going to give you a ticket. So Soludo is going to fight hard for PDP in Anambra State. Now, how much that I would like to see. So I don't know. I'm not too much familiar with how the voting goes in the Southeast. So I don't want to say anything categorical. All I know is that PDP will fight hard, because if PDP allow Peter Obi to run away with the vote in the Southeast and Southwest, then the election is lost, because most of those votes were already PDP's vote anyway from the last election. So if Peter Obi is taking away so much vote from PDP in the Southwest and Southeast, APC does not really worry too much about those areas. It doesn't worry too much. South, yes, because South, it has all these Ovie, Omoagege, all these other people there in the South, Oshiomale, and all these people. So it's probably going for like a 50% representation in South, but I don't think he's looking too much in the Southeast. We will be happy to get some 25% out of many states in the Southeast. I think we will not mind so much 25% out of at least two, at least from Ebonyi and Imo State. But then also, I think also you forget also the fact Ojius of Kalu in Abia State. I mean, if you don't, I mean, what's going to happen to his ambition of being Senate president? If I don't remember how much you give APC in Abia. But if Abia doesn't make 5% or 10% in Abia State, I mean, I don't know how that influences his Senate presidency, and just those factors that I think. But with that number, I don't know. I don't know. But I think Tinubu's votes were over depressed with regard to numbers.
To what percentage would you say they are over depressed?
In the final analysis, I think you gave Tinubu 7 million. I don't think anybody has ever won Nigeria's presidency with 7 million.
No, it's not 7
No, 12.7 million.
Okay, 12.7 million.
That's assuming a 40% turnout, average turnout. It may be higher than that if it's 50% turnout.
Yeah, 40% turnout will be more than how much? Do you know how much turnout the last election?
35%.
35%. But with 35%, I mean the presidency was won with 15 million. So I think 12.
This is four-way race, though.
Four-way race.
Obi and Kwakwanso. Wait, calm down. Obi and Kwakwanso, amongst between my numbers, both of them have like 12.6 million. So if you add those between Tinubu and Atiku, those numbers will go higher.
But why? Okay, I mean I can kind of like theoretically understand Obi, but I cannot theoretically understand Kwakwanso. Kwakwanso is a one-zone party. Not even that one zone is like almost like a one-state party. So I don't understand how it's four-way race. I think it's probably, and at the most, I think it's three-way race. And then also in the southwest, I mean, if you take them out, but I don't think what is Showere's vote in Lagos in the southwest.
All those candidates, I'm sorry, we didn't factor them. Negligible. So we're just dealing with 4 people. We forget about Showere and the rest.
No, I think Southwest, I cannot forget Showere.
No, if you go by his results the last time,
when it was the hype of the nation, it got 30,000.
You can as well add Showere with
Amsa. Yeah, but you will if you say Showere was a hype in the last election, was negligible. So what is the difference between?
Let's not get pedantic.
No, I'm not pedantic. I'm not pedantic. No. Wait now.
Get 10,000 votes in this analysis.
No. You are
so Showere will get less votes than he did the last round because the votes now are being fought for.
Yeah, but Showere's hype without structure was negligible. But Obi's hype without structure will be amazing. That's the one. I'm not saying Showore is going to
Obi
get
has
a lot of votes.
tribal votes, and
I'm not saying
youth
all over
votes.
the country. I'm saying Southwest. Showore is not going to be. If structure does not matter.
Are you saying Showore will outperform Obi in the Southwest?
If you claim that structure does not matter, I don't think Showore's vote will be nothing at all in the Southwest. I don't think so.
I think it will be nothing.
I think so.
Southwest. I'm not in the other area.
The Southwest has never adopted Showore now.
I don't say they have ever adopted Showore, but I'm saying that if there will be Obi's inroad in the Southwest without structure, I don't see why there will not be Showore's
Showore will
in
even
the Southwest.
Obi will even outperform Showore in Ondo State, certain.
I don't believe so.
I think
that's
so.
just my own.
To be honest, the point you are making, I've just reasoned along with what Kulata has done, and I thought, okay, let's even say it's 45, and the 5% go to the other candidates, and let's base the 40% on the major candidate, because all these things we know. Even Showore himself knew that he's not making any wave at all anywhere. All his candidate has gone to Peter Obi, so we can't be flogging this matter. Just carry on.
Okay, I'm not flogging. Just to register that I don't think Showore is totally non-factor in the Southwest, not in the country. In the Southwest, I don't think it's totally non-factor.
All right. Before I take commentaries from other people, I just want to from just very, very quickly to DOG and then Man of Prestige and then Yufatai. In terms of adoptability and acceptability, I want you to give a percentage score to this presentation. So not to Kulata's effort, which we've already acknowledged, but to the presentation in terms of accuracy or a reflection of what might obtain next month. So give a percentage score on those criteria. So just very, very briefly, DOG, then Man of Prestige, then Fatai, and then we take feedback from our progressive next. DOG.
I would say 55%.
Accuracy level.
Yeah.
All right. And you, Man of Prestige.
Accuracy wise, I mean, on the overall analysis, right? And the permutation, right?
Yes, everything in total.
I give around 50%.
All right. And you, Fatai? Fatai. Look, Fatai. Look at this guy.
No. I mean, I was.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, what I said.
I think on the accuracy level, I mean, but I think the accuracy is like two ways: position wise or the number wise. In terms of if you're taking number wise, I think it's at best 50-50 because I think it's over Kwankwaso is overrepresented. I think Kwankwaso is overrepresented. I think Obi, you can never tell. Obi could be 5 million, could be 1 million, could be 500 because you can never predict Obi's votes. You know, if everybody catches the bug, you know, if they don't catch it, I think it's very difficult to predict. It could be nothing. It could be a lot of things. I think it's very difficult to situate Obi's vote. So for these two reasons, also because I think I don't think people win Nigeria presidency with 12 million votes. So for that reason, I will not give it more than 50%. No, I mean, of course, great effort, by the way.
Yeah, no, the effort 100%. Yes.
Yeah, I will not spend my sweat to do it.
No, it's a good. You know that this is Kulata's thing. He obsesses about things like this, and to our benefit, we all delight in being that way.
I think you can put a measure to Kwankwaso's vote, and I think it's overrepresented. The only person I think you cannot really put a measure to his vote is for Peter Obi.
I think. Sorry, Fatai. I think you will object.
It could be small. It could be. No, I'm not saying. When I say that, I don't mean that as a derogation. I mean that you cannot put a measure to it. It could be 10 million. Okay. It could be 5 million. It could be 100,000. You cannot really put. There is nothing you can. put your head to really calculate it. So it's
Fatai, to be fair, I think you'll object to anything that does not say Tinubu will win by a landslide. I think you'll object to it.
I think you're too harsh on me. I think
it's only from your antecedents, but no, how come Tinubu is
not
not
winning?
winning?
I think Tinubu will win for sure.
Tinubu is not getting 80% in Katsina. He must get 80% in Katsina now. All right. Look at that.
But you're too harsh on me. Just let me register my objection. You're too harsh on me. I'm not. It's only personality of Tinubu that I like. I'm not election person.
All right, brilliant. So let's go on to the progressives next. Who I suspect may have left us. Akim, are you there?
If he's sleeping, bring Playtown.
Yeah, no, that's why I went to him. I thought because it's not like I came to let all of this go without stopping everybody.
He doesn't keep quiet.
No.
Okay, one man. I'm gonna leave for Playtime to come in, because I have something to do family wise. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
All right, Brian. Thank you for your company. So thank you. So let's go on then to let's go to World Peace, who I think may still be there. World Peace, are you still there? All right. Another one bites the dust. So thank you, World Peace. So let's go on from let's go to RB. RB, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
All right, good. So Kulata concludes, and so your overall not assessment, but your feedback on both the presentation and how Kulata landed it. So let's see what you're making of it.
Thank you, Kulata, for this presentation. I think you did great, and being even some of what you said during the presentation make me have some kind of thought towards being mindful of how much can someone really put a lead when is a strong for candidate. And the way you kind of put the number, I'm still looking at it at my screen. In some geopolitical location, some candidates are weak. In another location, they are strong. And I think that's most likely how it's going to play out. I really think the difference here in real life will not be more than, I think, 15% kind of change in the variance from what Kulata has here. In terms of, I'm talking about the total.
Okay, yeah, go on.
I kind of think he is within that range of 15%, because this also shows to me that Obi and Kwankwaso with Atiku will have really won the election. But the other two have just really splitted all other opportunities that PDP could be sweeping up and really taking over the APC. That's really what I see. Even despite, I still feel like Kulata was being conservative in Lagos, just giving Tinubu 50%. I think Tinubu is going to do better. He should do better than that in Lagos. Even when Tinubu wasn't running and he was backing people to run in Lagos, they did good. So I don't think it will really look, it's almost impossible for me to even think about it, that Tinubu will not take Lagos more than 60%. But it's good. And also another thing this showed to me is also that all Tinubu really needs is not to win with a big margin. It's just to win good enough in every state where it can win. Like 30%, 35%. It's crazy that all those numbers, especially in the Northwest, like it doesn't have to go like 50% margin or something, just a 35%, and let Kwankwaso and PDP take the rest. Like as long as it can go around the 36 states and do good, that really looks like it doesn't really need to do too much. As long as nothing changes in the political space between now and February 25th. That's all I have.
All right, and in terms of an accuracy percentage, what would you give him? I thought people were being a bit stingy, a bit Peter will be like in that. I would have given it a 65-70%, but what would you give it in accuracy level?
Like I said, I think it's 80 to 85% accurate. The way I look at it, thinking about it, I think it's about 80. The variance here will not be more than 20% from this number. Really, thinking about how the number is waving, especially in the northwest, northeast area, because Kulata was not given to Numbu like a bold win. And to me, how much more can you really screw this guy up? You kind of get where I'm going. So I really think if he can win, even at the rate at which it's been Kulata was being conservative, I think he has a higher chance. Except something happened and one of the two other like Obi or Kwankwaso collapse their structure for Atiku, which I don't think that's going to happen because it's too close for that. So, except that's going to happen, I think this looks about right. The total will not be, this is 85% accurate, 80 to 85. Very good job. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, well done. Thank you, Abi. So from Abi, let's go on to, I acknowledge the people that have just come in, but let's take the feedback from the people who were all the way through, and then we take commentaries for the people who just come in. Let's go on to Thomas. So Thomas, the overall delivery, your assessment, and then a percentage score in terms of accuracy level. Thomas. All right, let's go on to Ajanle Koko then. I think Thomas may be away from his system for a moment. So Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yeah, woman, what's going on?
Yeah, no, I was asking, in terms of the overall delivery, your assessment, because Kulata has started us through a whole process to land us at a conclusion. So how are you assessing that? And then in terms of the overall conclusion, the totality of it as a package, in terms of accuracy level, what percentage would you give it in terms of accuracy level? So the overall percentage, the journey to the conclusion, your feedback, and then a percentage score in terms of accuracy level of this presentation.
Presentation is excellent. We give him...
No, the conclusion, so not Kulata's effort, but is it the accuracy as a representation of what is likely to play out in February?
Okay. Well, presentation is good, excellent, but the accuracy, I would say, for the reason that you couldn't factor in my own candidate, Showore, because who is that? I think it's Fatai that was saying, on what basis are you giving Obi all these figures, and you don't factor in Showore herself, because they're kind of on the same level, party with that structure. So how are you giving so much to him and you don't want to give anything to Showore? I think on that side, I think as a shortcoming there, he would have considered Showore too, because we have, whether we like it or not, he should have considered Showore. He should have considered Adewale of SDP. In their own little way, you might just underrate them and think that they don't represent anybody, but that would be, wrong. To look at those parties as if they don't represent anybody. If you think that we have liberal people with, sensible people that can listen to Obi, consumption to production. I believe those people on the same level. I've listened to Showore's, the way he has, I mean, the way he, at every interview, the way he has come up with the plan and articulate it well to Nigerians, the direction is going to take the country, and all his manifesto of his party, which I think is very charming to a lot of people, as well as Adewale as well. So Kulata failed in that area for not factoring those guys. I mean, we all have watched them on several shows, and we, even on Rudolph's show, everybody that spoke there said, "Oh, this guy will never know that somebody like you exists in Nigeria. Very knowledgeable guy, intelligent, and so people say the same thing with Showore. So we have a lot of people, for the reason that they want to carry out protests against politicians, that we look at Showore and Adewale as the best option as well, that we give them votes. So Kulata have a shortcoming in that area for not factoring them in. So, but at the end of the day, I think I would have loved Kulata to have a remark under his conclusion that what do you call this guy? Obi, at the end of the day, with all this effort, if he could not win any governor, if he could not win senator, if he could not win House of Representative member, we should regard him, no matter how he come out in this, at the end of the day, no matter his performance, whether he come out third or fourth, we should regard it as a total failure, total wasteful of effort. But if Kwankwaso come like fourth position, and is able to win some governor in some northern part of Nigeria, is able to win some senator, I believe Kwankwaso NNPP will win some senators, some Senate seats, some NNPP. They have it already. NNPP have Senate, they have seat in the Senate already, and I believe they're going to win more. So if Kwankwaso could not win, come third, say Obi come third and he come last in the total figure, and he's able to win some of these elective offices, we should see him as the winner in the race, against Obi that couldn't win any one of these things. So I think we should put that in consideration as well. How many Senate seats, governor seat, Federal House of Reps seat that a candidate win should be considered as well. So we should not only look at the presidential race as if it's the only this thing that will that so much matter. So Kulata failed to do that as well. So on that basis, I think I will give him 50% in conclusion. He did it best, and I think he can do better next time. So my advice to him, please put
it's a working document, by the way. So this is the first draft, and the only reason why I'm inviting people to give it a percentage of accuracy is to really come to a conclusion if we are adopting it as a platform, as our projection. But
yes, I would have scored him higher than 50 if he had factored in Showore and Adewale.
Because it can't, can it? Those are just nonsensical phrases.
I mean, this is the problem. If we continue to say they are nonsense, I think we are getting it wrong. And
I'm not saying they are nonsense.
It doesn't make sense.
There's statistical noise.
No, hold on. You can't say that. Nobody is sure of the outcome of the election. We are not sure yet.
You are not nice. So you are not nice.
We are not sure.
I don't mean nonsense, but I think what Kulata said, statistical
look at
noise.
Those guys as if they're not going to come out with anything. Even they would be, if Obi couldn't win governorship or Senate seat or any of this representative, he be worse than Sowore and this thing at the end of the day. It just be a wasteful effort, nonsensical effort. I mean, why should it be like that? It should be with all this noise, with all this momentum that we are seeing everywhere. He should be able to win some governors.
Okay, I'll add 2 more columns. Sowore and Adewale.
I know.
No,
Just put.
no,
Put zero.
hold on.
He'll put
No,
zero all
hold
the
on.
way through. He'll put zero all the way through.
All of them are in this race, and whether we like it or not, they are all going to have their organic votes.
No, but if you're arguing for Sowore and Adewale, then it might as well make the columns 17, 18 long.
No,
because
if you had it order, one column, like order, order as a
I was going to do that, but I was like, what the hell?
It wasn't worth the effort now. The Sowore is not going to be president, neither is Adewale.
It's only one person that is going to be president. So what's the argument here? Why are we doing between 3 of them and these other guys that are making sense to us too?
We'll put it there.
All right. Let's take one. Go on.
So, Kulata, I will have scored you higher. I will have given you 80%, but I'll give you 50% for not putting my candidate and that of Adewale, those 2 best guys in this race, for not looking at them, for not considering them at all. Take 50%. So you can do better next time.
Hold on. The percentage score, by the way, is not for Kulata, it's for the piece. So yeah. So thank you, Ajale Koko. Let's try world peace one more time, and then we go on to Ogbeni, then Solomon. So world peace, are you there? Okay, we don't appear to have war peace. So let's go on to Ogbeni. So you've listened to hopefully sufficient enough to form a conclusion. So talk us through as Kulata has presented, and then as he has concluded, and then tell us if you concur or not.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning from Scotland.
Good morning.
Kulata has really tried in his. I wonder if he used.
I'm sorry. Before you go, are you a fair brother? You guys always sound the same thing.
I'm not, except if you
yeah, what sound same to talk.
I worry
Mario. So okay, anyway, Mr. Kulata, I appreciate what you have done. And if I have to score you, I think I will give you, let's say, between 50 and 60%. And the reason why I will give you that is there are a lot of things I'm not sure you considered, or possibly you considered, and possibly the Tinubu in you still influence your judgment eventually, and so probably you thought to consider and you didn't consider it. I'm also for Tinubu anyway, but I try to be very objective. And then the first thing I didn't see in your analysis is I expect you to mention the big guns in each state, at least few ones, because as far as I'm concerned, all those political captains and lieutenants, they're still going to play a big role in this election. And I know Atiku and Tinubu have a lot of them. So in each state, I expect you to consider who are the big guns in this state, who are the people looting the whole thing.
Hold on. When you say to consider it, to reflect it in the broadsheet, in the spreadsheet, or to factor it in on how we arrived at
in his analysis, in his explanation. Let me give you an instance.
Okay, give an instance.
Let me give you an instance. For instance, like Ekiti, I think you are too conservative about, which is rightly so anyway.
I said it openly that I was very conservative when it came to Tinubu's numbers.
For Tinubu in Ekiti, I'll be expecting 70% for Tinubu in Ekiti, and this is my justification. You see, Fayose is rooting for Tinubu. He has always been saying it. He won't come out clearly for Tinubu, but during the last election, Fayose was in PDP, and he intentionally weakened PDP in order for APC to emerge. In fact, within PDP, they voted against him because he edged out Segun Oni in order to put a puppet there that allowed the APC guy to win. And he will always say, I won't speak anything against Tinubu. Tinubu is our leader. I'm Pan-Yoruba, I'm this and that. So combination of somebody like Fayose from PDP with Fayemi, the governor that just left, with the incumbent governor, and even Segun Oni, all of them rooting for Tinubu, for me, will make Tinubu to get 70% of Ekiti. Okay, so that's the example of things I think you should mention in your analysis, not in the written analysis, but in speaking to the document.
No, but
so
I intentionally did not want to go there.
No,
And I
he did
said
say he said he suppressed the vote for Tinubu in order to reflect as accurately as he thinks how it will play out. I think he shares those thoughts probably, but he wanted to condense it, just not to leave room for being.
when Oyinbo say calm your enthusiasm,
curb.
Yes, I get that. I get that, and I think it's good to be moderate in your expectation, so you don't get disappointed. You can only you don't get disappointed. If it comes, then you'll be happy with it, and if it doesn't come, then you become a bit indifferent, as if you'll be expecting it to come. So that's the first thing. Then second thing I think you should also consider is there may be a what I call voter party in the Northwest this time around. And why am I saying so? The first two big guns in this election are not from Northwest. And for the first time in the history of Nigeria election, Northwest is not going to produce any candidate. That's major candidates except Concourse. Now, I want to see voter party in some of friends I've contacted in the Northwest. They will tell you where anyone that wins is not their business. Buhari is not on the ballot box, so what's their business with this one? If although I know the Muslim thing is going to still speak to so many of them, and they will still want to go for whoever Buhari is voting for. Now, is rooting for. Now, one thing I understand about Buhari supporters is I see them in three folds. Some which the bulk of them are the Talakawas who really believe in Buhari, and Buhari had actually let them down. Then the religiously inclined people, I don't want to say religious fanatics, who root for Buhari because they believe that he champions the cause of their religion. And then lastly, the Fulani, his own kinsmen, who he stand to defend throughout these 8 years that is spending. They still stand with him because he's actually stand with them all through their travel in Benue and everywhere. Why even killing people? He will refuse to declare Miyetti Allah as terrorist group and co, because that's where he will retire to. So he has protected his constituency very perfectly, even though to the detriment of the other part of Nigeria. So I break his supporters to threefold, and I see the religiously inclined one and the Fulanese one going for whoever Buhari is going for. And it's clear now Buhari has told them it's Tinubu is going for. So I see those ones rooting for Tinubu. And the Talakawas will be going for Concourse. That's the way I see it, because Concourse is the face of the Talakawas now, at least in the Northwest. So another thing I want to speak about the data is your North Central. I think you're a bit conservative about Obi in the North Central. I'm not sure you consider the impact of the Muslim ticket thing in the North Central, which is a big deal for them, because they have experienced.
Is that being overplayed though? That
what state? Pick a state. Give a reference state.
I will give you Plateau, for instance.
Okay, who do we have in Plateau? I have Obi doing very well in Plateau.
No, what you have in Plateau is Obi and Atiku will be splitting Plateau into two. I don't think so. And
why?
Now I see Tinubu rooting as number 2 in Plateau. Okay, and the reason why I think Tinubu will root as number 2 in Plateau is because of Lalong, okay, and APC structure in the place. I don't see where's Obi's structure in Plateau. Atiku. I don't see Atiku. I don't. Most of the
Plateau is a traditional PDP state. Lalong is kind of like an anomaly.
You see, when we talk about traditional PDP, everything started in 1999. Don't forget. And what makes Plateau traditional PDP were the big guns Where are they today? That's the question, and that's why I said you have to consider all these big guns in your analysis.
So
Where are
what do
those
you
big
think?
guns?
So what do you think, play two? So give your
Play two. I see Obi having between 35 to 40% because of the Christian thing, the Muslim thing, and I see the next person to be Tinubu because most of the big guns in PDP they've moved to APC, so PDP is like almost empty in play two. So I see Obi likely to have 40 something percent, and I see the next person to be Tinubu. Well, that's my analysis, and
what would Tinubu get?
I see Tinubu having like almost 30 something percent. I don't
Then,
think Tinubu will have anything less
what
than
about
30.
Kwakwanso?
No, Kwakwanso in Plateau, no. Kwakwanso popularity is in Northwest, not
Yeah,
North.
but there are some Muslims there, there are Fulanis there, there are also
Yeah.
Fulanis there.
You see, the Hausa Fulanis are not the Talakawas. You see, the Talakawas are actually in Northwest, and that's why Northwest is harboring the most. That's where you get the major Talakawas in the north, not central. Not the Fulanis outside you see in the north central are the British one. They are not. They are the elite.
Okay, so we can consider play two, but we bumped up Peter Obi in other areas, so it really doesn't
Yes,
matter.
that's it. And then Niger, how can you give Obi 2% in Niger?
What
The
will he get
population
in
of
Niger?
Christians in the Niger. Yeah, I was still giving Obi 10%. I think we've argued this before. The population of this Muslim thing is a big thing that will hit, Tinubu. So for me, well, I will give I'll give Obi 20. That's just me.
One thing I would love to have done, or maybe we'll do it later. All these numbers you guys are putting there, by the time I put it in the spreadsheet, when you look at the total, it makes no difference.
Yes, I know, but just to bring our data probably a bit to the reality of things, a bit to the reality of the things that people don't just come and pick one or two and just hammer us and say, why? Strong man's argument now.
Strong man argument, yeah.
Yes, so that people won't be able to canvass any strong man argument. Now, I'll move to Lagos. I also think you are a bit conservative for Obi in Lagos because I see Lagos at the hotspot of NSAS guys. That is where they are in big numbers.
So, how many voters? This NSAS crew, Easterners, and everything. How many? Don't give percentage. Give raw numbers. How many thousands do you think they are?
Well, I can't really say.
No, because I want you to understand the magnitude of what you're going to say. That's why I said don't give percentage.
This 30% that you gave.
Ogbeni, sorry,
Yes.
don't be angry. Just 1 second. No, actually, you remind me of that. It's the NSAS crowd. That's where I said, not considering Showore, it's kind of like, I'm not saying anywhere in the country, but I don't think all the NSAS, Showore was in the heart of the NSAS. I don't think all the NSAS, I think NSAS crowd will be split between Obi, and the nearest minimum will be a split. Showore will take a good chunk of the NSAS crowd.
No.
Yeah, for Lagos, I see the NSAS.
Yeah, but so the Lagos. Honestly, I want you to imagine. So, like Lagos, is it 500,000 people that will come out and vote?
Well, give a number, Ogbeni. You're not going to be held hostage to it, but you're pushing because 30% is quite significant.
I want you to understand what we're talking about. So give a number.
So now I want to know this 30% you gave Obi, what number does it translate to? Because
no, you give that number because you've brought up the NSAS space.
No, okay.
Hold on. You've brought up the NSAS space and you've padded it with the Southeasterners in Lagos. So they constitute a sort of a number by your reckoning. So just give a loose number. You will not be held hostage. But for the benefit of the conversation, give a number, just a rough number.
Before I give a number, I want us to contextualize this. Now, the numbers of voters, what estimate? What are we
just say
on?
Average of 40% turnout for the entire country.
What figure does that translate to, please? I'm not too good.
Okay, hold on. Let's look at Lagos State. Hold on, because Kolata did a lot of work and it put all of these things. Sorry, we're Southwest. Let's go to. Just give me 1 second. So in Lagos State, just over 7 million registered voters, and out of that, the 40% we've extrapolated for it's 2,824,078. So let's just roughly 2.8 million. So that's the figure we're working with.
From this 2.8 million, I see Obi getting almost the 800,000 on it.
Right.
So
that's what I gave
what percentage does that translate to?
30%. That's exactly what I gave him.
Oh, that's 30%. Oh, that's fine. I don't see Obi having more than 800,000.
That's why I said, imagine. Do you think 1 million people in Lagos will go and vote for people?
No, I don't think Obi will have 1 million in Lagos, because I think Obi's major space in Lagos is the NSAS guys, the Southeastern guys, and also the elites. So many elites in Lagos, that believe him.
And he got 850,000 in this take of mine.
No, I think that is fair for me, or from my hand. I think that is fair. So I think that's all I have. So majorly, I now see the reason why this your data, this statistic now make me to see more. The reason why Tinubu keep going to the Northwest every time. He's going to London, if he's landing straight to Northwest, and people keep asking what's the business with Northwest. Yes, because he really need Northwest and Southwest in this election. And I see the reason why Peter Obi also is rooting every time for different churches and co, because he really needs them also in this election in order for him to. The only problem I think Peter Obi is having now that he's not doing is he should penetrate the North Central better, so that we're able to win the Christians vote from that axis. But in all, you've done well, my brother, and we see Tinubu February 25th. And I believe we will all enjoy his government.
Okay, and then that's it. You were about to get the full praise there.
We're going to reset this spreadsheet.
All right. In terms of accuracy, in terms of the accuracy of it, what percentage would you give it, Ogbeni?
I'll give 65-70%.
All right, brilliant. So to you, Solomon, just as Ogbeni did, you're up next, Solomon.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning,
Solomon. Good morning.
Yeah.
Solo, I'm on.
Kolata tried, where he tried so much in this analysis, but I think in a way he downplayed Obi. Yeah, in a way. See, let me tell you, we should not underestimate Obi's movement. I know he tried to be fair enough.
It's giving him in excess of 7 million votes, but I'll carry on.
I believe Obi might even get more than that too. See, Obi is not, this Obi's movement, not something you just downplay or underestimate, to be honest with you. But the thing now,
can I quickly interject? I know,
okay.
Just short. I know it's very easy to verbalize that. It's easy just to say that. But when you look at the numbers, you know it means nothing. Continue.
Yeah. In terms of, I'm not even anyway. But in terms of where I know Obi will might have issues. Even that one they're saying Christian, they should not bank on that Christian stuff, because even if you watch this what they call it, this Bishop Coker's interview with Shehu, he said the way he talked in that interview, he sounded like somebody who is even against the Obi movement, to be honest with you, and he's a bishop in the Catholic Church, and he's from Sokoto. I don't say this kind of man downplaying this guy and he's a Christian. Well, but I know that Obi's movement, because I have an allergy in my street here that sells very allergy that even this type of this Kwankwasos people used to come there and meet. So I asked the guy, who are you supporting? Like some months back, say he's supporting Obi. This guy is an allergy from Sokoto, and this guy since December he has not been around. Is one of his relatives that is here, but I know that he has gone back to the village to start canvassing for, even if his people might not, he cannot convert many people or to lure many people to support Obi. But I know there are still people like him in the north that would still go that will still go.
Solomon, you don't think
Yeah,
that he's telling you to satisfy you because he knows you are an Igbo man? When you are asking, he knows you are an Igbo man now, and you are asking who is he going to say? Let me just tell him I'm voting for Obi.
I told I came out pump and play. I told him
happy.
that Obi is my brother from the east. Is my elder from the east. But me, I'm not supporting Obi. I'm supporting Atiku. Do you understand? But this guy said no. That Atiku is a thief. That Tinubu is not okay. And this guy is a true supporter of Obi. I won't lie to you. Even his brother, they are really supporting Obi. They are not covering up to, and they will still have people like this.
Where do you think we should boost Obi? Which state?
See, the thing there now is he don't need all the votes in the world, or like he don't need that high number to get this seat. Unless in fair play now, let's just remove the incumbent power and normal northern this thing. Let's just assume that with the way Obi has really touched people's hearts. If you want to place Obi now in the north, it will not be easy for him. Like for instance, now with this thing I've seen now, I'm thinking how possible will it be for him to get 25% from these states? That is just the thing I'm looking at. But
do you see that 25% is difficult in the north? Because I haven't gave
that is just the thing. That is why that's why I'm starting from the north. But you won't take him out of the game total, as in he will do more than 5%. I'm telling you the truth. If he can even, but his election is already around the corner here, next month here. I don't think he can get up to 25% from.
Solomon, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Do you believe that election is a game of numbers?
I believe, but in Nigeria, you say you need to have at least 20. You have to have 24, 25% in 24 states. So I'm just trying to see how, I'm just starting from the north to see how to talk about how it will be. How possible is it for him to get that vote from the north? He's not even, Obi should not even bank on to come to like the way he held his rally in Enugu State and the multitude that came out. He should not bank on getting that, as in his supporters should not be looking out for the north like that. They should focus on getting that 25%. But I'm looking at the possible chance, but you will not take it out for me. He might do well, especially like in Christian states in northeast, like Taraba. He might do well there. I'm telling you the truth.
My brother, 1 second. I think with what you're saying, I think where Kolata depressed a lot of big votes is in the south. You want those votes going to Kwankwaso. I don't see Kwankwa. I think Kwankwaso's votes in the south are negligible. I would rather give them to Obi.
I'm going to still come to Kwankwaso.
But wait, South Kanto is getting 0-0-0 in the south.
No, you will not give him. I want to tell you something.
And again, you mentioned Taraba. You see, Obi is doing well in Taraba. He's doing decently well in Taraba. He's doing well in Plateau. He's doing well in Benue. I gave him those. He's doing well if you look, because everybody just says, "Oh, you'll do well in the North Central," but North Central is 6 states. So we start putting numbers. Don't use emotion. Start putting numbers to how you feel, and you will realize that it's not adding up. I don't feel emotions. What would be the number here? Does it mean he can get 500,000 votes? What is 500,000 votes by percentage wise? He's not gone there to campaign. Where's the 500,000 votes going to come from? So those kind of things those are the reality. Those are the facts. Anyway, continue.
Okay, so in state like Kaduna, I heard man of prestige saying Kaduna that the people that would vote for Obi in Kaduna, they are the non-indigens. Like even not all of them there that would vote for him, but I don't think in Kaduna there he might get that 25%. Why? Reasons because forget that he's southern. southern and northern Kaduna. The security guy in my compound there, the guy told me his father is one of the is a driver to one of the articles, this thing, wherever. So, but them now that themselves, they know that is the locals in that place. The people that are like the locals in that place. Like they can't vote for. They will not vote for Obi. That they will not vote for Obi there. But my friends, I have friends in Kaduna there. They are from Benue, but they live in Kaduna. They are going to vote for Obi. And Igbo people there will vote for Obi, but they will not give him that. So it's like states in Kaduna now that I know that you don't need to reason like the way you're reasoning now, that they would vote allies. I'm talking to a man of prestige that they would that he will get up to that. He will really get 25%. I doubt that Kaduna, but in Kano, I don't know, but I have feelings that he might, but you don't need to downplay him. That is just what I'm after. Then in Kwankwaso, when you go to other states, you see the multitudes there that used to come out for him, like the people that used to come out for him are just those his people. I want to even ask this one as a question now. If those people now that used to come out for Kwankwaso, like for instance now, they are the bike guys, most of both bike guys, and they have numbers in each state. They have very serious numbers. So with those numbers, with these guys, he's going to get more than this zero you are giving him. It's not like he's going to get up to 25%, but he will get more than the zero number, the zero that you're giving to him. Yeah. But in Southwest, Obi is going to do well in Southwest. To be honest with you, forget your the tribal sentiment inside. Obi will do well in Southwest.
All right. All right. So, Dapo, you're up next. So, Dapo, you've been listening all the way through. Your overall assessment of the presentation, excellent work done by Kulata. Only Kulata could have done this, by the way. Only he has the devotion and the substance to do it. So, the big well done to him for doing that. But you've been listening all the way through, I suspect. So now give us your appraisal, the overall presentation, where Kulata landed it, and in terms of the accuracy of it, the percentage score. So you're up next, Dapo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody in the house.
Good morning.
Yeah, as I'm looking at it, it's a great work, very great work, very analytical mind. I already scored it 70% in the comment section. I think it's a great work, and just to pass some few points on what people said on the platform. This Showore, I'm sorry, I don't mean to attack persons, please, but the reality is Showore, yes, they are good candidates, to be honest. In fact, compared to the front runners, in my view, they will perform better, but the reality is they don't stand a chance. So I don't see any point putting them there.
So you know that they are better than those as a front runner, but you will not vote for them.
Of course, they are better. They are better.
Nigeria.
The SDP candidate. Oh my God, better.
That's what I'm saying. I say,
that's the reality. That's the reality.
What is the reality? You are the reality. Don't care about other people. Vote to your conscience.
They are just better speakers. We have not seen them in action in any political.
Which action do you want? Which action?
They are just better speakers.
Well, we are talking of position of leadership. Do they not have that capacity?
Political leadership is different.
They have good ideas.
Political leadership. It's a different ballgame.
Okay.
So I think generally it's a great work, and keep it up, Kulata. Very, very, and I've never had us to disagree with most of the things he brings to the platform. In my mind, many times. Keep it up. Keep it up. Great work. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
All right. Thank you, Dakpo. So thank you, Dakpo. So also, any other person with any other comment before we start to wrap it up?
Yeah, let me say something.
Spoken,
Sorry. Let me say
man.
something, please. Let me just say something.
No. Sorry. Say that thing. I don't think we've heard from Thomas. Sorry, Thomas.
Okay.
But say that in Solomon, and then we
Yeah,
hear Thomas.
Yeah, but I want to say something. It's going to be possible for Atiku to get his 25% in Southeast. Yeah, Atiku is going to get his 25% from each state, and if not, apart from Ebony, but in the other states of the Southeast, he's going to get his 25%. Yeah.
All right.
That's what we give him. It's only a boy. He got 20%. The rest, he got his 25% in Southeast.
Okay.
Then let me add something. Let me add something, please. 25% is not the only condition for the criteria. It's not the only criteria for winning this election. People confuse that thing. It's not the only criteria. It's 25% and the majority of the votes, not only 25%.
Simple majority.
Then is it
simple majority.
Sorry.
Then simple majority 1, then 25% or 24 states.
Or 24 states. So people are confusing it. It's just really you get 25% in all the states and you have won. Most of them will get 25% in, at least 2 people will get 25% in 24 states. But the thing will now be the majority that will determine the vote.
All right. All right. So to you, Thomas.
Oh, thank you, one man. Thank you, Kolata. You will never disappoint me. Yeah. So I know how far you can try to get a good data. It's very excellent output. But the only problem, I have 2 issues with that thing, and is only that you don't really factor Labour Party not a big party in this your analysis and this your data. We just think votes just come from heaven or come from anywhere. I would tell from our manna that will just fall from heaven. This is not Moses. This is not Moses' time. Moses' time has gone. You have to work for what you want to get in any election. If you are telling me Peter Obi is going to get all these numbers, and Labour Party is no party to be reckoned with in that country, to gather votes in Nigeria is not easy. Even to rig is not easy. Not talk less of to gather votes across the country. You must be a grassroots politician that has done his diligence in every state in that country. It's only that's what I think you don't really factor on this data, because PDP and APC, they still have more spread, more than the Labour Party. I'm talking of the Labour Party now, not really Peter Obi himself. Because if you factor PDP and APC as a big party in this data, you will not be too generous on Peter Obi's side. And to me, well, it's fine. You want to be a little bit liberal, not to be too aggressive in your data, but to me, it's you are too generous. Even in the Southeast, I will tell you, PDP will still get their 25% intact. I think is factor in this or there as well. Don't let us dismiss Atiku or PDP. There are some diehards of PDP that will still vote for Obi, vote for Atiku rather, and they are from Southeast. They will still vote for Atiku. And secondly, the Southwest vote of Tinubu, you stifle the votes too much. In my opinion, Tinubu will be getting not less than between 70 and 80% of the Southwest vote. And you can even factor Kogi and Kwara. A little bit, not 80 or 70% in that analysis. Kogi and Kwara will still, because we have a vast number of Yoruba living in those states, Kogi and Kwara states. So it is an excellent summation. Yes, I really give it to you. Kudos. More grease to your elbow, brother. Thank you.
And in terms of the percentage score, the accuracy, did you give that?
80%. 80. Very accurate.
All right.
Can I say something?
Yeah, come in, Ajan Lekoko.
Okay. In terms of accuracy, I think we should regard that as the final analysis. What is the final outcome on this analysis you have done on this data that he has presented to us?
I think what Kulaka has presented is to tell us that Tinubu lands on that seat. What may. It's a sorry, Ajan Lekoko. What I glean from it is a come what may analysis that Tinubu lands on that seat, come what may, because he has pruned it down to the barest bones of it. And really tries to from all of the feedbacks, you can see that a lot of people are claiming that he savaged Tinubu, but he deliberately boiled it down to its core essence, and telling us that even at its core essence, all factors that come into play that we know, it lands Tinubu on that seat by an 800,000 approximate win. But that's the barest minimum. So what this is telling us is that under no circumstances will Tinubu not land on that seat. That is what I gleaned from it.
That is my position as well. And on that basis, I don't think any person with a logical conclusion will say he is not right. So he got it right there. 100% Okulata. Good job.
But there's one caveat. There's one caveat.
What's the caveat?
If Kwakwanso blows out the Northwest totally, and if Obi underperforms, there's a problem there.
If Kwakwanso, what?
Those are extremes, though, aren't they? Those are extremes.
Yeah, those are extremes. But that's why I took the middle of the road approach, and Tinubu still came on top. So, but there's still some scenarios that can change things.
Yeah, which is why I gave you 55. I just thought about what if a scenario like the G5 or somebody like Kwankwaso.
So we'll revisit this after the G5.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying why I give the outcome 55%. If I want to just stick to this today and this is what is going to happen till the election day, I probably will be giving you like 80 or 75. So I'm just trying to point that out. So you have to look at other factors before you really give the percentage out easily like that.
So Kulata have to go and do another tabulation for us if the election go into rerun. That's another comment before we go into rerun. Where will it swing to? So,
but I doubt that is going to happen. What I will suggest,
this is a normal that if everything goes well, that we are going to see in the first round a winner. This is what this data represent. But if we go into rerun, Kulata, bring it to us next time. Where will it go?
I think Kulata. I think it doesn't envisage a rerun from the. I think its bare minimum is that there will not be a rerun.
I doubt that will be a rerun. I would just like.
No, there's unlikely to be a rerun. Yeah, I don't know.
Like
that's optimism coming from the Labour Party.
Hold on now.
Okay, carry on.
Oh, sorry.
Carry on.
I would like an obedient, somebody that's supposed to come up with something like this and give us how they arrive at their result and all that. So we can just, weigh up and
no, hold on, Ajanleko. Hold on.
I agree with that suggestion.
Yeah, hold on, Ajanleko. I was going to make that invitation as well. When you were asking that Kulata go and do an additional for a rerun, we are also inviting anybody that can produce. You've seen the quality, so this is the standard by which the expectation of the platform is. So if you are able to produce to the quality that you see on your screen now, in order to instigate the sort of conversation that we have had now, if you are able to produce to this quality, to present an argument for what is going to happen next month, then we invite that. You all know where my Instagram is, so just drop into my DM and let's talk about it. So as our DOJ exactly said, we are invited because so whilst I still have the floor, I want to do a quick round robin. And gentlemen, when I say round robin, I always mean really just a quick snapshot. So not an elongated essay, just a quick snapshot. Can you think of no more than 3 things that can significantly affect these permutations? So no more than 3 things, but gentlemen, in just a snapshot. We started from Ajanleko, and we will pick up Kulata. I was going to leave Kulata out, but it is not really. So 3 things that could change the dynamics as presented on the screen now. So Ajanleko, just a snapshot on that, and we run it all the way through to land on DOG. So Ajanleko, what 3 factors? Not 3 really, but no more than 3. So what factors do you think can significantly impact on this permutation that we have on the screen?
Number 1, the G5. Whatever their decision, whatever decision they make tomorrow with regard to who they are putting their weight behind, who they are supporting, that will change what we have on this table. Number 2, God forbid, if any one of these guys, the first 3 candidates, or let me say 4 of them, including Kwakwaso, if any one of them drop dead, that will change the table presented to us by Kulata. Number 3, if election is massively rigged in favor of which party, we don't know, but you can tell, then it will change what Kulata presented to us on this table. So those are the 3 I can mention, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanleko.
Sorry, I think somebody on the comment section, I don't have chance to type on my phone on the comment section. Once your Instagram and probably an obedient, I want to.
No, it's not an obedient. That's Adewale, but I'm just typing it up now to send it.
Okay.
But thank you, D. So Kulata. So the question, your response.
All right. For the numbers for this to change, we have a scenario that Obi can drastically underperform in his traditional areas, and if Atiku overperforms, and if Tinubu still has these tepid numbers that I predicted for him in the Northwest, Atiku will win first round. And that is assuming what will make Obi underperform will probably mean that G5 endorses Atiku. So that's not likely to happen, but that's still a theoretical possibility. Another theoretical possibility is if Kwakwanso has an outsized performance, meaning Tinubu does not get 25% in the Northwest, any state in the Northwest. It's currently at 31 minus 7. 31 minus 7, what's 30 minus 7 is 23, 24. That is going to be way too risky for him because, first of all, he will barely get the constitutional mandate, and then if Kwakwanso blows up the numbers in the north to a ridiculous extreme, then he's going to go into the second round because Tinubu will not get the high vote numbers. Kwakwanso perhaps will be the person that will come second, and then they will go into rerun. And number 3, G5 supporting Obi. From this analysis, if Tinubu remains like this, it's not going to make any difference. That's one of the reasons I don't think G5 will go for Obi. Because if G5 throws their weight for Obi, it's not going to make any difference. He has a 5 million gap. If you look at the grid, the difference between Tinubu and Obi, I did that on purpose to see like what can weigh. Because Tinubu and Obi is 5.12 million, assuming this very rough estimates that I did. So G5 does not have influence to sway 5 million votes. So it's not going to make any difference. And if G5 supports Obi, the difference between Article Obi's votes is 4.3 million. So G5 really only has one direction. Is that they keep quiet and tactically support Tinubu, or they just stay neutral. So the last thing is, well, if Tinubu falls on stage, or if Bulablabu goes out of control, that is, nobody can spin it, then definitely any right-thinking person must revisit their support.
What about if Atiku has a medical episode? How will that impact on things?
Oh boy.
Publicly.
Yes. If he has a medical episode, if he has a medical episode, he still won't want to leave the race.
Yeah, but how would that impact on the voters? Nobody will leave the race. Tinubu will not leave the race if he collapses. If Atiku collapses on stage, how would that impact on the voters?
His vote will be distributed. Obi will get more because some people that will have gone against Obi will go for Obi. Northerners will go way more for Kwakwanso. A lot of North Central and maybe Southwest that will have supported Atiku will go more for Tinubu. That's how I see it going.
All right, let me just hold you to that space for a moment. If Tinubu has a medical episode, let's say collapses, let's not even use medical. If Tinubu collapses on stage to the point of being rushed by emergency services, who will be the biggest gainers, the biggest gainer, and to what percentage?
It will be Kwakwanso, mostly from the Northwest, because the people that are supporting him in the Northwest, they're not supporting him with their full chest. It's tepid support. That's why I downplayed his number in the Northwest. So if Tinubu collapses, I think many people will run towards Kwakwanso.
Not to Atiku. Okay. If Atiku collapses, the same scenario, who will be the biggest gainer?
I think the biggest beneficiary is perhaps going to be Peter Obi. Yeah, I think it's going to be Peter Obi.
I totally
disagree.
agree.
I disagree with you.
So it depends. Okay, it also depends on the area, because
I disagree.
South that Atiku may get some. All of them should go for Tinubu. In the North Central, in the North Central, I don't know, man. In the North Central, I can't predict. I can't tell the North Central. But is it if it collapses and it can no longer run, or it collapses and it gets back?
No, it collapses and it gets back. Maybe it collapses, then it's out of commission for about 2 days, and then it's back on the say no, and it tries to guide it, you know.
It's not enough to make an impact for Atiku. I think it's going to be more significant for Tinubu because the narrative is out there for Tinubu. But for Atiku, people are just going to ignore it and move on. But if that happens to Tinubu, people are already waiting for it to happen to Tinubu. So it's going to be more impactful for Tinubu than Atiku. That's what I think.
All right, brilliant. So you're up next, Fatai. What no more than 3, but it doesn't have to be 3, but certainly no more than 3. What no more than 3 incidents do you think can significantly change this excellent presentation by Kulata?
Yeah, I mean, this one I want to say, please don't count it as part of three. Just something on what Kolata said. I think if Tinubu collapses, Peter Obi is going to go to be the venue.
I think so too.
They will rally to Peter Obi. It's not going to be. Atiku is not going to be the. If Tinubu collapses, Peter Obi gains a lot. My own, I think the factors. I think I consider two factors and one event. I think the major factor that can change or will change this is voter turnout. I think first of all, I don't think anybody is won less than 15 million the winner in the I stand to be corrected, but I don't think they won less than 15 million the winner. And I think Jonathan said that's because it's a 4-horse race. But me, I disagree. I think it's a three, at best, it's 3-horse race. I don't think Kwanzaa is a factor in the national. If you consider as a national election, I don't think Kwanzaa already it's got the disadvantage of a northerner, and then this like one zone kind of a candidate. So I don't think Kwanzaa will get. I think most of the Kwanzaa votes will probably go to if they are not going to go for Atiku or Tinubu, they should go for Peter Obi. I don't think Kwanzaa will get as much. We get anything close to that assignment. But I think my own big factor is voter turnout because I mean if this is the number 40%, it would be really a disappointment for INEC with all these beavers campaign and everything like that. What is the? I mean, there's not much difference between 35% last time to 40%. If it's going to be 40%, then I don't really see the point of the bidder. And if it's going to be just this 40%, I don't think the direction will change much from last election. If it's not going to be more than 40%, because the last election, I mean, because most of these things we are factoring in, they are based on the voters, the new voters coming in. I think they added at least 15% more new people that register. And if they are as energized as you are thinking that they are going to influence the vote as much, then certainly it will be more than the minimum. I would be disappointed if it's not at least 50% turnout, voter turnout. And so I think that could change the permutation. I think Kwankwaso will not be a factor. But my own one event is Atiku. I think with all these things, Babangida going to talk to Atiku or whether Atiku is else or whatever it is. I think Atiku is still in the race just because PDP has a lot of down ballot candidates. I don't know. I will be disappointed if the Northerners are not already telling Atiku to just kind of withdraw from the race, and just because if Atiku stays in the race until the end, it's not good for the Northerners' power because Atiku has changed because next time around, if emerges a very strong Southerner, the Northerners cannot tell us the major party cannot put forward because they always like us when it is turn of the North, everybody surrenders. But that narrative will be out of the way. I think the big boys in the North will be talking to Atiku like, you are not getting traction. He's not campaigning. He's doing nothing. I think I can imagine people talking to him to just the way to do it. I can imagine people telling him to even if it's to be believed that his health also is a problem. So his health if we are to believe it, his health is a problem. He's not campaigning. He's not going to win. South North problem. All of these things, I would be surprised if they are not telling already to. Then all the IU issue, G5 is too much of a mess. I'll be surprised really. Then also with Obasanjo also supporting Peter Obi. I think there will be a lot of talks with this guy, with the big boss in the north, to let these two guys, Tinubu and Peter Obi, fight it out. So if Atiku withdraws, will be my event that will, because then there will be a lot of wind towards Peter Obi. I don't think it will still overpower Tinubu, but it will be interesting ways to see Tinubu and Peter Obi.
All right. In snapshot bullet points, just release your three factors again. Release them again. So what three factors did you say in bullet points?
There were basically two factors: voter turnout and Atiku's withdrawal. If you want to, Kwankwaso, I think Kwankwaso will not be a factor. I don't think that is that would be my three, but I don't know if you will count the third one. I don't think Kwankwaso will be as much a factor as it's been calculated.
All right, just a brief commentary on this, very brief. If Peter Obi had a spectacular public medical episode, would that impact on the voting trends? One, and if it does, who will be the biggest beneficiary?
If Peter Obi has medical story, basically it's out of the race because his only advantage now is that he's younger, he's healthier. There's no other stuff. His Labour Party is totally out, and you will be south. It will be TINUBU'S. I don't know if there is a major issue. I don't think Atiku is getting it. It will be TINUBU. I don't see Peter Obi having health issue. Doesn't look like. I don't know his record, but I don't know his health record, but I don't see him having major health issue. But if he has, it will be like so shocking and surprising that it will just blow out his campaign. But I don't see that happening. I think it will be healthy to the election. I don't think also Tinubu will have it because the Tinubu's health is like almost 180% improvement. I think his real problem is with the knee. I don't know what happened or a bad doctor situation. I think they've kind of like got a hold on it. I don't think Tinubu will collapse.
All right, it's just a hypothetical scenario. It's not a we don't wish ill on any of them. By the way, we're just talking for the benefit of the audience. So thank you. So let's go on then to Ogbeni as presented your commentaries, Ogbeni. So no more than three significant incidents or occurrences that can significantly change the sheet on the screen.
Okay, so I think three things which people have mentioned, maybe from another perspective I'm coming from, I don't know. I think the first is if there's any public display of any heel hurts, particularly on the part of Tinubu, but I don't see that coming. Tinubu's health has actually improved beyond the expectation of the oppositions. They never believe he can even withstand all this campaign he has been doing, and he's been dancing around, he's been doing everything. Their reaction is coming from a very frustration perspective. You look at people reacting to whatever he's doing now, because they never thought he would put up this kind of. So if there's any public display of ill health on his part, it will be very unfortunate because so many people have not really decided, but deep inside them, they think they will still vote for him. They are holding forth and waiting for whatever happened to him. So that's one. The second one, I think religious talk. If there's anything anti-religious, either anti-Christian or anti-Muslim, because I still believe religion is still a very big issue here. Tinubu was very smart enough to have raised the issue of Muslim ticket early enough, because he knows Nigerians. Nigerians, I don't want to say we don't have a short memory but we tend to downplay. We tend to allow time. Okay, time to how do I put it? I don't know. Time to things get faded away with time with us. So he quickly brought out the year of Muslim ticket, and you can see it's actually no longer as serious as when he brought it out. So I think he should tone down on anything that can allow press to raise those issues and let it sink back to people's consciousness. It's still going to play a very major role there. So religious talk. And the third one is anything that has to do anti-ethnic talk. Tinubu has been able to manage that well. Atiku at a point in time couldn't manage that, but I think he's trying now. And Peter Obi has never gone anti-ethnic at any time. Has never even gone pro-Igbo or anything. He has been able to maintain that neutrality. And I think all of them now are trying that, except Concourse. I think it's only Concourse now that believes that it's the northern part of the country that will take into office. I don't know how that's going to work. So 3 areas: public display of ill health, religious talk, and then ethnicity. If they try to play down that, but there's something I just want to correct in what Fatai says, that Atiku, if Atiku remains in this, that is going to change our political calculation that next time when they are contesting, then a very strong Southerner may come out and say, after all, you people did concede it to the South in 2023. I'm not sure. I think Jonathan in 2011 has derailed us from that line. We're no longer on the line of North 8 years, South 8 years again. No. Ever since, except 1999 and I think 2019, we've been always having North against South in all the major political parties in Nigeria.
No. I beg to disagree. I don't think Jonathan played that much a factor because it was basically one term and 1 year thereabout.
No,
He didn't serve 2 years.
Wait, I'm coming. Jonathan contested 2011 and he contested 2015. They told him to step down in 2015 so that it would be North, but he said no.
Why? He didn't serve 2 terms. It doesn't change the dynamic.
He wanted to no. See, from 1999 to 2007, South. From 2007, they were expecting that from 2007 to 2015, then it should be the North. And what happened? The North entered 2007. Unfortunately, Yar'Adua died, and he moved to the South. So the Northerners, they believe that, in fact, there were some guys, 2 guys, Yaya Kwade and that's Atiku MAMMAN and others. They went to court on this issue in 2011 to say we had an agreement. Jonathan should not breach that agreement.
No, well, I tell you, I know about that agreement. The agreement that problem is not because Jonathan is running again. It's because if Jonathan won, effectively Jonathan will serve more than 8 years. Because he served 1 year, he served 4 years, that's 5. It's not 2 terms, but if you win again, it will be more than 8 years. That's where that issue was. It's not really because he's running again.
You didn't get me. You didn't get me. See, in 2000 when Yar'Adua died, Jonathan completed his tenure. Yeah. Jonathan is saying that I only completed this guy's tenure. Yeah. The Northerners are saying that no, we can't do this as part of your own tenure. Contest just
no. That was not the argument. They cannot count it as Jonathan's tenure. What they were counting is you take 1 year from you have been president 1 year plus 4 years. If you take another 4 years, it's going to be more than 8 years.
That's your opinion. That's Jonathan's argument, and I'm telling you the Northern Elders' argument.
No, it cannot be. No, it cannot be Jonathan's argument. The Constitution does not allow you more than. No, wait. Jonathan cannot make that argument because that argument is against Jonathan because the Constitution does not allow you more than 8 years.
No,
so Jonathan cannot make the argument.
What do you mean by 8 years? Jonathan completed Yar'Adua tenure. He recontested in 2011, and he wanted to contest in 2015.
Yeah. If he won, it will be more than 8 years. If he had won, he would stay in office more than 8 years. It will be 9 years.
But he contested 2015. So if he had won 2015, you think it's unconstitutional?
It will be a constitutional issue. There will be a constitutional question because it will be beyond 8 years.
No, that question was not before any court.
No, it's not that. No, it's an argument. Look, go and do the research. You will find that argument.
No, it's not even about research. The Yaya Kwade matter, if you go and check the originating process, I was part of it. I led that team when I was in Rikitafa and Co. What the Atiku guys were complaining was that they brought out an agreement. In fact, in that agreement, Bola Ige was the one who witnessed that agreement. And that agreement was the agreement of PDP that talked about 8 years, 8 years. And that agreement was when Bola Ige drafted the 1999 Constitution. I had that agreement back then in my former office, and we went to court. The case is called Yaya Kwade against Jonathan. That was that 2011. So towards that 2011, the argument was that Jonathan should be prevented from contesting because Jonathan was going to derail the agreement the founding fathers of PDP had.
What is the agreement? How will it have derailed?
This is how it's going to. I've just explained to you how it's going to affect it. The agreement was that 8 years on the part of the South, 8 years on the part of the North. A Southerner has used it, Obasanjo. It was supposed to end and it ended 2007. Yar'Adua was supposed to use it till 2015. That's another 8 years. But what happened to Yar'Adua? Yar'Adua died along the way. They wanted to prevent Yar'Adua from becoming the president. Obasanjo pleaded for them. They made him the president. On the agreement that Yar'Adua will only complete Yar'Adua's time and allow the North to take that position 2011.
Hey, but this one is PDP's agreement now.
All right. Conclude that so we can move on.
Okay. Anyway, so my point is this: they have always been North against South, South against North in that agreement. In 2011, that agreement is no longer binding on anybody again in Nigeria. So, and lastly, I want to talk on G5. I don't think G5 still have any electoral value in this particular.
Yeah, do you think they have overplayed their hand with all of these things? Do you think they overplayed their hands, that G5 space?
No, I think they've been able to achieve whatever they want to achieve. They wanted to ensure that Atiku doesn't get there, and it's becoming from the data that Kulata just gave us now. It's very obvious that it's not too sure for Atiku. So I think that is it, and they also fear their own base. You know, I believe they will retain this status quo till the election. If they're going to work for any candidate, I think they'll be working underneath, okay, for their own candidate, but they won't come out and say this is the person we're voting for. That's just my opinion on that. Yeah.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. So well done. So from you, let's go on to Solomon. So Solomon, 3 factors that, by your reckoning, might change this presentation that we've been discussing. Solomon, you're up next.
Yeah. One of the factors is if the North are truly with, if the North are not with Tinubu, if they are not with him like now, like the way, because I would like to, if they are with this guy, if the North are truly with Tinubu and do the kind of heavyweights that are around Tinubu will win this election without. He was going to win the election, because the one thing I'm trying to understand with these guys, if they are genuinely in support of this Tinubu's candidacy, in the sense that they've already looked at it now, because they want to play fair in a way that it is the turn of the South now. So, and in the South now, the only person that they can have alliance with is Tinubu. So they would genuinely, if they genuinely say it is the turn of the South, that means they will support Tinubu. But if they are just doing it they are just saying it for so that you look as if they've said something. The Tinubu is this Tinubu's this Kulata's statistics.
The Kulata's data.
Yeah, because signing the election will not be effective. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Then another thing again is death. If death should come in, and even if he falls from stage, people that will vote for Tinubu will vote for him. If Tinubu like the way that South Sudan president urinated on his self, people that will vote for him will still vote for him. It's not concerned. That is what I've seen about this, and I know about this Tinubu space, that they will not even look at his health. This thing, they will come up and tell you the president, the governor of Texas, governs on the wheelchair and all that, so they will not reason his health issue. But their death is another thing. So it's just these 2 factors that I consider in this data not taking place.
All right, brilliant. You're up next, Dapo. The question, your answer, Dapo. Are you still there?
I'm still there.
Yeah. So factors
I don't really
that
see
might
much affecting.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, I don't really see much affecting the data. If it's going to affect it, if anything's going to come up, it's going to affect it positively for Tinubu, in my own view, because in my view, the data is very, very, very conservative, but let's leave it at that. What I see could affect it again is maybe if, because what APC is really banking on is the division between Obi and they believe that Obi is dividing the PDP votes. So if there's a merger, well, maybe, or if there's a consensus between them, then they may win Tinubu. But if there's none, Tinubu stands a greater chance of beating this record that this data that Kulata has drawn. It's very, very conservative, especially in the Northwest. Although, well, like we say, it's possible that they are not. They may decide to support their own, really. So I think it's very conservative. Yeah, that's my take.
All right. What about if the G5 came out in support of Peter Obi? How do you think this will impact on February?
Yeah, with the data that he has drawn, I don't see them contributing 5 million votes to Obi. I don't see them contributing 5 million votes to Obi. Because everybody, basically, by now, most people, maybe 80% of people will have made up their mind on who they want to vote for. That's the reality. 80% of people will have made up their mind by now who they want to vote for. So I don't really see much changing. That's my take.
All right, brilliant. So you're up next, DOG. So DOG, you're up next. Or have you heard from me already? All right. So Thomas, then the last voice, and then after Thomas, we start to round off. But in this instance, with everybody's permission, with the permission of the platform, and almost certainly with the consent of the platform, we'll be given. They will be landing the final word on Kulata. But Thomas, 3 factors that will be that you think might significantly change the computation that Kulata presents. Thomas.
Oh, thank you, one man. I'm not seeing any factor. The only factor that I see is if Tinubu have an episode or can maybe on the sick bed or something happen to him. That is the only factor. And even that factor that's the only thing that will change this data that Kulata has composed. I'm thinking of the G5, but really, even G5 coming out to support Obi is still again to Jagaban. Even Jagaban will even be happy that they should declare for Obi. That means they are taking vote from PDP. So nobody is taking vote from APC. As the last speaker said, I forgot who spoke last.
Dapo.
Dapo, yes, as my brother Dapo said, people, 80%, maybe 90% people have even concluded who they are going to vote for. So G5 coming out is going to temper down the chances of Obi getting more votes. That is what he will get. But with the power conferred in me, I hereby declare Tinubu as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. So we seek to start to round off, and with Dajanle Koko's permission, we land on Kulata only because he's the man of the moment.
Let Dajanle Koko round off. You know, I've lost my voice.
Oh yes, I could hear it. It looks as though what's that? Is this strepsil? What you say strepsis now?
Strepsil. Lake Lemon, Los Angeles.
Yeah, Los Angeles. Yes, you know all of the usual. I didn't even know you had flu in America. It's so warm. It's the place. But there it is. So let me acknowledge he's on super chat who came in earlier, but the conversation did not open the window, but the window opens now. It says, please realize that if not for Obi, there would have been no Soludo or Obiano. A lasting legacy. He broke Godfatherism in Anambra. So yes.
Sorry to interject, to cut you short. Can I just reply that thing that this person is super chatting?
Yeah, but because somebody sent in an article just 2 days ago on that space that Obiano is actually the one that broke about a carry on. Yeah, go on.
The other time we were talking here, I played out like one of the states suffering Godfatherism is Abia State. This Anambra State that are making noise that they dismantled Godfatherism. Abga is Ujuku's party. There is no other party that can win the governorship election in Abga. No matter the candidate that they bring, whether Obi did not even bring in Willie. It was not the one that brought in Willie. Abga is a traditional party that will always be, anybody that want to be a governor in that state will be. So in a way, even if the man is late, it's still his legacy is still a form of godfatherism, because no party can ever be governor there. So they should stop saying that that he dismantled. He will say that they've taken all the structures out of other parties in terms of governorship, space. So this thing now, I just told you, is still form of godfatherism in the state there. So I don't want them to say that he dismantled this, he did that. No, that's what I want to just say.
But if I may quickly join you on that, but that was not godfatherism, to be fair to Anambra State. Ojukwu died in 2011, if I'm right. 2011 to date is how many years? And that guy is still reigning. I don't think that's godfatherism. Even his wife, they reckon with his wife, but his wife doesn't really control the party like that. So I don't see.
She doesn't control the party. She's slapping governors' wives.
Yes, she's been radical.
What more do you want?
Yes, she's radical, but she's not controlling the party like the way Godfathers will control party. So if somebody has died 2011 and your party still lives on, I think we should give it to Ojukwu. Funding a party, it doesn't mean it doesn't translate to godfatherism.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. So a real delightful. I did promise you that it was going to be a blockbuster session, and I think universally, well, I have to say, I think it has been a blockbuster session. So a blockbuster session that comes to an end. So we wrap it through the closing remarks to land on Ajanle Koko. Kulata sits the space because of his voice. So we'll pick it up from DOG and then we huddle through. So DOG, that time of the day again. Our final words just condensed. DOG. Oh, okay. I think we may have lost DOG. So from DOG, let's go on to Dapo. So Dapo, closing remarks.
Yeah. Well done, everybody. I want to say thank you to everybody for the time you spend on this platform to give us political insights. It's great. In fact, today's session is very, very great. At least leading us, showing us what could happen conservatively. I think generally, you're trying every night. It's like vigil every day. So keep it up, everybody. Yeah, thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Dapo, and thank you for joining us. So that was Dapo, a voice that is slowly making its way to being established on the platform. So thank you, Dapo. So from Dapo, let's go on to Solomon. Solomon, you're up next.
Yeah. I want to say thank God for the section. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, MAMMAN, for hosting this show today. And sorry, I wanted to ask you a question. Like yesterday, I did not see you online the night by this time, the normal time you normally start. I don't know what happened. So I don't know if you are if you do one day off, one day on.
No, I'm not. It's just, I couldn't fit in the time because I had things to do. Yes, apologies. But
okay, no problem. So, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Colata, for this data and this. Everybody, the analysis everybody did here was on point. And then I want to say something to Mr. Thomas. You believe so much in this Yoruba stuff, please. I believe it might disappoint in this election. I won't lie to you. It's just, I even feel like it's outside the Yoruba space that I see Yoruba guys more. As in people have asked, who are you supporting? They say it's TINUBU. But I know in that Yoruba space there, like in those states there, Obi is going to get good votes that might even, no, he will not get that 25% anyway, but he will get votes from the Southwest. And Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Kolata. Thank you, Woman. Thank you. Good night.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Good morning.
Solomon. Good morning. Yes. So, as Dako said, it's now fast turned into a daily night video. If the church say you should come and do night video, you refuse. So, but here you
No,
are
I will go.
every day making noise with bald-headed old boys. So thank you, Solomon. So from Solomon we go on to Thomas in Australia. Thomas, are you on Bondi Beach? Well, Thomas, you're up next.
Thank you so much, one man. May God bless everyone. Kolata, you hold me. I hold you one bottle of wine. I don't know, maybe you drink. This is a good summation. Thank you so much. God bless everyone. Bye.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, we go on to Ogweni. Ogweni, you're up next.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say thank you. And since the previous time I've been here, I've made up my mind, and my closing remark will always be bringing out one or two provisions of the Constitution to enlighten my people. With time, we'll run through the entire thing. And tonight, I just want to leave us with Section 69 and 110 of the Constitution. It talks about how you can sack your own lawmaker in your constituency. You can start from me, you can start from you. All you just need 50% of registered voters from that, whoever is the person's constituency. But you must be a member of the constituency. It's easier these days through electronic means. You can do that. You call for the guy to be sacked, and everybody starts.
Remember, they tried that with Dino Melaye and failed.
They tried that with me, but he went guerrilla against them, and it was difficult for them to achieve that. But the process is very simple. After you obtain people's signature, verify, register, so 50% of registered voter, then you notify INEC. INEC will verify if you did not have fake names there. Then after that, they notify the lawmaker. Then after that, they draw a timetable for referendum. In the referendum, people only vote yes or no. Simple majority. If yes exceed no, then the man is a gunner. Then a by-election will be conducted. This is possible in Nigeria of today if only me and you can be more conscious about our political space and what is happening in our constituency. Let's know who's our senator. Let's know who's our House of Rep. It's not enough for us to stay in America. It's not enough for us to stay in Australia and UK and be doing analysis online alone. No. Let's get connected to our people at the local level and let's contribute our own quota. Thank you and good night.
All right, brilliant. Excellently delivered by Ogweni Kole. So thank you, Ogweni. So from Ogweni, we go on to Fatai. So Fatai, you're up next.
Oh my goodness. At the early on, it was so full, you couldn't get inside. I would have loved to. My own favorite part is let's talk about inflation, subsidy. And I was Babajali Koko's socialism, everything like that was cracking me up. And well, I think the event is overtaking that. It would not be interesting to be discussing all those things now. The second thing I would have loved to talk about is I would have loved to reply Benny from these things he sent me to go and read. But I hope next time I'll be able to tell him.
You can counter him with your own constitution tomorrow.
Yeah. No, actually, the summary of it is just that, look, because what he's saying, I think the point he's making is that I think it's basically the sentiment the article was standing on, that Jonathan has already destroyed this whole gentleman's agreement. But even if you assume Jonathan destroyed it, it's only on the party level, the big boss handshake, and it's not the bigger picture for the. I mean, it's not in the constitution. This party situation. What is the constitution is I think what they call it federal character. It's just to respect rotation, and in the constitution, it doesn't state specifically that 8 years for this person, 8 years for this region. It just everybody to respect the federal character of the country or whatever it is. Like I think rotation is also specifically mentioned. They have to assign to be correct. But the federal character essentially translates to rotation, and the rotation has been by consensus agreed to be north and south. The zoning situation is everybody's arguing about. This is power play is what is bringing the zoning southeast, southwest these days. I think even these 6 zones was designed from Abacha onward or something like that. So it's not really grounded strongly in the constitution. What is grounded in the constitution is the rotation north and south. And so I think that what, and even if you look at it before the primary, when the APC governors, northern governors, voted that the candidate should go to the south, I mean, they already knew Tinubu will win, whether they voted or not, but they had to put in that symbolic gesture to protect the interest of the rotation. So the rotation is not destroyed. I would be very surprised if Atiku is not being talked to kind of like, it looks like you're not going to win. If you have a strong chance to win, okay, we can still understand, but it doesn't look like you're going to win. You're not contesting. Your party is fractured. Everything. Just let's protect this thing we have. It's our strong situation. I think it must have been talked about, especially since Obasanjo has emerged to support Peter Obi. I don't think it's only Obasanjo. I think a lot of big boys, the homeless, I call them the homeless big boys, they are looking for a home. They are not in PDP. They are not in APC. I mean, they could be in PDP, but it's like the PDP structure is no longer a home for them. But they are certainly not in APC, and they need to find a home. I think they are looking at it like, okay, let's see what's going on with this Obi dead situation. Let's see, maybe we can build one small bungalow here. I think so. I think there probably will be a lot of pressure on Atiku to, even if he doesn't outrightly withdraw, he will not to kind of like, because there are candidates down the ballot. If he gets out, the PDP will just down the ballot, but he loses. So I would not be surprised if they talk to him to step aside. Let just the Southerners do it. Since they are going to win already anyway, just leave them so that we protect our northern interests. I want to appreciate a lot Colata for the presentation. I wouldn't do it for sure. Certainly not in 1 week, 2 weeks time. Maybe I will do it. It will be ready by March 25. 1 month after the election, you will get it.
Lazy bones.
Maybe 1 month after the election, I will be looking at 36 states or whatever. I'll be putting 1 million here to me. It's not going to happen. So it's a lot of appreciation for Collector there. My only I think he underestimated the voter turnout, and he overplayed Kwankwaso, And I think that Peter Obi's vote is difficult to measure. I mean, whatever you put there is okay, is correct. If you say it's 0, it's correct. If you say it's 1 million, it's correct. If you say it's 10 million, it's correct, because you can't really measure it. You can come up with an argument how it could be any of those numbers. You can come up with structural argument and say it's not going to get a lot of votes. You can come up with the waves argument and you say you'll get 10 million votes. You can do a lot, but also I really think these other candidates as a block, they deserve a column. Even if you don't individually want to count Showore or Prince Adewale, whatever his name is, all his 18 candidates, all of them together as a block. I know that many of them will later on fold up into some other candidate. But if you're thinking about all of them as a block, like you can maybe start to the others, all of them as a block, will still make like 5%, 2%, 3% here and there. But I certainly think Showore will not be zero negligible. If Peter Obi will be a factor in Southwest, I don't see how Showore will not be a factor in Southwest.
All right, wrap it up in a couple more words.
Yeah, and that's. But also, the person I like most in the election is Prince Adewale. What's his name? I think, but that's what I'm saying. Like when I said that one man, you over penalized me to say what I don't remember what he said. Anything? No, Tinubu as a person, as a person from outside of the election or anything. And I like his outlook. I like his thought process. And I've had a little bit of a, Tinubu and Babalakin were very close friends. Babalakin built the new Lagos courts when they still they broke out. When Babalakin bought during the privatization, he bought the federal.
You know why I always ask you to come early, Fatai. Your fan base, they demand it because they are always sending me DMs, and you have a lot. You have a lot to say as well. But then you come in at the 11th hour when we are about to. Let's wrap it up there.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
thank
okay,
you.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
So that's what I'll say. Yeah, thank you, Kolata. This is why I gave the low percentage, not because of the analysis, but because I think they were I think the voter turnout. It will be disappointing if the voter turnout is not minimum 50%. Then what's all the fuss about? And
You
also, I
can
think
plug in 50% into the formula. It will update. That's fine. The only thing I'm not going to do is to do voter turnout by states. That's too much work.
No, I don't know from where it's going to. Yeah. No. I'm not.
The
I'm just saying.
spreadsheet is formula driven. It's only one column I need to automate. But if you put 50% there, you'll get an idea.
Okay. No, I'm not knocking. I'm just saying, like, actually, I'm saying it more towards like INEC. Like, what is all this for? If it's going, essentially not going to be different from the percentage, is essentially going to be like the last time. Like all these thoughts about beavers, this, that, blah, blah, blah. So it's not in your direction. I think all the marketing should make it to be a little bit more than 40% the turnout. And then certainly our disagreement is, I think you overrated Kwankwaso. I think Kwankwaso is not going to. I think all those votes in the south, even if you don't want to, if you want to be conservative with Tinubu, you could. I wouldn't have a disagreement if you gave it all to Peter Obi. I think, yeah, something like that.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. And I do. If you intend to join Fatai, just join earlier. I want to hear more from you. People DM me that they want to hear more from you, and you have a lot to say. So the perfect storm. So thank you, Fatai. So that's Fatai. Fast evolving a fan's favorite on the platform. But somebody that is already a fan's favorite, Kulata. With the data, we branded him the data man, and now he flaps his feathers. Flapping feathers, Kulata.
So I was disappointed that we did not have the analytical obedience. No, I mean, we had Man of Prestige, but I wanted.
I saw you trying to tease
Baytown.
Yeah, I think he may be somewhere that I could have, because he would have come running in. But yeah.
Yeah, I wanted him to come in. I really wanted them to see, because I want to see like if this is a reasonable take or not. But I know at the end of the day, this kind of data pisses everybody off, because the Baptists are like, no, you should be doing better in the Southwest and the Northwest because of the structure, the this, the that. Peter Obedience like the North Central. But when you put everything together and you start thinking about it, that like, all right, these are some of the scenarios. This could happen, that could happen. This is more of a realistic scenario. Let us see what comes out. So when I did this, initially I felt like, okay, Northwest, Tinubu is going to do well in Northwest, going to do well in Southwest. Then I saw blow up numbers. I'm like, no. This is not a blowout election. It doesn't make sense. So I started tampering down, like, hey, let's tamper this thing down, because Atiku is supposed to be campaigning on a ethnic basis. There's Kwakwanso there. They can disappoint. They can do this. Peter Obi can perform here, perform there. But after all was said and done, I landed there. And I'm like, okay, at this point in time, because the biggest work was copying those data from Punch. Copy, paste. That was the biggest thing. So I didn't want to take it too far, that this will give me a good guesstimate. So it's a guesstimate. It's a guesstimate. We're going to touch it again once G5 or something significant happens. But I've said this a long time ago, that this is the direction of the elections. And I think plugging in some numbers, even as conservative as they may be, it verifies what I've suspected all along. And I don't know, something may happen. Who knows? We're not God. But this is what it looks like. So obedience, don't get pissed off. I'm sure tomorrow, when I'm recovering from my voice, you guys will come and come and cuss me out. And Pansa, hello, I know you're watching.
Yeah, of course. It'll be throwing cups at the laptop as we speak. You know. All right. Yeah, go on.
I said it's a nice experience, but I need to go rest, man.
No, we must acknowledge the effort. I know we've done that all the way through, but you know, you've given us the basis for an excellent conversation, and I think I suspect you agree that the conversation lived up to what we hoped it will live up to.
No fight.
Yeah, so if you are coming next time, not you, Kulata, but anybody that is coming next time, you see where the bar is now. It's there, and you know we don't lower standards here. So come at that level or higher, and we'll meet you wherever you are. So thank you, Kulata, for the excellence of today. So the excellent Kulata, the data man. So thank you, Kulata. So from Kulata now, so to the Strictly Come Dancing champion of Ekiti, Pupa Central, the Bashonuga of Newi, the Alpha One of the United States, Ajan Lekoko, ladies and gentlemen. Bashonuga of Newi.
Well, thank you, woman, and let me thank every panelist on this platform today. You all did well, fantastic analysis, and good interactive section as well. And let us what we did today confirms once again that when we lead, others must follow. Kulata, for this breakdown projection that he did on all the candidates, it shows that we just don't come here and talk and go. We come here to carry out the best of the best political analysis, to inform, educate, and you know, give our people the best of the best analysis on political matters in our country. So Kulata did a very, very good job. We have to commend him, and I hope that when the election gets closer, we have to do another projection with reference to what is on the ground closer to the election. So this is just a first shot. So we're going to have another one that will really help us to really project who is going to really win the election. But for what we got today, it is clear that on any ramification you want to measure it or permutate it, Tinubu look good to win the election, because the PDP are broken themselves up into 3 or 4 parties right now. Kwankwaso he used to be a PDP man, and his structure in PDP, his influence in PDP is what he's using to build his NMPP. So same with Peter Obi, he is from PDP, and all the political connection and whatsoever that he can boast of today majority of them still remain in PDP. So, and the G5 are PDP as well. So we have three parties that are supposed to have come together to form a formidable party against APC Tinubu, but they've broken themselves up into pieces. So how would they win election? It's just a matter of common sense. It's a matter of common sense. Just look at it. They've broken them. How could they win? How could they solidly win? It's impossible. So good job, Kulata. Good job to everybody. One man, thank you as well for bringing what Kulata did in his private whatsoever corner of his house. Thank you for bringing it on the platform for everybody around the world to take a look and see the reality. This is reality. This is not just whether he's supporting Tinubu or he's supporting Kwankwaso or no, it's just the reality. So thank you for allowing him allow his projection, to be aired. And I thank those of you at the comment section as well for your participation, because all of you were as well flowing with all of us on the in the studio. So thank you all. You are the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow and let's do another round with one man. And our listeners, please, you have enjoyed it to the best. And do us a favor, click on the like button, share and subscribe. One man, you've done it again. How many hours? 7 hours, 4 minutes. That's enough for a day job. But tomorrow going to be another day. We'll be looking forward to you. Bring it on, and we shall join you to thrash it out and continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man. Good morning to you in Britain. Good night to Canadians. Good night to Americans. Our friend in Japan, maybe you are in afternoon. Our friend in Australia, Thomas, good afternoon to you over there as well. And the listeners around the world, whatever time you are, we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you, one man, the Eagle. See you tomorrow. Good morning. See you tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So whenever Ajanle Koko, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So whenever Ajanle Koko speaks, you know what happens next. The curtain falls. So Ajanle Koko speaks and the curtain falls because the end, Neoquin Cinema, the end is the Oquin of cinema. So the end is the Oquin of cinema. The end is the end of the cinema. But just to acknowledge and thank the super chatters, Alexander Gomez led that space as it often does, quickly followed by Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. And then, of course, George Blueshell, he has discovered the functions of that dollar sign in the comment section, and he tested it out with a super sticker. So thank you, George. And then a man of prestige who at will sometimes super chats to the space, he has that conversation. Buchi Okafor, thank you. He joins that space. Somebody that uses it with some regularity as well, RB. He continues in that tradition. Sam O joins them in this instance. Thank you, Sam. Not to be outdone, Alexander comes back. Gomez, of course. Thank you, Alexander. RB still keeping it honest. And Aizon, he dusts his wallet out of the archives. He dusts the cobwebs out of his wallet, out of the archives, only to super chat to the space. So he discovers that dollar sign as well. So that dollar sign, of course, is an opportunity to tip towards the platform via super chat. And another window for that is the buy the coffee thing. Somebody, the person that usually holds the buy the coffee 100 that maintains our status in that space, as you know, Ayo. But in some instances, Ayo is joined by others, and in this instance, he has been again. So the Buy the Coffee, Ayo leads that space almost as exclusive. We were almost contemplating One Man Went to More as sponsored by Ayo. So regular was in that space. That regularity maintains today. So that's Ayo there. So thank you, Ayo. And in this instance, is joined by James Saba, who starts to use that space with some regularity as well. So thank you, Ayo and James. So thank you, one and all. So to the super chatters, the coffee buyers, the happy clappers, and the in-betweeners, thank you, one and all. We'll reconvene tomorrow, only to do it again. I promised you a blockbusting session. Hopefully, I delivered. I think I did, but the judgment is yours. You are the audience. So hopefully, we delivered. And I'm only confident that we delivered because in every other instance, I cannot recall a session that we've ever done that we have not delivered. So we delivered to this time around, and we will deliver in a few hours again. So just keep your antenna permanently dialed to the One Man Went to More platform for the excellence and the delivery of an elite panel. So there it is, right there. We do it all over again tomorrow. Tomorrow now being today, so we do it all over again. We might well even attempt at a 2 session because I was hoping to do an afternoon session around about 1:45, 2 p.m. UK time. But if we are trying to reintroduce the afternoon sessions, but the afternoon sessions is going to be a deviation from politics. We'll be talking about, we're looking to go into that Andrew Tate space and see what the platform is making of it, because it's a conversation that consumes the whole world. But what is our take on it? So we'll try to tackle the Andrew Tate space around about 1:45 UK time tomorrow, or later on today, even. And then, of course, we have our later session as we traditionally do. So there it is right there. So that's why I say, keep your antennas permanently dialed to the One Man Went to More platform. And how do you keep your antennas permanently dialed? That is making sure that you're subscribed with the bell notification turned on, and then, of course, the like button as well to get to a wider audience. And, of course, always copy the link to the sessions and post it in your WhatsApp groups, your Instagram groups, etc. Even after the session comes to an end, the session still sits on the channel as a video, so you can still rewatch it. So you can still copy the link and share it as extensively as you will. So share it. Outside of the super chatters and the super chats and the coffees, that is the one space that you can use to support the platform, to expand the conversation to as wide a space as possible. So if you get some joy or value from it, then share that with whatever spaces that you usually mooch around. So if you mooch around on some WhatsApp groups, etc., just pop the link there, see what they, let them come see what they make of it. If you're some Instagram person or some Facebook, wherever it is that you mooch around on social media, just pop the links in there and let your friends and frenemies see what they're making of this space that you spend your time in. So all of that. So we reconvene as ever. So thank you one and all. See you later. It's not goodbye, but au revoir. Au revoir. See you later. So see you later. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section, but here I say peace.